1919 was an auspicious year in history. The First World War ended, ushering a drastic change in the world order. The Philippine Islands had been a U.S. territory for 2 decades and was promised independence under the Jones Law of 1916. Progressive reformers saw the country and its people as a major target for modernization, and education was its main weapon. 7 forward-looking Filipinas came together in 1919 to create a school where young women could gain the knowledge and skills that would make them modern women. Paz Marquez Benitez was the first president of the Philippine Women's College. Jose Abad Santos was its first chairman of the Board of Trustees. Francisca Tirona Benitez was the second president, and with her husband Dean Conrado, guided the school from a house on A. Flores Street to its iconic Taft Avenue campus. In 1932, the college became a university, making PWU the first university for women in Asia founded by Asians. It provided a space where innovations in education flourished, and young people were encouraged to be the best that they could be. For over 100 years, the Philippine Women's University has been known as a leader in quality education. In 1934, PWU moved into its main campus on Taft Avenue, and since the 1970s has been co-educational. Located in the heart of Metro Manila, it is easily accessible by public transport and surrounded by affordable housing. Today's PWU offers undergraduate and graduate courses in several fields of study. Its business and management programs are responsive to the needs of industry, using evolving technology for global competence. PWU graduates excel in arts and sciences, education, social work, and diplomacy. Its fine arts and music programs have produced outstanding graduates through a holistic education that treasures heritage as well as excellence. PWU has pioneered in fields such as food science, nutrition and dietetics, medical technology, pharmacy, and nursing. PWU continues to play an essential role in producing graduates who possess the skills that make them competitive in the country and anywhere in the world.
morning. We will be starting in a few minutes. Welcome to webinar on Quality and Safety Alliance in a Dynamic Foodscape. Again, our participants are already coming in to our YouTube Live. We already have 191 live viewers from our YouTube account. Please be reminded to register through the registration link or the code pin in the comment section or scan the QR code flash on the screen. For those who still want to join, they may also log at Philippine Women's University's YouTube accounts. Certificate of attendance upon accomplishment of evaluation will be issued in 24 hours. Please note that e-certificate will be given per session, meaning you will have a total of 5 e-certificates during this webinar. I am Bea Hana Kashmira Ungi Mitimbang, Senior Science Research Specialist and Head of the Technology Transfer Section of the Ministry of Science and Technology, Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. A student under the Master in Food Safety Management of Philippine Women's University. Together with me now are my Master in Food Safety Management and Master in Food Science classmates who are now hosting this Philippine Women's University's webinar entitled Quality and Safety Alliance in a Dynamic Foodscape with the theme Strategic Approaches to Quality and Safety in a Challenging World. This program will be recorded for documentation purposes only. Any form of video and audio recording by the participants is strictly prohibited. Photos will be posted on the social media accounts of Philippine Women's University. Let me read the reminders for this webinar. Please mute audio until the webinar begins and during the lecture. Use the chat box to address your questions or concerns. In case you get disconnected, please click the provided webinar link. Any form of audio or video recording is strictly prohibited. This webinar is also live streamed via YouTube channel of Philippine Women's University. Please note also that the host will be allowed to record the webinar. We do encourage and appreciate note-taking to capture the speaker's valuable thoughts and insights. E-certificate will be provided upon accomplishment of the training evaluation form, which will be flashed after the open forum session. E-certificate will be provided per session, meaning you will have a total of 5 e-certificates during this webinar. So the program will start in a few minutes. Please rename your display name with the following format: company name, organization name, your first name, and your last name. Thank you. To officially start our program, may I invite everyone for the opening prayer followed by the singing of the national anthem and the Lupang Hinirang and the university hymn to be led by the PWU vocal and sambo.
Ay ang magiliw, pero sa silanganan, alab na puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Upang hinirang, duyan ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulubi, di ka pasisipil, sa dagat at puno, sa simoy at sa langit o bukaw, may dilagang dula, awit sa paglayang inamahal, ang isak ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na natili, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may pag-ibig. Buwan ang araw ng walang pagsimba, ay gamit sa piling mo, ang ligaya ng may magkakit, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
us to this meaningful activity, let us hear a message from our guest of honor, the President of the Philippine Women's University, Mr. Marco Alfredo M. Benitez. Let's give him a virtual warm round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Philippine Women's University, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to this two-day webinar entitled Quality and Safety Alliance in a Dynamic Foodscape. Allow me first to extend warm greetings to our distinguished guests, our speakers, practitioners, faculty, students, and partners in the food sector. Your presence today is a testament to your commitment to advancing food safety and quality in an increasingly complex world. I would also like to thank the organizers led by the PW School of Food Science and Technology and its graduate students for their hard work in making this important gathering possible. The theme of this event, Strategic Approaches to Quality and Safety in a Challenging World, could not be more timely. We live in an era where globalization, technological shifts, climate change, supply chain disruptions, and evolving consumer expectations have reshaped the food industry. These realities remind us that ensuring food safety and quality is not only a technical requirement, but a moral and social responsibility. In a dynamic foodscape, our ability to anticipate risks, adapt to new realities, and apply science-based solutions is essential. This webinar provides us with a unique platform to learn, share, and collaborate. Over the next 2 days, we will engage with pressing issues, from food safety culture and environmental threat management, to label compliance, traceability, healthcare food safety, and the critical roles of quality assurance and sensory evaluation. These discussions are not abstract concepts, they are practical tools that directly impact the trust of consumers, the resilience of businesses, and the health and well-being of communities. At PW, we are proud to reaffirm our mission of academic excellence, public service, and leadership in addressing real-world challenges. Through initiatives like this, we not only provide structured training and knowledge sharing, but also highlight the competencies of our students, particularly those from the Master in Food Safety Management and the Master in Food Science programs, who are serving as speakers. Their participation demonstrates how graduate education can empower future leaders and practitioners in this vital field. As we begin, I sincerely hope this event will inspire more professionals, students, and stakeholders to integrate these practices into their work. Food safety and quality are not optional. They are fundamental to building consumer trust, safeguarding public health, and ensuring long-term sustainability in the food industry. May this webinar strengthen our collective resolve to uphold the highest standards of safety and quality, and may it foster a spirit of collaboration that extends well beyond these 2 days. Welcome to this important gathering, and I wish us all a meaningful and fruitful exchange ahead.
Thank you very much, Sir Benitez, for that inspiring welcome message. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. May peace and blessings be with you. Good morning, everyone. Maayong buntag kaninyong tanan, mapya-mapita sa Lakano Langon, magandang umaga po. Again, welcome to the Philippine Women's University's webinar entitled Quality and Safety Alliance in a Dynamic Foodscape, with the theme, Strategic Approaches to Quality and Safety in a Challenging World. We are very happy to have you here with us and share with you knowledge and learnings from our esteemed resource speakers. We hope that after this webinar series, you will be more inspired in becoming food safety and food science advocates and ambassadors. Thank you, and we look forward to that you will be with us until our closing tomorrow. So let's have heart reactions po from our viewers. I can see some heart reactions. We have viewers from Lapu-Lapu City College. We also have viewers from out of nowhere. Ayan. So they are coming in pa po. Our viewers are still coming in. Okay, so let's have heart reactions po from our viewers from Luzon. Ayan. The heart reactions are coming in from our viewers from Luzon. How about from our viewers from Visayas? Ayan, parang marami po ata from Lapu-Lapu City College. Ayan. From our viewers from Mindanao. Magpapahuli ba ang Mindanao? Ayan po. So thank you very much. How about from our viewers from other parts of the world? I can see lots of heart reactions. At least we feel your presence here with us. Okay, now it is much joy and pride to share with you all that this webinar is the fruit of all our learnings in our PWU journey. A virtual applause please to our professors. Can we have clap reaction please from our Zoom? Ayan. This is all for our professors in the School of Food Safety, Food Science and Technology. Dr. Ligaya T. Braganza, our Dean. Professor Rosalinda R. Lorilla. Ayan. And Professor Maria Divina D. Alcazabas. May we request po our professors to turn on their camera? Can we see? Ayan. So a virtual applause please again to our professors. I can see lots of heart reactions. Hello po. Ayan. At this point, it is my honor to introduce to you our lineup of presenters for today's session entitled Food Safety Culture. We are privileged to be joined by resource speakers in the field of food safety and quality who will share their knowledge and best practices with us. For this session, our resource speakers will be Nerissa S. Baldemore, Jonalyn Morales, and Bai Samera A. Gumandel. To start off our session on food safety culture, we will learn about food safety culture in the food industry towards excellence in production and service. Our presenter is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Biology, major in Microbiology from Central Luzon State University. She also has an over 20 years of experience in manufacturing, food service, and laboratory operations. She is a food safety and quality enthusiast, leading departments keenly focused on food safety, quality, research, and development. Currently, she is leading the Food Safety, Quality, and Technology division covering from manufacturing to restaurant operations of Mary Grace Foods Incorporated. Also, she is now in her second year of taking the Master in Food Safety Management here at Philippine Women's University. Please help me welcome our first presenter for this morning, Ms. Nerissa S. Valdemar, FSCO.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bea, for that very warm introduction. Can we have clap reactions for Ms. Bea, please? Thank you. So, good morning, participants, students, and professionals. Have you ever wondered what if food safety protocols weren't just followed out of obligations, but because every team member truly understands why they matter? Isn't it amazing when doing the right things happens even when no one's checking? So this morning, we're diving into something deeper, something that shapes behavior, shared values, mindset, baked into the DNA of your organization, food safety culture. In today's fast-paced food safety and quality-driven food industry, ensuring food safety is no longer just about ticking boxes or passing audits. It's about creating a culture, one where every employee, from frontline staff to senior management, takes personal responsibility for food safety. This topic presentation explores how organizations can harness food safety culture as a strategic driver, turning commitment into a competitive advantage across both manufacturing and food service operations. So let me introduce to you my topic outline. I'll be discussing the following. The evolution of food safety thinking, defining the food safety culture, how to build a strong food safety culture, and the culture across the production to service operations, and the impact on benefits of food safety culture, and some food safety culture success stories of Mary Grace Foods. Okay. Before we dive into the topic, let's take a quick look at the history of food safety and how it evolved over time. No? So the evolution of food safety thinking started in ancient food preservation techniques. Ancient food preservation began with simple accidental techniques like sun drying, dating back to 12,000 BC, and freezing, which are critical to the development of settled civilizations and long-distance trade during that time. Early cultures developed more advanced methods such as salting, smoking, and fermentation to prevent microbial growth and enzymatic spoilage, methods that are still used today. So, while there are no contemporary records found, the cold case of Alexander the Great has never been found. Theories of his death range from malaria and typhoid to poisoning by an herbal plant, but no single cause has been proven. Some historians believe he was poisoned by rivals, while others cite his symptoms as consistent with West Nile encephalitis or severe bacterial infection from contaminated water. Now, here comes from ancient to medieval period, the 19th century key milestone, driven by legislation and industrialization, as well as scientific advances in detecting contamination, which led to the creation of agencies like FDA, which later on led also to the creation of hazard analysis critical control point. Most of us know the history, right? When NASA, Pillsbury, and the US Army created pathogen-free food for space travel. This led to the development of hazard analysis critical control point in 1960s. Now we are in 21st century. International frameworks like the Codex Alimentarius were established with modern laws emphasizing risk-based approaches, wherein producers' responsibility and consumer protection are emphasized. The growing global focus on food safety culture is driven by the initiatives like the Global Food Safety Initiative and the ISO 22000 standards, which promote robust, shared organizational values and behaviors to ensure food safety. And the evolution of food safety thinking also set a mindset beyond compliance, to which played a pivotal role in setting a clear distinction on compliance as simply meeting the legal requirements, and culture, which is building an organizational culture where everyone is responsible for food safety. Having said that, let us define the food safety culture according to GFSI. Food safety culture as defined is the shared values, beliefs, and norms within an organization that influence mindsets and behaviors towards food safety. In simpler terms, it is how everyone in a company thinks about and practices food safety, and it goes beyond following in a set of written rules or policies. Take note of the two action words, how we think and how we practice. Okay? So the recent data from WHO emphasizes that foodborne illnesses are preventable, and everyone has a role to play. We are all responsible in food safety. Now that we have defined the food safety culture, it is not a one-size-fits-all proposition. GFSI has elaborated 5 dimensions and critical components of food safety culture. So let me discuss to you one by one. Okay. So number one dimension is the mission vision. A company's mission vision is developed either developed by senior leadership or owners, while the business structures, core values, and purposes of an organization are the key drivers of behavior and decision-making, influencing how deeply food safety is embedded across all operations. These foundational elements are crucial in building a sustainable or even a strong food safety culture. While setting the direction and expectations requires dedicated thinking and planning to identify one clear path to success, leadership and messaging sets the direction and tone for companies' food safety culture in ways that support and align or contributes to its overall mission and vision. Effective messaging is essential to successfully communicate a company's food safety expectation. So who among here are from companies who practices or recited mission, vision, core values, or even food safety quality policies during opening or company activities? Can I have reactions, please? Yan. Thank you. Very nice. It's a good practice, right? You know, I always tell this to my team or even to the team that I have worked with. When challenges or conflicts sometimes sets in, which cannot be avoided, let us always ask ourselves, we go back to our mission and vision. What's our mission? What's our vision? Why are we here? What's our commitment to food safety and quality? The second dimension, and which is the most critical component of food safety culture, is people. People are the critical component of food safety culture. Employee behavior and activities from processes, from farm to serving customers contribute to the safety of food and potentially decrease or increase the risk of foodborne illnesses. It is important to establish a formal food safety structure, which clearly defines individual sets and responsibilities. Here comes in our duties and responsibilities. Major elements of this dimension includes everything from educating employees and reinforcing good behaviors to creating proper discipline, governance, and metrics. The extent to which people are empowered to promote food safety will impact their organization's ability to adopt, improve, and sustain its food safety culture. Third dimension is consistency. It refers to ensuring the alignment of food safety priorities with people, technology, resources, and processes to effectively apply a food safety program and support its culture. Consistency needs to flow through the food safety related decisions, actions, behaviors within the organizations from top to operations, top management to operations. For example, technical and management resource decisions should be in line with the food safety priorities as defined by the company mission or vision. Tasks, responsibilities, and authorities should be well defined, communicated, and understood. Next dimension is adaptability. It is the way an organization responds to changes within the environment in which it operates with both impact and be impacted by food safety culture. These changes may be anticipated or not, but the nature, speed, and success of that response are dependent on the adaptability of the employees as individuals, within groups or teams as part of organization. Strong and engaged leadership plays a significant role on how well a business enterprise adapts to change and responds to risks and crises. And speaking of risk and crisis, the last dimension of the GMSI food safety culture is the hazard and risk awareness. This dimension differentiates food safety culture from the broader organizational culture, recognizing actual and potential hazard and risk at all levels and factions, represents a key element to building and sustaining a food safety culture. Basic scientific and technical information should be accessible and understandable by everyone. This will broaden awareness and understanding of potential risks and hazards. Now that we are aware on the 5 dimensions and the critical component of food safety culture, allow me to discuss to you on how we can build a strong food safety culture. So here are some ways on how we can build a food safety culture according to Louis Ryan, the technical director of the Foodscape. Food safety commitment really is the start of the top management. Management, especially senior leaders, must fully own and model the right behaviors. No? When the food safety mindset is visibly embraced and enacted by leadership, it communicates to all staff that these values are important. Lead by example number 1. All leaders must walk the talk and remain consistent in their messaging to ensure that there is a clear understanding that food safety is a journey of continuous improvement. Sabi nga ni Frank Sonnenberg, it's not enough to say you'll do what's right. It's what you actually do that makes the difference. So are your bosses, superiors, or even executive, or even the owners of your companies participating in food safety training sessions? Are they following policies and procedures themselves, or do they admit mistakes or take accountability? And allocating proper resources for food safety activities? If yes, congratulate and celebrate with your superiors for taking their part in creating a food safety culture. Next is to hire and train for mindset. Onboarding for new hires as well as ongoing training for all staff should aim to ingrain good food safety habits. Training should cover both broad principles as well as specific SOPs for each role. Gen Zs and millennials, raise your hands. Reactions, please. And let's admit, food safety training tends to be boring or too technical to be discussed and understood. Okay? Utilizing digital tools like videos or mobile-friendly content makes training more consistent and engaging. So next, empower employees. Food safety culture truly take hold. For food safety culture to truly take hold, employees need to feel comfortable reporting issues, concerns, or ideas without a blame or retaliation. They should be encouraged to identify and recommend fixes for any risks or near misses they spot. Nowadays, there are food safety softwares that can enable confidential reporting or mechanisms like also centralizing suggestion tracking. And next, on building a food safety culture, recognize and celebrate success. While learning opportunities should be highlighted after incidents, it is equally important to celebrate food safety successes, providing positive reinforcement through rewards, public recognitions, and celebrations for milestones creates motivation and camaraderie. Avoid negatively focused cultures where employees only expect to single out when something goes wrong, no? But have a striking balance between a negative and a positive reinforcement of behaviors. It is an ideal approach in building strong food safety culture. Because too much positivity without correction can lead to complacency, while too much negativity can create fear and reduce employee engagement. A balanced approach promotes continuous learning and improvement. A culture of ownership over food safety and also long-term behavior change. It's not just compliance. Next, last, measure and monitor. We all have our KPIs, the leading and the lagging KPIs, right? So key performance indicators should establish and track to gauge food safety culture. KPIs may include metrics like audit score improvement, training completion rates by employees, time to execute corrections, and more. So KPIs, like customer complaints with real-time dashboard, makes performance visible at all levels. Data empowers informed and timely decision making. And then lastly, continuously improve. Stagnation is one of the biggest risks to an effective food safety culture. Set expectations that policies, procedure, training materials, and control measures will be regularly reviewed and enhanced. Through continuous improvement, we can standardize and update practices, implement successful changes, update systems, and continually refine practices to reflect evolving standards and opportunities. Okay. Now that we have learned on how to build a strong food safety culture, why do we need to tailor fit food safety culture approaches for different environments? If you are coming from a different manufacturing environment or even a service operations, food safety risks exist across all the food chain. But the context in which those risks are managed differs significantly. recognizing strategies based on the unique characteristics of manufacturing versus a food service operations in an organization can maximize engagement and effectiveness, and also demonstrates the sustainability of the culture efforts. And so if you are from a manufacturing or production environment, so here are some suggestions or strategies on how you can build your strong food safety culture. Okay? So number one, process discipline and ownership. Promote understanding of how deviation impacts safety downstream now. Reinforce SSOPs through a regular enforcement and auditing. Technical training, deliver in-depth training on microbiological risk, contamination, or even allergen control. Equip staff with problem-solving skills to identify and address food safety issues. Emphasize understanding why tasks must be done a certain way, not just why, but also how. Yan. That's very important. Quality assurance integration. Involve QA as proactive culture leaders, not just enforcers. Foster collaboration between production and QA teams. Use real-time data, test results, or even the trend analysis to drive behavioral conversations. And the next is rewards and recognitions. These are essential for a robust food safety culture as they incentivize and reinforce desired behaviors, fostering a sense of personal responsibility, accountability, and engagement among employees. These programs can include tangible rewards like bonuses and gift cards, public recognition through awards and praises, individually or team-based, and opportunities for growth. Celebrate individuals or teams who follow the best practices or take initiative on food safety. Share success stories on staff meetings or digital bulletin boards. And then lastly, onboarding programs for food safety culture. It should be integrated in companies' core values, food safety management systems, and regulatory compliance into daily practice for all new employees, establishing a shared responsibility for food safety on their first day. This involves clearly communicating expectations, providing thorough training on hygiene and prevention of cross-contamination, and empowering the workforce to identify and report risks. Fostering a proactive environment where safety is prioritized and continuously improved. And if you are from a food service environment, operations, here are some ways on how you can strategize in building a food safety culture. So the front of the house and the back of the house empowerment. Encouragement to speak up, stop unsafe practices, and escalate concerns. Use scripts or cue cards to reinforce daily hygiene and safety reminders. Incorporate spills, communicate food safety risks like allergen declaration in service sequence or even in the dockets. And micro-training jobs are also useful now while FOH or even the BOH staff are busy attending to the customer, even in the kitchen. Micro-training and job aids are very useful. Use short, frequent, and visual training tools like 3-minute videos or poster, or even gamified quizzes. Yan. Embed learning into pre-shift huddles or lineups. Provide bilingual or multilingual resources where necessary. Next is the real-time decision support. While we equip FOH and BOH managers or leaders with tools and authority to make quick calls and prioritize safety products, like discarding questionable products or even managing allergens. Use or leverage in technology like mobile or digital checklists to guide food safety checks during peak hours. From building a food safety culture and implementing it to the production, to food service environment. Yeah. It is very important that they have these tools as FOH and BOH staff. Yan, if you are from a food service environment. And of course, the same as discussed, the rewards and recognition and the onboarding program, as also discussed, in the production setup. Now that we know on how we can strategize in building a food safety culture, how can we benefit as a company? And how would it impact in the businesses by having a strong food safety culture? So number one, employee morale and retention. Empowering employees to take ownership of food safety can increase job satisfaction and loyalty. High morale fosters productivity and loyalty, directing boosting retention. Risk mitigation. Risk management plays a crucial role in business food safety culture. By having a proactive culture, it can help us identify and address risks before they become incidents. Take note, okay? Operational efficiency shows how a strong food safety culture leads to fewer recalls or even less waste and more streamlined processes by fostering employee commitment to quality, proactive problem solving, continuous improvement, and clear communication. And lastly, of course, it enhances reputation and trust to our customers. We are also consumers. We trust brands that demonstrate a genuine commitment to food safety. Enhanced food safety builds a company reputation and foster communication trust by demonstrating a commitment to food safety and quality, leading to customer loyalty and positive brand image. So how do we apply this lesson? So in Mary Grace, we are committed in valuing our Mary Grace Trinity, the food, the quality, the safety, the service, and the ambience. So in Mary Grace, we leverage in technology by using mobile apps and softwares for real-time reporting, real-time decision-making, auditing, and training from manufacturing houses to restaurant operations. We encourage employees to openly communicate and give their feedback. We create channels, group chats for employees to share their ideas and for them to feel heard. Next, the training, we equip, we engage, we empower employees through training and engagement activities. Trainings are tailored to specific roles, provide practical hands-on experience, incorporate storytelling and visual aids, while engagement activities, we use quizzes and games to make learning about food safety fun and competitive, helping employees retain information. So as a conclusion, a strong food safety culture transforms compliance from a top-down mandate into a shared organizational commitment, one that empowers employees at every level, from production line to the point of service. Food safety culture emphasizes that safety is a collective responsibility driven by human behavior and a preventive mindset rather than just written rules. So building a strong food safety culture is not a one-time initiative. It's a continuous process that requires assessment, enforcement, and of course, evolution. If you'd like to know more about the topic that I have discussed, here are the references that you can use and you can check out. Yan. To end my discussion, in today's fast-moving, high-stake food industry, a strong food safety culture is no longer an option. It's no longer optional. It is essential. It's your competitive edge, your brand protector, and most importantly, a motor of consumer trust. Again, this is Mary Valdemore. Thank you so much for listening to my topic.
Thank you very much, Miss Mary, for that insightful discussion. I agree po no to what Miss Mary said, that building a strong food safety culture is not a one-time initiative. It is a continuous process that requires assessment, reinforcement, and evolution. Moving on to our next topic, we will discover creative ways of transforming leftovers into safe meals. This will be presented by Ms. Jonaline Morales, LPT. Ms. Jonaline Morales is a Science Research Specialist 2 at the Department of Science and Technology, National Capital Region, Camanava, Casto, where she has been serving for 7 years. She is a graduate of Bachelor of Arts in Public Administration from the City of Malabon University, has completed her professional education, and is a licensed professional teacher. She is also an NC2 holder in bread and pastry production, complementing her work in food safety and community-based training. At DUSC NCR, she oversees key programs such as the Community Empowerment through Science and Technology, or the CES, Grant in Aid, and Grassroots Innovations for Inclusive Development, or the GRIND program, while also conducting trainings on 5S productivity, basic food hygiene, food safety, and gender sensitivity. With her background in community development and food safety, she is committed to helping local groups adopt safe, inclusive, and sustainable practices. Today, she will be sharing her topic, Transforming Leftovers into Safe Meals, which highlights the importance of food safety culture in food services. Also, she is in her second year of taking the Master of Food Safety Management here at Philippine Women's University. As a reactant to the first presentation, let us welcome Ms. Jonalyn Morales, LPP.
Thank you, Ms. Bea, for the kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. My topic is transforming leftovers into safe meals, which I'm excited to share with you. Now, you may be wondering, how does this tie with our major topic, food safety culture in the food industry towards excellence in production and food service operations? As Ms. Nerissa Baldemore emphasized, food safety culture is about consistency, values, and responsibility. And part of that culture is ensuring that even surplus food is handled with same care as newly prepared meals. So when we transform leftovers into safe meals, we reduce waste while maintaining high standards of safety and quality. So in essence, food safety isn't just compliance. It's a culture where safety and sustainability go hand in hand. So here's a quick overview of what we'll cover today. First, for the introduction, we'll define what we mean by leftovers in the food safety context. I'll walk you through the key steps in transforming them into safe meals, and we'll also explore the benefits from waste reduction to community support. Then we'll look at a real-world application through Scholars of Sustenance Philippines and San Miguel Corporation. Finally, we'll close with the challenges, solutions, and a conclusion. So let's begin by clarifying what we mean by leftovers in the context of food safety. Leftovers. So here we're talking about excess food prepared in kitchens that goes beyond the day's demand, but is still safe, fresh, and high quality. So the important question is, how do we make sure that this surplus doesn't go to waste? So when we handle properly, excess food can be transformed into safe meals that reduce waste, support communities, and reinforce a strong food safety culture. So this approach reminds us that food safety is not just about preventing hazards. So it is also about making responsible choices that sustain both our operations and our environment. So now let's dive into deeper into understanding leftovers in the context of food safety. So first, we need to clearly distinguish excess food from waste. So excess food, these are safe, untouched, and still usable. For example, trays of rice or pasta that never left in the kitchen, sealed bottled drinks, individually wrapped sandwiches, or bread rolls not served to the guests. So in hotels and buffet, even pre-portioned desserts stored properly in chillers or unopened condiments, desserts can still be considered safe. So this can be transformed into safe meals, such as yung mga bread rolls turned into croutons or day-old rice repurposed for fried rice. So provided they are handled within safe time and temperature limits. So waste, this includes anything exposed to contamination like buffet items that stayed too long at room temperature, salads from the open bar, plate scraps, or half-eaten food. So even trays from the buffet line, once touched by guests or exposed without proper covering, are already waste and must be discarded. So the key handling food surplus safely through proper storage, labeling, and temperature control. So for instance, storing unserved chicken fillet immediately in cold storage at 4 degrees Celsius or below prevents bacterial growth and ensures they can be safely reused the next day. So when we treat excess food with the same care as freshly prepared meals, we're not just preventing foodborne illness. We're also practicing food safety culture. It means valuing food as a resource, respecting the effort put into preparing it. So, and protecting the people who will consume it. So in a strong food safety culture, nothing is left to chance, whether freshly cooked or surplus. Every item is safeguarded as if it were going to our own family. So how do we actually transform excess food into safe meals? There are 3 essential steps. First is the proper storage. Refrigerate or freeze quickly to stop bacterial growth. Remember the phrase, store it, eat right. Next is the safe reheating. Always heat food to at least 75 degrees Celsius before serving to eliminate harmful bacteria. And quality monitoring, even if food is safe, it must be still taste good and look appetizing. So labeling, checking texture, and monitoring shelf life help maintain both safety and quality. So by following these steps, we can be confident that surplus food remains resource and not a risk. So why is this important? So we have 3 key reasons. So first, reduce waste. So less food wasted means better use of resources. So promote sustainability, saving water, energy, and inputs by maximizing what's already produced. And we help communities safely handle yung mga surplus food, can be donated to those in need. So this practice turns a potential problem into win-win solution. So let's now look at 2 organizations in the Philippines that transform surplus food into safe meals while putting food safety culture at the center of their programs. First, Scholars of Sustenance Philippines. SOS collects surplus food from hotels, restaurants, farms, and retailers. So what sets them apart is their strict adherence to food safety. They maintain a cold chain system, transporting food only in refrigerated trucks to keep it safe. Food is carefully sorted, checked, and labeled, ensuring that only items within safe quality standards are redistributed. Staff and volunteers receive regular food safety, so training, so rescued food is handled within the same discipline as restaurant operations. So because of this strong food safety culture, SOS has already rescued more than 1 million kilos of food and turned them into over 5 million safe and nutritious meals for communities. So, and as you can see in the photo, SOS makes it clear that what they do is not pagpag. They only collect food that meets safety standards, follow strict handling and storage protocols, and work with trusted partners. This transparency builds trust and shows how deeply food safety is embedded in their mission. Second, San Miguel Corporation's Better World Tondo in partnership with Rise Against Hunger Philippines. Since 2019, San Miguel has redirected surplus and near expiry but still wholesome food to vulnerable families. Their commitment to food safety is clear. All food passes through systematic checks and organized storage facilities before redistribution. So they work with trained organizations, process to food, control families with its safe consumption period. So together, SOS Philippines and San Miguel show us that food safety customer. It's about ensuring that even surplus food given to communities meets the same high standards of safety and care. So of course, these are the challenges. We face contamination risks, it doesn't food handled stored properly, there's also need for proper tracking of surplus food so we know what's safe to use. And again, in busy kitchen environments, spend sometimes get prioritized over safety. But the good news is solutions exist. With staff training and food safety handling, risk can be reduced. Using technology like temperature and monitoring tracking system helps maintain safety from kitchen to storage. And through partnership with organizations like SOS and San Miguel, where distribution becomes safer and more efficient. So before I end, let's go back to the heart of today's discussion. Transforming leftovers into safe meals is more than just reducing waste. It's a reflection of food safety culture in action. So when we handled excess food properly, we achieve four things. We protect consumers through food safety. We promote sustainability by reducing waste, and we support communities by turning surplus into opportunity. And lastly, this is what excellence in food production and service truly looks like: safety, responsibility, and care working together. So my challenge to everyone is this: whether it's business or institutions, or even at home, let's practice these small but powerful steps, because food safety isn't just a rule to follow, it's a culture we live and pass on. Here are my references, which provided the foundation for today's discussion. If you'd like, you can take screenshot or photo of this slide so you have a reference list on hand whenever you need it. And I want to leave this message: food safety is not just a practice, it's a culture. When we pass down food traditions, let's also pass down responsibility, safety, and care in every meal we prepare and share. Thank you for your listening, and I hope this inspires all of us to value food safety not just as a rule, but as a way of life.
Thank you, Ms. Morales, for that very practical and relevant discussion. Let me emphasize what Ms. Jonalyn said. Transforming leftovers into safe meals is more than just reducing waste. It is a reflection of food safety culture in action. And now, for the last presenter and reactant for this session on food safety culture, we will be hearing from a science research specialist too, from the Ministry of Science and Technology, Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. She is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Nursing from Notre Dame University, Cotabato City. She also finished her Master of Arts in Nursing from the same university. She was the Project Technical Assistant 2 of the Project Development and Deployment of Halal Tourism Training Module and Halal Assurance System to secure halal compliance of tourism establishment under the DOST Halal Research Ecosystem for Development and Innovation Program for 2 years, focusing on BARM halal tourism. She is also a certified halal lead auditor by the Malaysian Halal Consultation and Training Agency and the International Halal Integrity Alliance. To discuss to us pitfalls of GMP violations, what to avoid in your food processing area, please help me welcome Ms. Baisamera A. Gumandal, RN Man.
Hello, good morning everyone. Thank you, Ms. Bea. I appreciate the warm introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Once again, good morning. Today, I'll be talking about the pitfalls of GMP violations and what we should avoid in our food processing areas. Thank you, Ma'am Neri and Ma'am Jonah, for that insightful discussion on food safety culture. As you mentioned, a strong food safety culture is the foundation of safe and high-quality food. Culture shapes behaviors and motivates employees and creates accountability. But along with culture, we must also look at the practical side of food safety. Compliance with standards like GMP or good manufacturing practices. Because even with the best culture, if GMP is violated in the food processing area, the risks are still high. So a single lapse in sanitation, improper storage, or poor hygiene can undo the efforts of an entire organization. So before we begin, let me walk you through the outline of today's presentation. First, I'll start by defining what GMP or good manufacturing practices actually means. Next, we'll look at some of the common pitfalls or violations that usually occur in GMP compliance. After that, I'll discuss the possible consequences when these violations happen. And finally, I'll share some strategies we can use to avoid GMP violations in our workplace. So with that outline in mind, let's begin with the definition of GMP. So what is GMP? According to the Codex Alimentarius, GMP outlines the minimum standards and operational conditions required to ensure that food produced is consistently safe, wholesome, and satisfies consumer expectation for quality. So when GMP is not followed, it can lead to unsafe food, health risks, and even business losses. In fact, according to the Department of Health, more than 1,900 students in Surigao del Sur suffered food poisoning from a durian candy due to lapses in handling and hygiene. So this shows us that culture and GMP must go hand in hand. So in my presentation, I will focus on the pitfalls of GMP violations, what we must avoid in our food processing areas, because while food safety GMP is the concrete action that proves our commitment. So let's start. One of the biggest violations is poor personal hygiene. So poor personal hygiene remains one of the most common and serious violations of GMP. So when our food handlers neglect simple but critical habits such as proper hand washing, even yung wearing ng clean uniforms, hairnets, and gloves, or refraining from eating, drinking, and smoking in the production areas, they greatly increase the risk of the food with harmful microorganisms. This is especially alarming because contamination at this stage often goes undetected until food is consumed, so leading to outbreaks of foodborne illnesses. So according to the World Health Organization, poor hygiene among food handlers is one of the leading causes diseases outbreaks globally. Similarly, the DOH reports that many local outbreaks, particularly in schools, canteens, and even in community events, originate from improper hygiene and unsanitary handling of utensils. So ensuring strict personal hygiene is therefore not only a GMP requirement, but also a fundamental responsibility in safeguarding public health. Next, another pitfall is inadequate sanitation and poor housekeeping are major violations also of GMP that compromise food safety. Unclean tables, unwashed utensils, and leftover food rest create breeding grounds for bacteria and attracts pests, which can quickly contaminate our products. For examples, imagine in our wet markets, meat and fish are often placed on wooden or dirty surfaces, making a cross-contamination highly likely. So without strict cleaning schedules and effective pest control, foodborne pathogens can spread rapidly, so endangering our consumers and damaging the trust in food establishments. So maintaining a clean and organized environment is therefore a non-negotiable standard in food safety. Next, improper handling and storage of raw materials is another common GMP violations that directly threatens our food safety. So storing our perishable items, for example, yung ating mga fresh chicken at a room temperature instead of under refrigeration, allows bacteria to multiply rapidly, especially dito sa atin sa Philippines na mainit yung climate. Similarly, placing sacks of rice directly on the floor increases the risks of pest contamination and moisture damage. To prevent these hazards, it is essentially to implement proper storage practices such as checking yung mga expiry dates natin, following yung first in and first out or the FIFO, and maintaining yung mga correct temperatures and strictly separating yung ating raw from cooked foods. Next, fourth, the equipment and facility maintenance failures are also serious GMP violation that can lead to food contamination. So broken or poorly maintained machines such as yung ating mga rusty meat grinder doon sa mga maliliit na shop, or structural issues like ceilings that drip onto the food create direct hazards. So rust, cracks, and leaks harbor bacteria and make cleaning difficult, so increasing the risk of cross-contamination. So the FDA GMP guidelines stresses that all food contact surfaces must be smooth, non-toxic, durable, and easy to clean to ensure safe operations. Regular inspection and timely repair of equipment and facilities are therefore critical to maintaining the food safety standards. Next, fifth, the incomplete documentation and poor record keeping are frequent GMP violations that weaken the food safety systems. Many establishments fail to maintain essential records such as yung mga cleaning schedules natin, temperature monitoring logs, and batch production records. So these documents are vital not only for daily operations, but also for accountability during inspections. So for example, in cases of suspected food poisoning, the DOH and other authorities require these records to trace yung mga possible sources of contamination. So without proper documentation, pag di natin to napakita, establishments cannot demonstrate compliance or verify that safety measures were followed. So the FDA emphasizes that accurate and complete documentation is a key requirement during GMP inspections, as it provides evidence of consistent safety practices. Lastly, many GMP violations happen simply because workers were not trained. A lack of training and awareness among food handlers is major cause of GMP violations. Many workers, especially sa ating mga small eateries or informal food businesses, are not properly trained on basic safety practices such as yung separating ng raw meat natin from the cooked food to prevent cross-contamination. So without the right knowledge, even well-intentioned staff can unintentionally create serious health risks. So the FDA requires all food handlers to undergo food safety training. Next, for the consequences of GMP violations, when GMP are violated, the consequences can be severe for both the consumers and the businesses. First, unsafe practices expose people to foodborne diseases, as shown in 2019, when the DOH Epidemiology Bureau recorded multiple outbreaks linked to poor hygiene and mishandling of food. So beyond health risks, establishments may face legal penalties, fines, or even closure of non-compliance. So violations can also trigger product recalls, which cause significant financial losses and disrupt supply chains. So most damaging of all is the loss of consumer trust, yun ang ayaw natin, and brand reputation. So once a company is publicly associated with foodborne illnesses, regaining customer confidence becomes extremely difficult. So how do we avoid these pitfalls? So to prevent GMP violations, establishments must take a proactive approach to food safety. Regular training for all food handlers is essential as mandated by the Food Safety Act of 2013 or the RA 10611 to ensure that our workers understand and apply safety practices. Internal audits should also be conducted to monitor compliance and identify gaps before they become risks. Another is the proper documentation such as yung ating mga logbooks, cleaning schedules, and temperature records. So they provide both accountability and proof of consistency safety measures. So above all, management must lead by example and foster a strong food safety culture throughout the organization. So the Codex and the FDA emphasizes that lasting food safety begins with clear management commitment and a shared responsibility across all staff. To conclude, we've seen how GMP violations such as poor hygiene, improper storage, or lack of documentation can quickly compromise food safety. So these pitfalls are preventable, but only if we remain vigilant and committed. As my colleague highlighted earlier, a strong food safety culture turns compliance from being just a checklist into a shared responsibility. And that's exactly where GMP comes in. It is the action that proves our culture in practice. Remember, good hygiene, sanitation, proper storage, maintenance, documentation, and training are not just rules, they protect people's lives. So food safety is not just the responsibility of one QA officer, it is the responsibility of everyone in the food chain. So when we avoid pitfalls, we are not only protecting our consumers, but also strengthening our businesses and communities. So let us carry this forward. Every good practice we follow in our processing areas is a proof of our culture in action. And when culture compliance work hand in hand, we achieve not just safety, but excellence. So let me leave you with this reminder from the World Health Organization that food safety is everyone's business. When each of us commits to safe practices, we protect not only our customers, but also our families, our colleagues, and our entire community. So I'd like to share the references I used in preparing this discussion. So these sources provide more detailed information on GMP, including the guidelines and best practices. For those of you who may want to explore the topic further, I encourage you to check these materials. They can serve as a valuable resources if you want a deeper understanding of GMP, its common challenges, and the strategies for compliance. Wabillahi tawfiq wal hidayah, and with Allah comes all success and guidance. Shukran, thank you very much for your attention. That concludes my presentation on the pitfalls of GMP violations. I now return the virtual floor to our moderator, Ms. Bea.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baisamera, for sharing those valuable reminders on good manufacturing practices. We should always remember what Ms. Baisamera said, that good hygiene, sanitation, proper storage, maintenance, the documentation and training is not just rules, they protect people's lives. Okay, we will now open the floor for questions. To our participants, type your questions in the chat box. We will try to accommodate your questions within the given time. May we invite our speakers, Ms. Neri, Ms. Jonalyn, and Ms. Baisamera, to please open their camera for the question and answer. Okay, questions are coming in to our YouTube Live. Okay. So we have viewers po, no? Let me have a shout out po, no? Shout out sa ating viewers coming from the Batangas State University. May mga viewers po tayo. Maraming viewers din po tayo from Lapu-Lapu State College. Okay, I received here a question. This is for Ma'am Mary. Okay. Question is, how can a leader demonstrate his or her commitment to building a strong food safety culture? Ma'am Mary?
Yes, thank you so much, Bea. Food safety commitment needs to start at the top management, no? Especially senior leaders. We must fully own and model the right behaviors. When the food safety mindset is visibly embraced and enacted by leaders, it communicates to all staff that these values are important. So also leaders should demonstrate full commitment through clear communications like employee training and mechanisms for reporting and acting on issues. Thank you.
Okay, a question for Ms. Jonah. Is there any risk in eating repurposed leftovers? Miss Jonah?
Thank you, Miss Bea. So yes, there's a risk if they are not handled properly. So for example, if food is left too long at room temperature or not reheated correctly, but if the proper safety steps are followed, repurposed food is safe and can still be delicious.
Thank you, Ma'am Jonah. I think this question is for Miss Bai Samera. The question is, what are the most cost-effective strategies for small food businesses to prevent GMP violations?
Okay, thank you, Miss Bea, for that wonderful question. Parang nasa Miss Universe. Okay, small businesses often worry about cost. Yun yung number one talaga natin problem, yung cost. But some preventive strategies are inexpensive yet very effective. So this include yung providing basic hygiene training for our workers, setting up a simple hand washing station with soap and water, and using labels and log sheets to track cleaning and storage. Even regular staff reminders like yung paglalagay ng mga posters about hand washing can go a long way. So by focusing on these small, consistent practices, food businesses can avoid bigger problems like food poisoning outbreaks and costly penalties. So yan po. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question po for Miss Neri. The question is coming from Sir Nasruddin Buisan. How can striking a balance between negative and positive reinforcement of behaviors be an ideal approach in building a strong food safety culture? Miss Neri?
Yeah, thank you. Very good question. No? We always think parang too much of something is not good. So too much positivity or a positive reinforcement without correction can lead to complacency. While too much negativity naman can create fear or even reduce employee engagement. So there should be a balance. It's a balanced approach. Promoting continuous learning and improvement, a culture of ownership over food safety, and also a long-term behavior change, not just compliance. Thank you.
We have here question po from our YouTube live participant from Amazing Grace de la Cruz. How do we sanitize our equipment and kitchenwares? What's the proper process of sanitation and what do we use to sanitize? I think this question is for Miss Bai Samera.
Okay, for our sanitation, we have to have the SSOP or the SSOP in place para yun yung sundin natin sa ating area. And we have to use yung mga proper sanitation materials para sa gamit natin para hindi siya mas lalong magkakos ng contamination doon sa ating gamit and doon sa ating mga product. So yun lang po. Thank you.
Another question po from our viewer in our YouTube live. Good morning, ma'am. I have question po. What changes would you suggest us to improve our safety culture? Ma'am Neri?
Thank you so much for that wonderful question. As discussed a while ago, yung food safety culture is about mindset and behavior. No? So the changes starts from the top management down the line. No? If the commitment in food safety culture is demonstrated by the top management, it communicates down the line that it is something that that should empower employees. That having a culture on food safety is very important. We could start actually on the training and engagement program, on the onboarding program, to be exact. I would say start on that area, and then it will move forward towards training and even the mindset on the awareness on hazards and control points in the processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Neri, Miss Jonna, and Miss Baisamera for your clear and insightful answers to our participants' questions. For those questions, also you may email that your questions, or we will uh, take note of these questions and we will return to you po for the interest of time. We will accommodate your questions na lang po after our webinar. So we now proceed to the next session entitled Environmental Threat Management. The resource speakers for these sessions are Mr. Noriel C. Soriano, Mr. Gemar A. Malapira, Mr. Christian Lamil C. De Leon, and Ms. Jaya Mariel B. Del Valle. To start off this session, may I introduce to you our first speaker and major presenter for this session. He is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Biology from Western Mindanao State University, Zamboanga City. He also got his Master in Business Administration degree from Philippine Christian University last 2024. He has over 10 years of experience as a quality assurance manager in the food manufacturing industry. He is a consultant for thermally processed food and an expert in food safety, quality, and food safety management. He usually conducts training on FSSC 22000, ISO, and other related training services such as HACCP, GMP, and SSOP. He is currently a food technology instructor at Batangas State University, the National Engineering University, Arasof, Nasugbu campus. He is a professional food technologist and is now in his second year as a Master in Food Safety Management student here at Philippine Women's University. To discuss to us the topic entitled Controlling the Invisible Threat, Industry-Proven Approaches to Environmental Monitoring Program in Food Facilities, let us all welcome Mr. Noriel C. Soriano, PFP, MBA.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Bea, for such a warm introduction. So it is truly an honor to be here today and to have the opportunity to share this important topic with you. And thank you everyone for joining me in this seminar entitled Controlling the Invisible Threat, Industry-Proven Approaches to Environmental Monitoring Program in Food Facility. So when we talk about food safety, much of our focus is often on the visible aspects like cleanliness of the facilities, handling practices, and product quality. But the truth is, the greatest risks are often invisible. So like microbiological and pathogen contaminations that can occur silently in our food establishment. So this is why an effective environmental monitoring program, or EMP, is a critical component of a food safety management system. So for the objective of this seminar, we have three folds. First is to discuss the strategies that help prevent microbial and pathogen contamination in the food products by implementing a well-designed EMP. So the implementation of EMP is not only about testing for the presence of microbes, but also creating a preventive culture in our facility. Second is to assess how an environmental monitoring can evaluate or validate the effectiveness of our good hygiene practices and good manufacturing practices. And finally, to identify the possible causes of microbiological contamination and to show how data from our EMP can be used to validate the effectiveness of preventive and corrective actions. Of course, this is to ensure that corrective steps are not just reactive, but effective in sustaining food safety. So an environmental monitoring program, it is a systematic approach to testing the food production environment, including food contact surfaces, as well as non-contact surfaces like the air, water, and even personal practices, for potential contamination. So the main purpose of EMP is to verify the effectiveness of our food safety program. So without EMP, contamination can remain invisible until it appears in the finished products, or worse, in the hands of our consumers. So with EMP, we can identify the early risk, we correct them quickly, and we prevent foodborne illnesses outbreaks. Now that we have set the foundation for why environmental monitoring programs are essential, let us explore their key functions and benefits in the food facilities. So these benefits are not just theoretical. So they are industry-proven approaches that strengthen both safety and efficiency. So first, EMP allows us to identify potential contaminations. So in the production environment, this could be pathogens, such as Listeria or Salmonella, or even spoilage organisms that affects product quality. Second, EMP serves as a sanitation verification tool. So they help us validate whether cleaning and sanitation processes are truly effective. So if sanitation results are consistently strong, it shows that personnel are not only trained, but also applying the practices correctly. Third, EMP plays a vital role in root cause analysis. So when contamination is detected, environmental monitoring programs help us to trace it back to the source. So identifying the true cause leads to a stronger process control, and even a cost reduction, since we avoid reoccurring problems. Fourth, EMP can also highlight equipment-related issues. So sometimes reoccurring microbiological findings point to equipment that requires maintenance or replacement. So detecting these problems, early enables us to address the minor issues before they escalate into a major safety risk. And finally, EMT provides us a hygiene data over time. So this isn't just a snapshot, So it builds a history of how clean, safe our facility truly is. So such data-driven insight will guide us to a continuous improvement and allows management to make informed decisions to raise overall hygiene standards. Now let's answer one of the very important questions: why do we need an environmental monitoring program, or EMP, in the first place? So many of the food, implicated in food pathogen related outbreaks are ready to eat products. So the risk here is especially high because consumers do not cook this product before eating. So that means there is no additional kill step, to eliminate the harmful microorganisms. So in other words, if pathogens are present, they go directly to the consumer. This is exactly where EMP plays a vital role. Environmental monitoring gives us the eye and ear to detect these invisible threats, in our facilities. So by routinely sampling the environment, such as the floors, the drains, our food contact surfaces, the conveyors, packaging areas, we can identify the early risk. We take corrective actions and protect our product from contaminations. So we need EMP because it acts as a safety net against post-processing contaminations. So it is not just about compliance, It is about protecting consumers, protecting brands, and ultimately protecting the public health. So when we talk about the potential sources of contamination in our food facilities, one of the most critical is personnel. So no matter how advanced our equipment or how strict our sanitation procedures are, people remain the major risk factor because pathogen can easily be transmitted through human contact. So another critical source of potential contamination is the raw materials, So even before they reach our processing raw materials may already carry the pathogens, no, the chemical residues, or even physical hazards that can compromise the food safety. So another potential source of contamination is the facility itself. No, the way a facility is designed, maintained, and used can either minimize or magnify the food safety risk. And another often overlooked source of contamination is the food facility. In the food facility is the utilities. No, so we have here the water, the steam, the air, no, which are critical in almost every stages of the food processing. No, but if we are not proper, if we will not properly control all of these utilities, so they can also become the carrier of microbiological, chemical, or even physical hazards. And lastly, we have the equipment, no? So equipment also serves as a potential source of contamination. So even in the most advanced food processing, machines can become contamination risk if not properly maintained, clean, and verify. No equipment that is difficult to clean or poorly sanitized can harbor biofilms, which are extremely resistant to removal and can cause reoccurring contaminations issues. And another significant, of course, we have another significant source of contamination is the pest, no? So rodents, insects, birds may seem like an external nuances, no? But inside a food plant, they can introduce pathogens, no? They can spread allergens and physically contaminate our food packaging. So we have now discussed the importance of environmental monitoring program or EMP in controlling contamination. But behind these best practices, global food safety standard also requires EMP as part of the Certified Food Safety Management System. So we have here the BRCGS, the food safety standards, which requires no sites to establish a microbiological environmental monitoring program based on risk. So it emphasizes a strong control of pathogens, especially in high risk and high care zones, such as the ready to eat areas. So the program requirements include which includes defined sampling sites, the frequency, the methods, and the evaluation of results. No, of course, we need to do the documentation and the trend analysis, which are essential to verify the facility will remain under hygienic control. So in addition to that, so appropriate control or action limit, no, shall also be defined for the environmental monitoring program. And lastly, the company also no, shall review the environmental monitoring program at least annually. And whenever there are changes in the processing conditions, the process flow, or equipment which could impact the environmental monitoring program. No, if there is also changes in the development in scientific information, no, such as if there is a new pathogen of concerns, no, and of course if there are failures of the program, no, we need to identify significant issues, no, like for example, regulatory authority test identifying positive results, no, which the site's program did not, no. And of course, no product failure for products with positive test. So you may consider the following step in building your own environmental monitoring program. First is you need to conduct a risk assessment, no? So in conducting risk assessment, we identify risk based on zones, no? So we need to break the facility into different risk zones so you can focus your monitoring efforts where it matter most. And of course, second is we need to conduct a sampling protocol we use targeted strategies. No, effective EMPs incorporate a systematic sampling of surfaces, equipment. We have the utilities like the air and water, no, with strategic rotation of sample sites to capture potential risk comprehensively. And and third, we need to define appropriate microbiological testing. No, we can use advanced testing methods. No, employing rapid or reliable methods to ensure proper identification of pathogens and spoilage organisms. And number four, we have data-driven insights. No, we leverages our data for decisions. And lastly is continuous improvement. So we take actions to keep improving. No, the best EMP don't just react to problems. No, they evolve and improve over time. Now let's dive into the detailed guidance for the implementation of EMP based on the FSSC 22000 standards. No, first, as what I have said earlier, is we need to conduct the risk assessment. So in conducting the risk assessment, so we need to define first the relevant microorganisms, including those relevant pathogens, no, spoilage, and as well as the indicator, no. So the nature of microorganisms should be considered, including the ability to survive or grow in a certain conditions. So in addition to that, specific hazards may be relevant to your food production environment. So example, for these pathogens, we have here salmonella. So commonly they are found in dry environment. We also have Listeria monocytogenes. No, they are commonly in water or cool environment, and we also have Staphylococcus aureus. No, they are commonly linked to personal hands. No, so we also have spoilage microorganisms like the yeast and molds, which can determine if there are present in our food product facilities, be conducting a air plate, no, testing. And lastly, we have the indicator microorganisms. So these indicator microbes are non-pathogenics. So such as we have here coliform, E. coli, and enterococci. So their presence in the food production facilities signals the possible presence of pathogens or contaminations in food, water, or in the environment. So their presence is used as a proxy, no, for assessing the hygienic status, process failure, and overall quality, as they are easier to detect and more abundant than many pathogens. So part of the conduct of the risk assessment is we define the environmental sampling zones. So we have 4 sampling zones. First, we have the zone 1. Zone 1 are those product contact surfaces like conveyors. No, we have utensils, employees' gloves. No, which has a direct contact to the product itself. No, we also have zone 2. So zone 2s are those non-food contact surfaces in close proximity to food and food contact surfaces. So we have here example are the machine frameworks, no, the employees' apparels, such as the aprons. We have the tables. We also have the maintenance tools, no, etc. And of course, we have the zone 3. So zone 3s are also non-food contact located in or near the processing areas. So example here are the walls. We have the floors, we have the drains, no, the moving vehicles like forklifts, hand trucks, carts, and even wheels. And lastly, we have the zone 4. Zone 4 are non-food contact surfaces outside the processing areas. No, example here are the locker rooms, the cafeteria, the finished product storage area. No, so these are just some of the examples of our zones, no, where we can emphasize in conducting the risk assessment. And of course, no, after defining the sampling zones, we define now the sampling protocol. No, so in defining the sampling protocols, we take into consideration the following: sample type, the sample tools, the sample techniques, and the sampling location or sites. And lastly, the test methods. So the test method should be specific, no, to the type of microbiological testing. So for the sampling type, we can either use a swab. We collect water samples and collect air contaminants through air plating. And for some industry, we also conduct protein swab and ATP swabs, no, for verification of cleanliness. And for the sampling tool, for the sampling tool, for swab sampling, we have the micro and the test for the presence of protein, no? So we use dry and wet cloth, swab and sponge swab. For air plating, no, we use the agar media. Then for sampling techniques, please consider the following, no? These are based on the food standard Scotland regulation, no? So for the sampling area, when using a sponge, it should be 12 by 12 inches. And when using cotton swab, at least 20 cm squared, no? So the pattern of sampling, it should be cross-hatch swabbing pattern. You can do a horizontal, vertical, or diagonal. Of course, no, we apply adequate pressure during sample collection. That is to lodge the cells from the surface. Then we have the sample, of course, as discussed earlier, we have the sample location sites, no, based on the zones of the identified sample material. So we have zone 1 for food contact surfaces, zone 2 for non-food contact surfaces in close proximity to the food and food contact surfaces. Zone 3, we have non-food contacts located in or near the processing area. And for zone 4, we have non-food contact surfaces outside the processing area. So for the test methods, for those in the SMEs, no, category, you can consider, or you may consider, the conventional method in cultivating the collected microbiological samples. So you can either perform a pour plate method or spread plate, which are both acceptable method by the FDA. So you may also consider using the rapid conventional method with Petri film, which provides results in a shorter time frame. No, for example, coliform checks, which yields results within 24 hours, compared to the traditional method, which gives the results after 48 hours. So for further information on environmental swabbing, please refer to the environmental swabbing reference provided by the Food Standard Scotland. So this resource offers a detailed guidance and best practices to ensure compliance with the implementation of your EMP and food safety. So here you can see, no, a sample hazard risk matrix, which is designed to help us determine the appropriate monitoring frequency for routine sampling in our facility. So on the vertical axis, we have the hazards, so which refers to the proximity to the food. So it is divided into three levels. High hazard, generally, there are zone 1, which is closest to the food contact surfaces. The medium hazards, which is generally are zone 2 and 3, which are near but not directly in contact with food. And we also have the low hazard. Generally, these are zone 4, no, which is farthest from the food. So on the horizontal axis, we see the probability, which refers to the difficulty of cleaning. So this is also divided into 3 categories. We have low, medium, and high. For low, these are areas that are easily to be cleaned. No, we have the medium. These are areas that are moderately difficult to clean, and the high areas that are hard to clean and therefore have a greater chance of contamination. So now each cell in the matrix is color-coded to indicate the risk level and the corresponding monitoring frequency. So red means a high risk. So this area requires a weekly monitoring. Yellow means a medium risk. So this area should be monitored in monthly basis. And for the green, means a low risk. So these areas are the lowest priority, but still require monitoring, which should be done on a weekly basis. So here's we can use the matrix. First we identify the hazard, the hazard level by determining the zone. Then next is we need to assess the probability based on the difficulty of cleaning in the area. And finally, we locate the cell where the two factor intersect. So the color will tell you the monitoring frequency required. Now, we define when sampling is conducted based on the operational practices of the organization. So sampling is conducted before cleaning to establish a baseline of microbiological load and contaminants present on the surfaces and equipment. So it is also conducted after cleaning and sanitation to verify the effectiveness of these processes and ensure that the surfaces are free from harmful pathogens. Additionally, sampling occurs pre-production check for any potential contaminants that may have been introduced after cleaning, ensuring that all equipments and surfaces are ready to be used for safe food handling. And finally, sampling is conducted during production to monitor the process in real time and also to identify any contaminations that may occur, allowing for immediate corrective actions to maintain a food safety. Then we define the appropriate methods for sample collection, storage, and transport. So it is very important that samples for microbiological testing are not contaminated during the sampling procedures. So the process must be conducted aseptically. So samples then need to be kept in same state before testing. So frozen samples remain in frozen and chilled remains in chilled. So ideally, chilled samples should be analyzed within 4 hours of sampling. In addition to that, the location, the type, the time, and the date relating to the samples must also be clearly recorded and logged. The laboratory will assign its own laboratory codes, which must be correlated with the internal sample's identity. Then we define action limits, corrective actions as proposed, and the responsibility should in any out of specification results be detected. So it should look to the organization's corrective actions and non-conformity management system. So we investigate sampling, be used as part of the root cause analysis. So in the table, you can see the recommended guidance for environmental surfaces. So you can use these references as your guide to provide you the baseline data in coming up with your recommendations and guidance for the clean environmental surfaces. Then for the recommended corrective actions for positive findings in Zone 1, you may hold the product immediately and quarantine the suspected area with restricted access. We inspect and break down the lines from the positive sites. We thoroughly clean and sanitize the affected lines and areas. We conduct operational inspections and take additional vector samples before the startup. We can also increase the sampling frequency in Zone 1 and Zone 3 from weekly to daily until the 3 consecutive negative results are obtained. Then we return to the normal routine sampling. Then Of course, no, the response team decides on the product disposition. So rework if possible or condemn, no, following regulations. So finished product testing with a negative result is not an acceptable release methods. Okay. Next is the recommended corrective actions for positive findings in zone 2. So if there is a positive result, so we need to stop the production and quarantine the affected areas, restricted areas, no, break down the lines from positive sites. We conduct pre-operational inspections and vector sampling before startup. We increase the sampling frequency in zone 2 and 3 from weekly to daily until 3 consecutive negative results are obtained, and after which we return or we can routine sampling can be resumed, no. Then for recommended corrective action for positive findings in zone 3, no. So if a positive site is detected, of course, production must be stopped if the location is close to product contact surfaces, no? So the affected area should be quarantined and access restricted where feasible. So a visual inspection and vector swabbing in zone 3 and zone 2 and 3 must be performed prior to cleaning. So the area should be thoroughly cleaned and sanitized. So before starting operation, a pre-operational inspection and vector sampling must be conducted, no? So sampling frequency in zone 2 and 3 should be increased from monthly to daily, and we maintain until 3 consecutive negative results are obtained, after which routine sampling frequency may resume. And lastly, no, for the recommended corrective actions for positive findings in zone 4, so the suspected area must be quarantined and access restricted where feasible. So a visual inspection and a vector swabbing shall be performed also in zone 4, no, including selected nearby zone 3 areas. So prior to cleaning to assess the potential spread towards the production areas. So the affected area shall then be thoroughly cleaned and sanitized. Following sanitation, we follow up vector sampling. No, it should be conducted, no, to verify the effectiveness of the sampling processes. So sampling frequency in the affected areas or zone 4 areas as well as in adjacent zone 3 sites, no, shall be increased from quarterly to daily and maintained until results allow a return to the sampling, routine sampling. So, of course, no, a regular review of the environmental monitoring program at least annually, as well as when triggers occurs as per the FSSC 22000 additional requirements. So please take note that a consistent negative results may be due to false negative, no, being obtained. So false negative can be due to incorrect testing methods and incorrect sampling techniques. And lastly, we have continuous improvements. No, this shall be driven through proper documentations and regular training to ensure consistency and knowledge retention across all levels of the organization. So leveraging technologies will enhance our monitoring, data collection, and decision making, allowing for a more efficient and accurate process. So at the same time, no, fostering a culture of proactivity will empower employees to identify the risk. No, we suggest improvements and we take ownership of the food safety and quality practices. No, ensuring that the improvements are sustained over time. So as we concluded this seminar on controlling the invisible threat, industry-proven approaches to environmental monitoring program in the food facilities, let us remember that the food is not just about compliance. So it is about responsibility. So an effective environmental monitoring program is our shield against the invisible threats that endangers not only our products and brands, but also the health and trust of the consumers as we serve. No? By committing to systematic monitoring, timely corrective actions and continuous improvement, we transform our facilities into safer, more resilient environments. So let us continue building a safer food industry for all. So I think that's the end of my presentation. I have provided all the references. You may check it if you want to uh, to come up with your own environmental monitoring program. So thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias. Y vaya con Dios.
Thank you very much, Sir Noriel, for that very informative presentation. Let me repeat what Sir Noriel said, that continuous improvement shall be driven through proper documentation and regular training to ensure consistency and knowledge retention across all levels of organization. And now for our next topic for this session on environmental threat management. Our speaker and first reactant for this session is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Fisheries from Don Mariano Memorial State University. He's been a project assistant at Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources Region 1 from 2017 to 2022, and a trainer on aquaculture at the Testa Bangi Institute of Technology from 2021 to 2023. He is now currently an instructor at Mariano Marcos State University, La Union Campus, a registered fisheries technology, and now in his second year in a Master in Food Safety Management here at Philippine Women's University. He will share a talk on microplastic in the Philippine food, emerging threats to public health and food safety. Please join me in welcoming our reactant for this session, Mr. Gemma A. Malapira, RF.
So hello. So thank you po Ma'am Bea for that introduction. So yan, good morning everyone. I am Gemma Malapira and I'll be sharing insights on microplastics in Philippine food, threats to public health and food safety. So earlier, Mr. Noriel Soriano presents controlling the invisible threat, environmental monitoring in food facilities. So he focused on microbes, unseen yet dangerous. Today, I extend the conversation to another invisible hazards, which are the microplastics. So like microbes, they are hidden and persistent. But unlike microbes, they cannot be killed or disinfected. So once they enter the environment, they stay and accumulated. So like microbes, microplastics demand monitoring and preventive action. So this figure shows how plastic pollution connects directly to what we eat and drink. Plastic waste breaks down into microplastics, which move into soils, rivers, seas, and finally into our food, such as in seafood, crops, drinking water, and even packaging. So once ingested, these particles accumulate in the body, raising health safety concerns. With this context, my talk has three goals. So, my talk has three goals. First is to highlight the presence and risk of microplastics in Philippine food. Second is to explain their exposure pathways and health concerns. And lastly is to recommend steps for integrating microplastic monitoring into food safety system. So let's begin with the bigger picture. The Philippines is among the top 3 global contributors of marine plastic waste, releasing up to 5.5 million metric tons yearly, and about 20% ends up in the ocean. Without action, this could rise to 9 to 11 million tons by 2040. Locally, much of this breakdowns into microplastics, and now detected in Philippine seafood, salt, sugar, and water. This means that plastic problem is not only environmental, it's already on our dining table. So, next slide, please. So, what is microplastics? Microplastics are plastic particles less than 5 millimeters in size. So they appear as fibers, fragments, films, foams, pellets, or microbeads. So what makes them a hazard is their persistence. So unlike microbes that may die, these plastics fragment but never disappear. They remain for decades and enter food chains. So this persistence is why they are now recognized as an emerging food safety hazard. So this figure shows how plastic transform into microplastics in the environment. So nakikita natin in red color are the sources of microplastics, which are the textiles, hygiene products, bags or the plastic bags, bottles, even fishing nets and lines, tire dust, and industrial pellets. Some are directly released, others slowly fragment. While the blue, highlighted in blue, pathways. So the pathways are the microplastic spread runoff, wastewater, landfill leakage in farm drainage, and even by wind and rain. And lastly, the fate of this microplastic as highlighted in black. So once in the environment, plastic break down slowly, so they undergo fragmentation. So packaging materials may fragment in a year, but construction plastics can last 30 to 50 years before degrading, according to studies. So once fragmented, these microplastics may directly or indirectly ingested by living organisms such as fishes. So the key message is plastic never disappears. It only transforms into microplastics that contaminate food system for generations. So as shown in the last slide, that they were fragmented and ingested by living organisms that includes human. So this diagram connects the cycle back to us. Plastics from packaging, textiles, or fishing gear leak into the environment, fragment into microplastics, and contaminate water, seafood, and crops. In the end, what we throw away today comes back to us tomorrow. So completing the cycle of plastic pollution. Now, there are recent studies confirming that microplastic are now in our Philippine food. Examples are this, some Philippine staple food, such as in salt, which according to a study, there is 471 particles of microplastic per kilo. In white sugar, there is 20 per kilo. Brown sugar, 67 per kilo. Rice, there is 5 per kilo. And microplastic also contaminated in some staple fish. First, in sardines, wherein a study in northern Mindanao confirms 85% of the sample contain microplastics. And milkfish, a study in milkfish aquaculture in Butuan has 97% of the milkfish sample contain microplastics. So this shows microplastics are not just a global issue, They're already in our everyday diet. So this image illustrates where microplastic go once inside us. The entry routes, as you can see, in highlighted in blue. First is through inhalation, through airborne microplastics from textiles and tires, through ingestions or dietary intake, through food, water, salt, and seafood, as shown in the figure. So it is also through dermal absorption from cosmetics and personal care products. So with that, they are detected now in the brain, lungs, bloods, liver, kidneys, placenta, and other parts of the body as shown in the figure. So in this figure shows the health problems when microplastic accumulated in our body. Once inside our body, studies show several health risks. First, shown in the figure is liver toxicity. Microplastic cause oxidative stress, disrupting metabolism and leading to liver damage. Second is through digestive toxicity. As this microplastic interferes with nutrient absorption and gut microbiota balance. And reproductive toxicity. Particles now found in ovaries and uterus that can, according to study, reduce fertility. Fourth is immune problem, or there is immune disruption. There is an abnormal immune responses, inflammation, or suppression. And lastly is cancer risk. Microplastic carry carcinogenic chemicals that raise long-term cancer risk. In short, these microplastics are not just pollutants, they are toxic agents affecting multiple systems in the body. So despite the growing risk, there are still no standardized monitoring methods for microplastic in food facilities. In fact, Philippine exposure data remains limited. For instance, some studies have reported microplastics in Philippine food, but there still lack risk assessment tools that could help industries evaluate the impact on food safety and consumer health. So what can we do right now? So first, we must monitor these key commodities such as seafood, salts, waters, and packaging. Second is add microplastic testing in supplier requirements. Third is update SSOPs to food facilities to reduce plastic from equipment, facilities, packaging, or personnel into food during processing. But the bigger picture is the way forward. So we need to develop national guidelines and standardized methods. Second, we must strengthen preventive controls, recognizing plastics as an emerging hazard, not just an environmental issue. So in addition, there is an urgent need to build laboratory capacity for microplastic detections. And finally, we must push for multi-stakeholder collaboration, such as with FDA, BIFAR, DNR, academia, and industry, all working together. In short, addressing these gaps will help us align with global food safety modernization efforts and protect both our environment and consumers. So to conclude, microplastics are invisible but already present in our food system. So like microbes, they are urgent food safety threats. So the call to action is clear. We must improve our monitoring, reduce plastic waste by strengthening our solid waste management, and strengthen our food safety system. So ensuring food safety means adapting to new invisible threats before they become visible crises. With timely action, we can safeguard both public health and food security. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for joining this session. So let us move forward together towards safer food, healthier people, and a more sustainable Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Jemar, for highlighting this timely issue. Repeating what Sir Jemar said, that food safety is about adapting to new invisible threats before they become visible crises. Moving on to our third presentation for this session, our next speaker is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Food Technology from Don Mariano Marcos State University, La Union Campus. He is now an instructor at Benguet State University, La Trinidad Campus. He is also in his second year as Master in Food Science student here at Philippine Women's University to discuss to us the effect of climate change in food systems. Please let us give a warm welcome to our another major presenter for this session, Mr. Christian Lamil C. De Leon.
All right. So thank you so much, Ma'am Bea, for that warm introduction. So before I start, may I request a virtual heart or a thumbs up if I am visible or audible? All right. So thank you for those responses. So good day, everyone. I truly appreciate the opportunity to be here with you all today. And I'm excited to share some insights about the of climate change in the food system from farm to fork. And before we dive into the topic, let me how is climate change already affecting the food we grow, buy, or eat every day? So just imagine the way shifting weather patterns and extreme events might be reshaping what ends up on our plate. So that's exactly what we'll uncover together in this session. Okay. So for my introduction, so climate change significantly impacts our food system from how crops are grown to how food reaches our table. So this presentation explores the journey from farm to fork and challenges faced along the way. So again, climate change affects not just the environment, but also our food. So for example, it becomes harder to do farming when there is extreme heat or too much rain. So crop fails, livestock suffer, and even food prices go up. So that is why in this discussion, we will go step by step from farming, processing, distribution, up to food safety and security so that we can see the impact of this climate change. So now let's talk about the effects of climate change at the farm level, specifically in crop production. So rising temperature affects our crop growth cycle. So crops have their own ideal temperature ranges for growing. So when the temperature rises beyond this, it shortens their growth cycle. So for example, rice or corn may mature earlier than expected, but with a smaller yield. So imagine planting corn and expecting it to grow for 90 days. But because of extreme heat, it ripens in just 70 days, no? So producing fewer kernels and lower overall harvest. And next is the drought reduces water availability for irrigation. So in many farming areas, water for irrigation comes from rivers or dams. So, but when droughts hit, these water sources dry up. So it leaving farmers unable to irrigate their fields. So for instance, in Nueva Ecija, a major rice producing province in the Philippines. So El Nino droughts cost billions of pesos in crop losses because of this irrigation system could not provide enough water. And next is the pests and diseases faster in warmer climate. So warmer temperature creates the perfect environment for pests and plants diseases to thrive. So think about how mosquitoes multiply faster in hot weather. So that's similar to how pests like locust or fungal diseases spread in farmland. So this means the farmers work hard to grow, be destroyed overnight. So for example, fungal diseases in corn and peanuts can lead to the aflatoxin contamination, making them unsafe to eat. And for the next or for the effects section, it reduces a nutritional quality of the staple crops due to our higher carbon dioxide levels. So this is actually interestingly, so while more carbon dioxide can make plant grow faster, so it also lower their nutritional content. So wheat, rice, and maize grown under higher carbon dioxide levels. So it have been found to contain less protein, iron, and zinc. So this is actually alarming because millions of people, especially in the developing countries, rely on these staple crops as their main source of nutrition. And next is the greater risk of fungal contamination leading to harmful mycotoxins. So another hidden danger in the rise in fungal contamination. So when weather patterns shift from drought to sudden heavy rains, grains like corn and nuts often develop molds that produce toxins known as the mycotoxins. So these are invisible and harmful when consumed. So for example, outbreaks of aflatoxin contamination in peanuts have been linked to increased liver cancer risk in some regions. Okay, and now to make this idea more concrete, let's look at an example. So in the Philippines, farmer in Nueva Ecija experienced severe drought and heat due to the El Nino. So their crops dried up, irrigation stopped, and even hydro power plants couldn't operate. So this led to billions of pesos in losses. So this shows how climate events directly impact our food supply and farmer livelihood. So, but more than that, the numbers, this is about the people or families who depend on their farms to live. So it shows us how climate change events can directly affect our food supply and the livelihood for those who work so hard to put our table. So it's a reminder that what happens to our environment always come back to us. Okay. So now let's move on to how climate change affecting our livestock and fisheries. So the first one is heat stress reduces livestock productivity. So when animals are exposed to extreme heat, they eat less, they drink more, and produce less. So for example, dairy cows in Masbate suffered during El Nino, a heat wave. So their milk production dropped to less than 100 liters a day because the heat index reached as high as 42 degrees Celsius. So that means farmers not only lost income, but communities also had less milk supply. The excess heat and carbon dioxide warmer and more acidic, which disrupt marine ecosystems. So coral reefs and nurseries of the sea begin to die, and fish that depend on them, like the groupers and reef fish, decline. So for coastal communities in the Philippines, this means less catch and higher seafood prices. And next is to increase risk of livestock diseases. So hot and humid environment also promote the spread of animal diseases. So heat-stressed animals have a weaker immune system, making them more vulnerable. So for example, hog farms often see outbreaks of swine diseases during hot spells. So while poultry farmers struggle with bird flu, is spreading faster in warmer, crowded conditions. And next, for the effects, rising ocean temperature increases harmful algal blooms impacting our seafood safety. So in fisheries, warming seas trigger harmful algal blooms. So what we call the red tide. So just this year, BFAR raised alerts in Bolinao and Anda, banning shellfish sales because they were contaminated with these toxins. That meant fisher folks lost their income and families couldn't eat their usual seafood safely. Okay, so to give you a clearer picture of this point, so let me share again an example. So a case in Masbate shows this clearly. A dairy farm there struggled during El Nino because milk output dropped to less than 100 liters per day due to that heat stress on cows. So with extreme heat, animals also eat less, which directly lowers their productivity. So this affects farmers' income and food availability. And another example is for fisheries or fishers and actually, the fishers also face challenges. So like what I mentioned a while ago in Bolinao and Anda. So shellfish like oyster and clams were contaminated with these toxins due to the red tide caused by warming seas. So this made seafood unsafe to eat and affected the livelihoods of our fishing communities. Okay. So these stories actually remind us that climate change touches every part of our food system, from the cows that gives us milk to the shellfish gathered along our coast. So at the heart of it all, people working hard to provide food, yet we are still facing risks that grow. So as the climate keeps changing. And next, so after production, food goes through processing and storage, and climate change affects this stage too. And for the first one, extreme weather disrupt processing facilities. So when typhoons or flood hit, they don't just damage crop in the field. So they also shut down processing plants. So for example, when strong typhoons hit in Mindanao, many coconut processing facilities had to stop their operation, delaying the production of coconut oil and export. This leaves both farmers and factory workers without income. And next is the higher temperature affects food preservation. So heat makes it harder to keep food fresh, like the meat, fish, and dairy. It spoil faster in hot condition if storage isn't adequate. So in fact, studies show salmonella and the E. coli multiply rapidly in warm temperature, which increases the risk of foodborne illnesses. So for instance, wet markets in Metro Manila struggle to keep meat fresh during summer heat waves. And next is the energy demand for refrigeration increases. So as temperature rises, cold storage facilities and refrigerators have to work harder. So this means higher electricity costs for both businesses and the household. So in the Philippines, the Department of the Agriculture invested around 3 billion pesos in renewable powered cold storage facilities to reduce post-harvest losses of vegetables and high-value crops. So this project aims to help the farmers keep their produce fresh and prevent spoilage before reaching the market. And under the effects section, so it has a higher risk of the microbial growth during processing and storage. Again, when food isn't stored at the right temperature, microbes like the salmonella and the E. coli can multiply quickly. So that's why outbreaks of food poisoning often spike during summer months when it's harder to control storage condition. And the last for the effects is the heat and humidity and spoilage, reducing the shelf life and freshness. So think of fruits and vegetables left in a hot warehouse. So they will rot and lose their quality within the days. And without proper cold storage, farmers often lose a big share of their harvest before it even gets to the consumer. So that's why in strengthening our cold chain system is crucial in adapting to our climate change. Okay. So amid these challenges, there are also efforts to strengthen our food system and help farmer cope up with the climate impact. So the Philippine, again, no, the Philippine government, especially or specifically the Department of Agriculture, is investing in cold storage facilities. With this, vegetables and fish can be stored properly, reducing waste and keeping food safe for consumers. So renewable energy will also make this system more sustainable. Okay. So now let's look at how climate change affects our food distribution and the entire supply chain. So the first one is road and infrastructure damage by flood or storm. So when extreme weather strikes, so it doesn't just destroy our crops, so it also damages the every roads and bridges needed to deliver our food. So for example, during severe flooding in Maguindanao del Sur. So over 100 barangays were submerged, making it impossible for trucks to transport rice and vegetables. So families had to rely on relief operation just to eat. And next is higher fuel costs from climate impacts and affects transport. No, so climate change also rises transportation costs. So floods, landslide, and extreme heat make fuel distribution more difficult. So driving up fuel prices. So when fuel prices rise, transporting goods becoming more expensive, and those costs gets passed onto the consumers in the form of higher food prices. And next is it increased risk of food shortage in the vulnerable regions. So when supply chains are disrupted, food doesn't reach the people who need it most. So in flood-affected areas, families often end up borrowing food or depending entirely on the relief packs. So in some cases, farmer can even sell their harvest because of transport routes are cut off, leading to both food waste and hunger at the same time. And for the effects section, no, flood and storm increases the risk of contamination in stored and transported food. So when food is stranded in trucks or warehouses because of the bad roads, it's often exposed to heat, humidity, or even flood water. So this leads to contamination and spoilage. So for instance, rice stored in flooded warehouse can quickly develop molds, making it unsafe to eat. Okay. And for example, I'll just give this again an example. So massive floods in Maguindanao, no, destroyed crops and displaced thousands of people. So families had to rely again on borrowed food. So this shows how climate change disrupt food access, not just the food production. And I just wanted to give this an example as well. No, and I know some of you will relate, especially those who are paying their taxes, no, regarding the flood control projects here in the Philippines. So billions of pesos have been allocated for dikes, drainage system, and dredging projects, yet every year Metro Manila and other places still suffers from massive floods. So the intention is to protect lives and property, but corruption often diverts resources away from real solution and leaving communities vulnerable year after year. Okay, so now let's talk about the food security and nutrition. This is actually the two areas heavily impacted by the climate change. So the first one is it reduce crop yields, threaten food availability. No, so when climate change causes droughts, floods, or extreme heat, harvest shrinks. For example, the El Nino in Nueva Ecija, it destroyed actually hectares of rice, cutting supply and leaving farmers with a massive losses. So with less food being produced, the threat of hunger increases, especially in the rural areas. And next is price increases make healthy food less accessible. So when supply goes down, of course, prices goes up. So, and the poorest families suffer the most. So in Metro Manila, no, prices recently hit around 42 pesos to 54, the government to release buffer stock So, and instead they rely on cheaper but less nutritious meals. Okay. And next is the malnutrition risk in low-income communities. No, so because because the healthy food becomes too expensive, many low-income iron and zinc that are critical for growth. Climate change isn't just about food scarcity. It's about the nutrition crisis, especially for the poorest sectors. Okay. And for the effects section, so food security includes not just the availability, but also the access to safe and nutritious food. So food might be available in the market, but if people cannot afford it, true food security doesn't exist. So that's why prices spikes are so dangerous. So they lock out the most vulnerable families from accessing the nutritious meals. And next is the declines in nutritional value of crops and increased foodborne risk worsen malnutrition. So studies shows that their carbon dioxide level reduces again protein and mineral content in staples like the rice and wheat, and add to the the rise of foodborne illness during extreme heat. And if you have communities not only eating less but also eating food that less nutritious and sometimes unsafe. Okay. So next is rising food prices, or I just wanted to give this again an example, no, related to the topic, no. So rises food prices are one of the biggest challenges in keeping our food system stable. So rice inflation is actually a good example. So in recent years, rice prices stayed high in the Philippines due to the climate-related supply issues. So when food is expensive, people shift to cheaper, less nutritious option, which affects their health in the long run. So this reminds us now that the climate doesn't just affect the farms, it affects our plates, our wallets, and even the well-being of our entire community. So it shows how deeply food, health, and the environment are connected, and why addressing this challenges requires both immediate action and that we've talked about how climate events on another key aspect. So the quality of the food itself. No, so climate it can also change the nutritional value of the product from animals. So on this slide, no, or in this section, you'll see some of the main ways food quality is being affected. So the first one is the nutritional value decline. So again, when carbon dioxide level in the atmosphere are high, yes, it helps our crops grow faster, but the downside is that their nutrient decreases. So for example, rice and wheat grown under a high carbon dioxide level condition have less protein, iron, and zinc. So even if we eat a lot, the nutrition is still lacking. So imagine eating a bowl of rice today. So, but it has a less protein compared to the rice from 20 years ago. You may feel full, but the nutrients are not enough. Okay. Next is the post-harvest losses. So when it is hot and humid, food spoils more quickly. So you know how mangoes or bananas sometimes develop the brown spot after just a day outside. So that's what we call the accelerated spoilage. So climate change makes it worse. So more food is wasted, and this is called the post-harvest losses. So for farmers, it means losses because not everything can be sold for consumers. It means there is less supply, which result to higher prices. Okay. Next is under the sensory quality. So for food quality is not just about nutrition, but also the taste, texture, and the appearance. So when it is too hot or there is not enough water, crops can change. For example, tomatoes grown in water-stressed condition becomes less juicy and sometimes tasteless. And rice, on the other hand, can become chalky or break apart easily when cooked. So even if food is still available, it may no longer be as delicious more appetizing, and we know people often judge food by its appearance and taste before eating it. Okay, so this is still under the quality or food quality, no? Next is the food quality po. Food quality. Okay. Under the livestock products po. All right. So even animals no are affected when cows are constantly exposed to heat. The quality of their milk decreases, like what I've mentioned a while ago in Masbate. No, the fat content becomes lower. And in the case of meat, when animals are stressed, their muscle composition changes, which can sometimes make the meat tougher. So, for example, beef from heat-stressed cattle may not taste the same or may be less tender. So you can see it is not only plants that are affected, but also the animals. So climate change makes our food less nutritious, easier to spoil, less tasty, and even lower in quality from animals. So this is why it is very important to do better farming and storage practice to protect food quality. Okay. So we've looked at how climate change affects quality of food. Now let's talk about another equally important issues under food safety. The first one is the microbial contamination. So warmer temperature encourages again the bacterial growth. So for example, pathogens like Salmonella and the E. coli. So they thrive in hot and humid conditions. So that is why if storage is not proper, they multiply and grow more quickly. So imagine if the chicken left outside overnight, will get a food poisoning right away. So with the climate change making it hotter, no, happening are even higher even during the food production and transport. And next is the mycotoxins and fungal growth. So another problem is mold or fungi. So when there is a drought followed by sudden heavy rains, no, crops like corn, peanuts, or rice get wet. So which encourages fungal growth. So this mold produces again the mycotoxins. It is a very harmful. And for example, peanuts stored in dump warehouse, no, it can develop aflatoxin if they are made into peanut butter and not detected. So they become dangerous to consume. Okay. Next is the seafood safety. No, so warmer seas promote harmful algal blooms. So you probably know this as the red tide. So when red tide occurs, no, shellfish like the mussels and oyster absorb toxins. So when eaten by humans, it can cause paralysis or even death. So that is why BFAR always issues advisories whenever there is a red tide. Okay. Next is the chemical contaminants. No, because of the climate stress, no, farmers sometimes use more pesticides to protect their crops. So the problem is this leads to higher pesticide residues on fruits and vegetables. So for example, if lettuce or apples are not washed properly, you might ingest the harmful chemicals. So over time, no, these residues can cause health problems. Okay, and lastly, the infrastructure risk. So floods and storm damage storage and supply chains. So for example, if a warehouse full of rice gets flooded, it can be contaminated with the sewage water. So even if it is dried, there is still a risk of contamination. That is why infrastructure resilience is very crucial. Okay. So after exploring all the challenges climate change brings to our food system, it's equally important to focus on the good news or the brighter side. So there are practical and effective ways to respond. So here are some sustainable solutions that aim to protect our harvest, improve food security, and support commodities while caring the environment. The first one is the climate smart agriculture or the CSA. So what we can do first is to promote climate smart agriculture. So this means farming practice that adapts to climate change. So for example, using drought resistant rice varieties. So practicing water saving irrigation such as drip irrigation or planting cover crops. We used to just plant without much consideration, but now we need smart farming so that even with drought or heavy rain, we can still have a harvest. Okay. Next is promoting resilient and indigenous crops. No, so instead of depending only on imported or sensitive crops, we can support local and climate. So for example, cassava and resistant and can survive even in less ideal weather conditions. So if people get used to eating this, we will be less dependent on vulnerable crops like the wheat. Okay. And next is the reducing food waste and improving efficiency. So did you know that 1/3 of all food produced worldwide just goes to waste? So it's either spoiled or gets thrown or not consumed. So if we reduce food waste, more people can be fed without producing additional food. So for example, by using proper storage or buying only what we need. So if the system is more efficient, we can feed more people and reduce our environmental stress. And last, food system. So we need actually strong policies from our government. So farmers, infrastructure must be built stronger against diets and sustainable production. So example, giving subsidies for organic farming or supporting farm to market roads to reduce losses. Okay. So before we conclude, no, I just wanted to give this saying to everyone for some reflection. Okay. So climate change threatens our field and table. So act now to protect both harvest and hunger. So this saying remind us that climate change doesn't just affect the environment, so it directly impacts our food supply. So when extreme heat, drought, or flood damage our field, harvest shrinks. So this means less food on our tables and more people at risk of hunger. So by acting now, we protect both farmers who grow our food and the families who depend on it. So again, no, climate change really affects every stages of our food system, from how we grow our crops, raise animals, and process food to how it delivers to the consumer. So as you can see, this is not only about the food production, but also about food quality, safety, and security. So this means all of us are affected. So from farmers to the consumers. So, but the good news is, again, there is always a solution. So with the sustainable practices such as the climate, smart agriculture, promoting local resilient crop, reducing food waste, and implementing strong policies, we can protect our food supply. And again, no, climate change is a challenge, but we are capable of adapting and finding solutions. So every small action matters. So whether supporting local farmers, choosing sustainable food, or simply reducing food waste at home. So remember, guys, no, food security is not just about having enough food, but making sure it is safe, nutritious, and accessible for everyone now and in the future. So that's why, as a responsible citizen, we all have a role to play. So thank you everyone for listening. And I hope that this discussion will give you an impact to act now. And for the next slide, no, I do have here some references. So if you wanted to have a further readings, you can just simply visit these references. So thank you again for listening, and that's it for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Christian, for sharing your expertise with us. I agree with Sir Christian that climate change really is a challenge, but we can do something about it, big or small. For our fourth and final talk on our session on environmental threat management, let me introduce to you our speaker and last reactant for this session. She is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Food Technology from Bulacan State University Main Campus. She has been with the Department of Science and Technology Region 3 as Project Technical Assistant since 2023, handling projects such as Regional Grant-in-Aid Program and facilitating seminars on food safety in Central Luzon. She is a professional food technologist and also a licensed chemical technician. She is now in her second year as a Master of Food Safety Management student here at Philippine Women's University. To discuss to us her topic, Feeding the Future, Building Resilient Food System in a Changing World. Please give me a warm welcome to Ms. Jaya Mariel B. Del Valle. Okay, while waiting for Ms. Jaya, let me acknowledge our viewers for today's webinar. We have from Emperador Distillers Incorporated. Nandyan po sila ngayon sa kanilang conference room watching our webinar. We also have viewers from Ministry of Science and Technology, BARM. From MOST Special Geographic Area, we also have viewers from Batangas State University. And also may viewers din po tayo, mga students po ni Professor John Carl Indioco of the Hospital Management Program of Polytechnic College of the City of Maykawayan. Nandyan po sila ngayon. 46 students ni Prof nanonood po ngayon sa atin. We also have from Pastel de Oro Food Corporation. Share heart reactions naman po tayo. Okay. So again, let us welcome Ms. Jaya Mariel B. Del Valle.
Okay. Thank you po, Ma'am Bea, for the introduction. And good morning, everyone, especially to our participants viewing us here via YouTube. So today I will discuss how we can build resilient food systems that adapt, recover, and continue to feed us in a changing world. So the question we must answer is, how do we ensure that the future generation are fed not just with enough food, but also with food that is safe, nutritious, and sustainably produced? So next po. Thank you po. So as we consider the future of food, we cannot overlook the impact of climate change. So according to our previous speaker, Sir Christian De Leon, climate change significantly impact our food system. So from how crops are grown to how food reaches our tables. So more frequent typhoons, prolonged droughts, and unpredictable rainfall patterns are already disrupting farming communities worldwide. So these climate impacts lead to crop losses, declining yields, unstable food markets, and even spikes in food prices. So in short, climate change directly threatens food security. So this is why building resilient food system is so important. So a resilient food system can continue functioning even in the face of shocks. So whether these shocks come from nature or in our markets or society. So as FAO stresses, resilience is the link between food security and sustainability. So it ensures we feed people today without compromising our tomorrow. So now when we talk about resilient food system, we often describe them through 4 key elements. So first, let's start with shock. So this is when a sudden disruption hits the food system. So it could be a drought, flooding, pest outbreak, conflict, or even a pandemic like COVID-19. So these shocks can disrupt food production, supply chains, and access to nutritious food. So next comes adaptation. So a resilient food system doesn't just wait for the shock to pass, so it adjusts. So for example, farmers might shift to drought-tolerant crops, diversify into livestock and vegetables, or use digital tools to connect directly with their markets. So adaptation is the system's way of learning and adjusting to minimize damage. So after that, we have the recovery. So this is the system's ability to bounce back after the shock. So it is about restoring productivity, rebuilding supply chains, and ensuring that communities regain access to safe and affordable food. So the quicker and more effective the recovery, so the less long-term harm is caused. And finally, we have the stability. So this is the ultimate goal of a resilient food system. So a food system that remains reliable and sustainable over time. So even when shock keeps coming, stability means consistent production, steady market access, and reliable availability of nutritious food for all. So, in short, resilience is not just about surviving one crisis, but about continuously learning, adapting, and strengthening the system so it can withstand future challenges. So, for the strategies for building resilience, so why do we need a resilient system? So, according to the World Bank and the United Nations, the world's population is projected to reach around 9.8 billion by 2050. So, which means our food demand will rise dramatically. So, at the same time, face challenges such as climate change, environmental degradation, and socio-economic disruptions. So now we have the strategies for building resilience. Next, please. So one of the most effective strategies for resilience is what the FAO calls the climate smart agriculture, or the CSA. So the CSA rests on three pillars. So we have the adaptation, helping farmers adjust to the impact of climate change. Next is the mitigation, reducing the greenhouse gas emission from farming. And productivity, ensuring we can still produce enough food for a growing population. So let me explain how this works in practice. So first, through the climate resilient crop varieties. So scientists are developing drought tolerant crops in Africa, flood-resistant rice in Asia, and even heat-tolerant wheat in South Asia. So these crops help farmers maintain yields even when conditions are harsh. So second, the precision farming technologies are making agriculture more efficient. So with tools like soil sensors and satellite data, farmers can apply just like the right amount of water and fertilizer to their crops. So third, we have the integrated pest management. Combines natural pest control, crop rotation, and targeted pesticides used to reduce crop losses while avoiding a heavy chemical dependence. So this is not only protects yield, but also safeguards our ecosystem. So what makes a CSA powerful is that it doesn't just respond to crisis, it also builds long-term capacity. So it helps farmers adapt today, reduce emissions for tomorrow, and improves productivity to feed the world in 2050. So next, we have the sustainable resource management. So sustainability starts with how we manage the natural resources that food system depend on. So as mentioned again by our previous speaker, a rising temperature affect crop growth cycles. And drought reduces water availability for irrigation. So hence, soil health is also critical. So according again to FAO, every year the world loses about 24 billion tons of fertile soil due to erosion and unsustainable practices. So techniques like crop rotation, cover cropping, and reduced tillage help restore soil fertility and maintain long-term productivity. So second, the water management. So agriculture accounts for about 70% of global freshwater withdrawals. So with increasing droughts and competing demands, we must use water more efficiently. So smart irrigation system, rainwater harvesting, and recycling wastewater for agriculture can significantly reduce water stress. So third is we need to protect our ecosystems. So healthy forests, wetland, and pollinators are vital for food production. And protecting biodiversity is not optional. It is very essential for food resilience. So in short, sustainable resource management means producing food while regenerating the very ecosystem that sustains us. Next. Next is the diversification. So resilient food system must also be diverse and flexible. So as mentioned by our previous speaker, heat stress reduces livestock productivity. So one, ocean warming and acidification threatens our fish stocks, and climate change increases risk of livestock diseases. Next, we have the stronger supply chain. So supply resilience is also crucial. So the COVID-19 pandemic showed us how fragile global supply chains can be. So localized food systems like farmers market, community supported agriculture, and regional cold storage shorten the distance between producers and consumers. So this reducing waste and increasing stability. So based on the World Bank, they emphasizes that resilient supply chains are as important as resilient farms. So without them, food can rot in the field while people go hungry. So diversification ensures that when one part of the food system is disrupted, others can compensate and keeping the food flowing. Okay, next we have the food safety and nutrition. Climate change increases the risk of contamination. Rising temperatures and floods promote the spread of foodborne pathogens like Salmonella and E. coli. And it also increased aflatoxin contamination in crops. So this creates both health and trade risk. Therefore, a stronger food safety system are critical. So governments need robust monitoring, certification, and early warning systems. So at the same time, we must focus also on our nutrition. So today, over 3 billion people worldwide cannot afford a healthy diet. So encouraging balanced diet rich in fruits, vegetables, and proteins improve human resilience against disease and reduce long-term healthcare costs. So the FAO calls this as the triple win. So food safety protects health, good nutrition builds resilience, and sustainable diets reduce environmental pressure. So food system must be designed to deliver not just more food, but safer and healthier food for everyone. Delving more, we have the policy, governance, and collaboration. So no transformation is possible without supportive policies. Governments must provide incentives for sustainable farming, creating safety nets, and offer helpful programs to our farmers. So global cooperation is also essential through our sustainable development goals. Partnership also matters as public-private collaboration bring together government, private businesses, researchers, and farmers to accelerate innovation and spread solutions. For the community engagement, resilience also starts at the community level. So farmer needs training and access to new knowledge. Consumers need awareness about sustainable diets and reducing food waste. So indigenous and traditional knowledge must also be respected. So for example, they have the rotational cropping and water harvesting practices which have sustained their communities for centuries. So engaging communities ensures that resilience is not imposed but built together. Next, we have the technology and innovation. So as we all know, technology is a power driver of resilience. So we have the digital agriculture using the AI, drones, and satellite monitoring, which help our farmers to make better decisions in farming and agriculture. Biotechnology, improving our crops, developing crops with resistant disease and providing better nutrition such as yung biofortified rice and such. Next is the renewable energy. So solar powered irrigation and biogas from farm waste reduce cost and environmental impact. So technology allows us to produce more with fewer resources, which is also a necessity in a changing climate. So next, to conclude our discussion for today, so feeding the future requires more than producing food. So it requires a rethinking how food is grown, distributed, and consumed. So the way forward is clear. We must invest in climate-smart agriculture, protect and restore natural resources, diversify food sources and supply chains, harness our technology and innovation, strengthen the policy and the collaboration, and engage communities at every step of the way. So here are the references where you can check more details about the topic. So this ends my presentation for this morning. Thank you everyone for listening to this session. So as the FAO remind us, resilient food system ensure that what we eat today does not compromise what we can eat tomorrow. So again, thank you everyone for your presence, as it shows a shared commitment to learning and contributing to our stronger food future.
Thank you so much, Ms. Del Valle, for that informative presentation. Again, Ms. Del Valle said that feeding the future requires more than just producing food. It requires rethinking how food is grown, distributed, and consumed. Okay, we will now open the floor for questions to our participants. Type your questions in the chat box. We will try to accommodate each of your questions within the given time. May we invite also our speakers to please open your camera, Sir Noriel, Sir Gemar, Sir Christian, and Miss Jaya. While our participants are typing in their questions, please let me acknowledge our viewers for today's webinar. We have viewers from De Oro Resources Incorporated. We also have viewers from Lapu-Lapu City College, from Potato Burger Express. Ayan, nandyan po sila. Okay, also viewers from Visayas State University, DOST Regional Offices, from Basilan Ulama Supreme Council, a halal certifying body. Okay, so We received here a question I think this is for Sir Noriel on environmental monitoring program. Sir, how does an environmental monitoring program strengthen consumer trust and brand reputation in the food industry?
Okay, thank you so much, Ma'am Bea, for that question. So as what we have discussed earlier, no. So an environmental monitoring programs strengthen consumers' trust and brand reputation by serving as a proactive safeguard, no, by detecting and controlling the contamination risk before they reach the products. So it minimizes the likelihood of foodborne illness, outbreak, no, and costly recalls. So at the same time, it demonstrates compliance, no, with global food safety standards. So I have presented a while ago, no, we have the BRCGS and the FSSC 22000, no, both assuring regulators and customers that the facilities prioritizes the safety of the food. So more importantly, consistent and transparent monitoring shows consumers that the brand is not just reacting to a problem but reactively preventing them, no. So this is a proactive approach of a safety reinforces wherein we consumers, no, we have the confidence that we continually patronizing the brand or the product itself, no, and we differentiates that the companies are responsible, no, trustworthy player in the food industry.
Thank you very much, Sir Noriel. We also received here a question. I think this is for Sir Jemar. How do the everyday products we use, like textiles, plastics, and packaging, contribute to the increasing presence of microplastics in rivers, soils, and oceans? Sir Jemar?
Hello. So, thank you, Ma'am Bea, for that question. So, doon sa presentation ko kanina, so how do the everyday products we use contribute to the increasing presence of microplastics? So, everyday items like synthetic textiles, single-use plastics, packaging, and tires release microplastics through wear, washing, and improper disposal. For example, synthetic fabrics shed fibers during laundry, while plastic bags, bottles, and packaging fragment under sunlight and physical stress. So these particles are transported via stormwater runoff, wastewater discharge, and landfill leakage into rivers, soils, and eventually in the oceans.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Jemar. We also received here a question for the topic of Sir Christian. How can small-scale farmers and fisherfolk in the Philippines adapt to the impacts of climate change, given their limited resources? Sir Christian?
Yes, ma'am. So thank you so much, Ma'am Bea, for that question. No? So that's actually a really important question because small farmers and fisher folks are often the most affected by the climate change. So many of them are now adapting through practical solutions like using what I've mentioned a while ago, no, the drought resistance or the flood tolerant crops. So water saving techniques such as drip irrigations or even diversifying their livelihood. So for fisher folks, no, sustainable aquaculture and community-based monitoring also help. But realistically, they cannot do this alone. So they need to have a strong government support through training, crop insurance, and access to technology to make these changes possible.
Yes, very well said po, Sir Christian. Also for our last topic, we have here a question for Ms. Jaya. What role can young professionals, of course, we have here viewers na mga students, no? So what role can young professionals and students play in strengthening food system resilience? Yan po yung question, Ms. Jaya.
So young professionals and students have a very important role because they bring fresh ideas and innovation. So among these, they can promote awareness by advocating for sustainable diets and responsible consumption among their peers. So technology also plays a role in this food system resilience. So using digital tools, data analysis, or new scientific approaches to improve our farming and food safety. So also they can also support local initiatives such as urban gardens, community markets, or food waste reduction campaigns. And also engaging in policy and collaboration, bringing the voice of the young generation to discussions on food security and climate action.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jaya. Thank you to our speakers for addressing those questions. And thank you to our participants for your engagement. For those questions we cannot accommodate because of the interest of time, we are taking note of your questions. Huwag po kayong mag-alala, naka-take note po yan lahat. And we will get back to you through your email provided in the registration link. Okay, so Okay, that concludes our session for this webinar. We hope everyone learned valuable insights from our speakers. Your feedback is very important to us. It helps us improve and serve you better in our future session. Flash on the screen is the evaluation link. Please note that e-certificate will be provided upon accomplishment of the training evaluation form. The link will only be active within 1.5 hours. Please note that e-certificate also will be given per session. So dalawa po yung ating link. Link for the AM session on food safety culture and the AM session also, session 2, for the environmental threat management. So we will give e-certificate per session, meaning for the whole webinar, you will get a total of 5 e-certificates. We will also send the link in the comment box of our YouTube Live. Kindly copy and paste it po to your browser in order for you to access it. Again, please note that e-certificate will be given per session, meaning you will have a total of 5 e-certificates during this webinar. Thank you, everyone. Let's have our lunch break. Please stay connected to our live session. Huwag po kayong aalis. And see you again at 1 p.m. for our third session for this webinar entitled Quality and Safety Alliance in a Dynamic Foodscape. See you and God bless. Wasalam, everyone.
live session, everyone. How was your lunch? We hope you had a hearty meal to recharge for our afternoon session. I'm Jonalyn Morales, Science Research Specialist 2 at the Department of Science and Technology, National Capital Region, and currently a master's student in Food Safety Management. It's my pleasure to be your moderator for this afternoon session. To our viewers on YouTube Live, thank you for staying with us. Whether you're at home, in your office, at school, or even on the go, we're glad that you choose to spend your afternoon with us. So we appreciate each one of you for tuning in. So just a quick warm up before we begin. So you can please type in the chat box where you're watching us from right now. And we'd love to know if you're joining us from NCR, the provinces, or even abroad. So I encourage you to stay as we go through the program. So together, we'll continue exploring timely and relevant topics on food safety and quality with valuable insights from our distinguished experts and reactors. So before we start our program, we would like to shout out ang ating mga viewers from different companies and schools. So we have the Emperador Distillers Incorporated, Most Barm, Most Special Geographic Area, from Batangas State University, Out of Nowhere Kitchen. So we have from Polytechnic College of the City of Maykawayan, the Oro Resources Incorporated. Hello po sa mga taga Lapu-Lapu City College, Potato Burger Express, PFAR Caraga, Laguna State Polytechnic University, DOPRO Manufacturing and Trading Corporation. Hello po sa mga taga DOST Regional Offices, Department of Agriculture, CAR, Visayas State University. We have also the students of Professor John Carl Injongko of the Hospital Management Program of Polytechnic College of the City of Maykawayan. Yan. So we have also from Pastel de Oro Food Corporation, DRBG Marine X Import Incorporated, and Notre Dame University, Cotabato City. Also, we have from Cotabato State University, Arc Refreshment Corporation, Makimura Ramen Bar from Pampanga. Oh, we have also po from Basilan Ulama Supreme Council, ating po mga halal certifying body. Kamusta po kayo dyan? So, Bright Caps Corporation in Taytay Rizal, Davao International Coffee Trading Corporation, and from DOST Iloilo. So let's make this session not just informative, but also interactive and engaging. So before we officially begin, let's quickly recall what we learned this morning. So we talk about the importance of food safety culture, where every individual in the food chain plays a vital role in creating a safe and healthy environment for both workers and consumers. So we also discussed environmental threat management, which reminded us that protecting food safety goes hand in hand with taking care of our environment. So this afternoon, we're shifting our focus to product label compliance, traceability and recall systems, and food safety in healthcare. So we'll begin with product label compliance, Label It Right, ensuring compliance with food product labeling by Ms. Bea Hana Kashmira Yumi Timbang, Clean Label Trends, Impact on Food Formulation and Consumer Perception by Ms. Christina Valer. Next, we move to traceability and recall systems with three important perspectives: the farm-to-fork traceability tools and technologies for the innovative food manufacturer by Dr. James D. Bondal, and traceability system of the farm by Ms. Antoinette June D. Russell, and recall system by Mr. Harrison Acosta. And finally, we close the day with food safety for healthcare, food safety and nutrition in clinical dietetics, a shared responsibility by Mr. Brian Anthony G. Naira, and food safety standard vis-a-vis foodborne illness prevention by Ms. Sherilyn S. Aguilera. So before we start with our first set of speakers, a few important reminders for everyone. So yes, we are live right now in PWU YouTube live stream. So feel free to share the QR code with your colleagues and friends who might benefit from this session. So this program will be recorded for documentation purposes only. So any form of video and recording by participants is strictly prohibited. So your photos will be posted on the social media accounts of Philippine Women's University. So some reminders, please mute your audio until the webinar begins during the lectures for our Zoom, and use the chat box to address your question and concern during the open forum. We will accommodate questions for each resource speaker. So in case you get disconnected, simply click the webinar link again. So once again, any form of video recording is strictly prohibited. So we do encourage and appreciate note-taking to capture the speaker's valuable thoughts and insights. So also, an e-certificate will be provided once you answer the training evaluation form, which will be flashed after the open forum for the last session. So please note that you only have 1.5 hours to complete the survey. So each participant will also receive one certificate per topic for which the evaluation form has been accomplished. So our session is about to begin. So please stand by. For any technical concerns, kindly direct them to our YouTube comment section, and our organizer will be ready to assist. And also, don't forget, you may share the registration link with your friends, which you can see on the screen. So to start our afternoon session, we will focus on our first major topic, product label compliance. So our distinguished speaker in this afternoon is Ms. Bea Hana Kashmira Yumi Timbang. She earned her Bachelor of Science in Food Technology from the Philippine Women's College of Davao in 2012 and completed her Master in Public Administration at Cotabato State University in 2022. Currently, she serves as Senior Science Research Specialist at the Ministry of Science and Technology, BARM. Prior to this, she worked as a Science Research Specialist 1 at the DOST Region 12 from 2015 to 2021. She is also a certified U.S. Served Food Safety Manager and a certified Halal Lead Auditor. With her strong background in food technology, Ms. Timbang will guide us through the intricacies of food labeling compliance, an area that is vital not only for regulatory purposes, but also for consumer protection and market competitiveness. Everyone, let us all welcome Ms. Bea Hana Kashmira Yumi Timbang. Let's give her a big virtual applause in the chat and reaction as she begins her presentation. Hello, Ms. Bea.
Thank you, Ma'am Jonna, for that very nice introduction. Assalamualaikum, everyone. Good day. Today, I will be discussing the topic, Label It Right, Ensuring Compliance in Food Product Labeling. Imagine picking up a product in the supermarket. Ano ba ang una niyong napapansin? Of course, it's the label. Sa simpleng tingin pa lang sa label, nalalaman na natin kung ano ang laman nito at paano ito gagamitin. That small piece of information tells us what's inside and how to use it, whether it is safe for us and our family. But behind every label lies a set of rules and standards that manufacturers must follow. In this session, we will explore why compliance in food labeling matters, what the key regulations are, and how businesses can ensure that their products meet both local and international standards. Here is the coverage for my presentation. First, we will define food product labeling. Next, we will discuss why do we need to label. Third, we will differentiate the different global labeling requirements focusing on EU or the European Union, USA, Japan, and Saudi Arabia. Next is to discuss the legal and regulatory framework in food labeling in the Philippines. And lastly, we will dig into the common labeling errors. Let us begin with the definition of labeling. When we say labeling, it refers to any written, printed, or graphic matter that appears on any article. Its container or its wrapper.
It may also refer to the information that accompanies a packaged food. In short, a label is everything that communicates about the product, whether it is attached directly to the food package or provided alongside it. Labeling can take many forms. It may appear as a tag, a mark, a pictorial image, or other descriptive matter. This can be written, printed, marked, embossed, or impressed on the container of food. This means that the labels are not just words, they can also be logos, images, or other simple symbols that carry meaning. The main role of labeling is to provide adequate information and accurate identification of prepackaged foods. Labels serve as the primary channel of communication between the product with that of the consumers, traders, and regulatory agencies. Parang boses ng produkto ang label. Ang label po ang nakikipag-usap sa mga consumers. This is why labeling must always be correct, not misleading, accurate, and legible. Why do we need labels? Labels address both the affective side and the cognitive side of decision making. On the affective side, labels use visual elements such as colors, images, and designs that influence consumers emotionally. Sa madaling salita, naapektuhan nito ang ating damdamin at unang impresyon bilang mamimili. On the cognitive side, they contain informational elements like the nutrition facts and ingredients, which help consumers make rational and informed choices. This will guide us na makapili ng tama at makakabuting pagkain na bibilhin. Labeling also plays three important roles. It advertises the product, making it more attractive. Ika nga, packaging and labeling is a silent salesman. Kung maganda ang kulay, design, at itsura ng label, mas napapatingin at napapabili ang mamimili. It distinguishes the product from competitors, helping establish a strong brand identity. Kung malinaw at unique ang label, mas madaling matandaan ng tao ang tatak nito or yung brand. It fulfills a legal requirement also, as most countries mandate food labeling by law. Now let's look at the parts of a food label. The first is the principal display panel, or the PDP. This is the portion of the package label that is most likely to be seen by the consumers. Some packages may also have alternate PDP, which is another suitable surface for display. On the PDP, required information includes the product name, the net content, and the brand name. The next important part of a label is the information display panel, or the IDP. This is usually on the side or the back panel. The IDP must include the list of ingredients, the name and address of the manufacturer, the country of origin, the expiry date, and the nutrition fact. Food labeling requirements also vary globally. In this presentation, we will focus on the 4 countries: the European Union, the United States of America, Japan, and Saudi Arabia. Each country has its own governing regulations. For EU, they have the regulation number 1169 of 2011. For USA, they use the US FDA Food Labeling Regulation. Japan has this Food Labeling Act, yung Act number 70. And Saudi Arabia has the GSO Standard 9 of 2013. In the next sessions, we will break down the difference on the mandatory labeling in these 4 countries. So one of the mandatory labeling requirements is the brand name. In the European Union, the brand name must be clear and visible with minimum font size rules. In the United States, the brand name must appear prominently on the front label. In Japan, it must be displayed near the product name and must not mislead consumers. In Saudi Arabia, the brand name must not be confused with the product name or mislead consumers. The key message is brand names must always be legible, visible, and not deceptive. Another critical element is the product name, or the name of the food. In the European Union, food must use its legal name or if none exists, it's customary or descriptive name. In the USA, standardized names are required where available. Otherwise, the common or usual name is used. Fanciful names are permitted but must still include a clear statement of identity. Example of customary name ay yung madaling tandaan na pangalan ng produkto sa atin sa Philippines ay pandesal. Its descriptive name is rolled bread. In Japan and Saudi Arabia, the product name must reflect the true nature of the food. The fanciful names cannot replace required names. Example of fanciful names are Oreo, which is a cookie, and Frosty, which is a type of a cereal. For the list of ingredients, all the 4 countries require the list of ingredients to be listed in descending order. Moreover, in the European Union, additives must be declared with their functional class or E-numbers. E-numbers are codes used in the EU to identify food additives. You may check the list of on the Annex 2 of the EU Regulation number 1333 of 2008, or the Regulation of European Parliament and of the Council on Food Additives. Also, allergens must be highlighted in the EU regulation. Pwede siyang i-bold or i-underline or gawing italics yung name ng allergen in the list of ingredients. In the USA and Japan, they emphasize that additives and flavorings must be declared clearly. Additives must be listed with their specific names and functional class. For example, if your product has preservatives such as sodium benzoate listed in the list of ingredients, you have to add an open and closed parenthesis indicating that that ingredient served as the preservative. In Saudi Arabia, it also requires food additives to be listed with numerical codes using the International Classification System, the CXC 36-1989, or the EU Food Additive Codes. You also have to indicate the functional class. Saudi Arabia also have this regulation that the list of ingredients that made up a compound ingredients must be listed in brackets and animal sources identified. Example of a compound ingredient is chocolate chips. You have to identify also the list of ingredients that made up that chocolate chip, such as sugar, cocoa butter, etc. in brackets after the name of that compound ingredient. Allergen labeling is another global requirement. The European Union requires 14 allergens to be declared. The United States requires 8 major allergens. Japan requires 8 mandatory allergens with 20 suggested additional allergens, meaning these 20 suggested allergens may be included on a voluntary basis. And lastly, Saudi Arabia requires 13 allergens to be declared. These rules are in place to protect consumers with allergies and ensure transparency. You can see in my presentation that I highlighted those allergens that is present in the EU, Japan, and Saudi Arabia, which is not included in the USA major allergen. Importante na alam natin kung ano yung mga major allergen that different countries requires so that we conform with their regulations. Net content declaration is also required. The EU, US, Japan, and Saudi Arabia all required metric units. But the US also requires dual labeling with imperial units. This is because imperial units are considered to be the US customary units. Mas familiar sila dito, and this will make sure that products in the US are not misleading to the average American shopper. In Saudi Arabia, additional rules apply, such as ensuring that the package is filled to at least 90% in some cases. This ensures clarity and prevents deceptive packaging. For the date markings or expiration date, EU, USA, and Saudi Arabia uses the format day, month, and year, while Japan uses the format year, month, and day. For Saudi Arabia, food products with a minimum shelf life of less than 3 months, the format may be day, month, and year. While for products with a minimum shelf life of more than 3 months, you may use the 4-month, month, and year, and the last day will be considered as the expiration. For storage conditions, all countries required it to be declared when necessary to maintain food safety or quality. This is especially important for perishable foods like meat, poultry, seafood, and dairy products. Another labeling requirement is the name of manufacturer. Across all 4 regions, or four countries, the EU, US, Japan, and Saudi Arabia, the name, physical address, and the location of the food establishment must appear on the label. This ensures accountability and traceability. For country of origin, all countries required origin labeling for specific foods such as meat, fish, fruit, and vegetables. In some cases, multiple origins must be declared. For USA, it must be specific. For instance, if a product is processed in the USA but contains ingredients from other countries, the label must reflect that. In Saudi Arabia, when a product undergoes processing in a second country, the country where the processing has taken place shall be considered as the country of origin. This prevents misleading the consumers and ensures transparency about where the food comes from. Instruction for use must be provided also where necessary. In all the 4 countries, products that required preparation, handling, or cooking must include instruction for use to ensure correct usage of the product. Example of this are the instant noodles, frozen foods, or canned products. Nutrition declaration is also part of the mandatory labeling, though the format and details may differ across country. In general, nutrition information provides transparency and helps consumers make informed choices. Lastly, language requirements vary across all the 4 countries. In the EU, labeling must appear in a language understood by the consumer where the food is marketed. For example, French language is used if you are marketing your product in France. In the US, English is mandatory, though translations may be added. If information appears in a foreign name, then all the mandatory information must appear both in English and that language. In Japan, all required labeling must be in Japanese, with importers responsible for ensuring compliance. The mandatory labeling that requires to be in Japanese are the product name, net weight or volume, expiration date, storage instructions, name and address of the importer, country of origin, and nutrition labeling. In Saudi Arabia, labels must be in Arabic. When another language is used, it shall be alongside that Arabic language. I have here sample pictures of products sold in the Philippines with dual language labeling. Okay, sa atin po dito sa Philippines, food labeling is governed by FDA Administrative Order number 2014-0030, which revised and updated the AO 88B of 1984. Its main objective is to protect consumer against health hazards and provide education and information to support informed decision making. Sino po ba dito sa inyo ang mahilig magbasa ng food labels bago bumili? Okay, may mga reactions ba coming in? Yan. So labels really will provide us information for our decision making. There are several differences between AO 88B and the AO 2014-0030. First, the AO 88B was less detailed and applied mainly to prepackaged food, while AO 2014-0030 expanded the scope to include food supplements, imported products, and introduced stricter requirements. It added mandatory allergen labeling, storage conditions, and detailed nutrition information. It also aligns Philippine regulation with international standards. Under AO 2014-0030, the mandatory labeling requirements include the product name, brand name, complete list of ingredients, net contents and drain weight, manufacturer details, lot identification, storage condition, expiry date, allergen information, instruction for use, and nutrition facts. Isa-isahin po natin ito. We will dig into it one by one. For product name, it must be specific and not generic, and it must indicate the true nature of the food. Coined or fanciful names like the Oreo, Chips Delight, Wookie are allowed provided they are not misleading. For example, meron tayong product we call as Oreo, which is a cookie. Meron din pong Wookie. Familiar po ba tayo sa product na ito? Wookie is a chocolate chip cookie. Another very familiar product with fanciful name is the Coco Crunch, which is a breakfast cereal. Additional description must also be added, such as if they are dried, concentrated, or smoked when necessary. Brand names and trademarks are regulated also to avoid confusion. No brand name may be identical to an existing registered name within the same category or offensive to public morals. Identical names may only be used if authorized by the same brand owner. So FDA's certificate of product registration is very important. For the complete list of ingredients, like all the countries we mentioned earlier, it must be declared in descending order of proportion din po dito sa Philippines. The heading must clearly state ingredients. This ensures some transparency and protects consumers with allergies or dietary restrictions. Net contents and drain weight must be declared using metric units. For food packed in liquid medium, the drain weight must be shown. For multi-unit packages, both the number of units and the total weight must be declared. For example, per sachet, it weighs 14 grams and the package has 20 pieces. So the total net weight is 280 grams, as shown in the picture. Okay, another important labeling requirement is the name and address of the manufacturer, importer, or distributor. It must appear on the label. If the company has multiple plants or production, the head office address is acceptable, as long as there is a code identifying the plant of origin. Next, lot identification is also required. This code must be embossed or permanently marked on the packaging. For very small packages, exemptions may apply if the products are sold only for a primary pack, considered po as a small package if the surface area of the package is 10 centimeters squared or less. Next is storage conditions. It must be clearly printed when a product requires condition other than room temperature. Usually, ito nakikita natin sa product. It says store in a cool, dry place or refrigerate after opening. Ayan po. This ensures food safety and helps maintain quality until consumption. Next, here in the Philippines, we follow the format, day, month, and year for expiration dates. The month must be written in words to avoid confusion. This requirement protects consumer and ensures clarity. For food allergen information, it must be listed directly below the ingredient. The Philippine FDA requires declaration of allergens such as cereals with gluten, crustaceans, eggs, fish, peanuts, soybeans, milk, tree nuts, and sulfites at 10 milligram per kilogram or more. Next, direction or instruction for use must be printed when necessary, especially if the food requires preparation or special handling. This ensures that consumers use the product correctly and safely. Okay, nutrition facts must be presented also in tabulated form, giving clear information on the product's nutrient content. This allows consumers to make informed dietary choices. Now, the FDA released a circular number 2023-009, or the adoption of the 2015 Philippine Dietary Reference Intakes, or the PDRI, percent recommended energy intakes or recommended nutrient intakes as the new dietary standard of all prepackaged processed foods. Let us now turn to common labeling errors. Isa po ito sa mga madalas na pagkakamali natin pagdating sa food labeling. One common mistake is misleading nutritional claims. For example, kapag sinabi ng produkto zero sugar pero meron pala itong ibang sweeteners, that can confuse or mislead consumers. Exaggerated or inaccurate claims can really damage trust, kaya naman to avoid this, companies should always make sure that all claims are evidence-based, transparent, and fully compliant with regulation. Tandaan, honesty in labeling is not just a legal requirement, it is also a way of respecting and protecting consumers. Another common labeling error is missing allergen information. Madalas po ito nakakaligtaan pero napaka-importante nito. Failing to declare allergens can actually endanger consumers' health, lalo na sa mga taong may matinding allergic reaction. Imagine a small ingredient like peanut or soy could trigger a serious health emergency. Kaya napakahalaga na malinaw na allergen labeling. Clear allergen labeling not only protects consumers, it also builds trust and even enhances brand reputation. Tandaan po, kapag consumers feel safe, mas nagiging loyal sila sa produkto at sa brand. Third issue is inaccurate serving size. Minsan po, maliit lang ang serving size na nilalagay sa label, pero in reality, halos doble or triple ang actual na kinukonsume ng tao. Consumers really depend on serving size information to understand how a food fits into their diet. Kaya kung mali or misleading ang serving size, it can cause overconsumption or misinterpretation of the nutrition fact. Sa madaling salita, parang nagiging false picture siya ng tunay na nutrition ng produkto. That is why very important to be transparent and realistic with serving sizes para makagawa ng tamang desisyon ng ating mga consumers. Ambiguous ingredient listing is another issue. Madalas po nating makita sa labels ang mga terms na spices or kaya naman natural flavors. Pero kung iisipin natin, what exactly does that mean? Consumers might end up confused or even suspicious kasi hindi nila alam kung ano talaga ang nasa loob ng produkto. For example, instead of saying spices, mas malinaw kung makasulat talaga na garlic, onion, or black pepper. Or instead of natural flavors, ilagay kung ito ba ay vanilla extract or citrus flavoring. Kaya the best practice is to be as specific as possible about ingredients. The clearer the list, the better, because it builds transparency, trust, and shows respect for the consumer's right to know. Non-compliance with regulatory standards is a serious problem. Hindi po ito biro dahil iba-iba ang requirements ng bawat bansa at madalas po ito nagbabago. For example, what is acceptable in the Philippines might not be allowed in the EU or the US. Kaya kung hindi updated ang company, they run the risk of facing penalties, product recalls, or even losing consumer trust. Imagine the cost and damage if an entire batch has to be pulled out of the market just because of a labeling mistake. That's why companies should always stay updated, regularly review the latest regulation, and consult with regulatory experts when needed. Tandaan, compliance is not just about avoiding penalties. It's about ensuring safety, credibility, and long-term success in the market. In conclusion, accurate food labeling is essential to protect consumers, ensure compliance with the law, and build trust. The Philippine FDA emphasizes that the purpose of labeling is to protect health, provide information, and empower consumers. Let us always remember, when we label it right, we safeguard both public health and consumer confidence. Thank you very much for listening. I hope you learned a lot with my presentation. These are my references. You may take a picture or screenshot po itong aking references for further reading. Again, thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah, and with God comes all success and guidance. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuhu.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mitimbang, for highlighting the importance of proper food product labeling. Now to react and give further insights into clean label trends and consumer perception, we have Ms. Christina Paler. She is a licensed professional food technologist and she holds a Bachelor of Science in Food Technology from the Philippine Women's University. Currently, she serves as Technical Services Manager, a position she has held for the past 3 years. With over 30 years of experience in the food industry, particularly in research and development, quality assurance, and quality control, Ms. Paler brings with her a wealth of expertise that will provide valuable insights in today's discussions. Let us now hear from Ms. Christina Paler. Please give her a big virtual applause as she shares her thoughts and perspectives. Good afternoon, Ms. Tina.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Jonna, for the one introduction. And thank you, Ms. Bea, for that powerful discussion on the importance of proper food labeling and compliance. Now, building on that, I will now focus on another aspect of labeling that goes beyond regulation, and that is consumer perception. This is where the concept of clean label trends comes in, which highlights the growing demand for transparency, simplicity, and natural ingredients in food products. As Ms. Bea discussed earlier, that compliance ensures we meet the legal requirements. Clean labeling allows us to meet the expectations of today's more health-conscious and informed consumers. For my course outline, it includes, of course, the definition, the consumer perception, industry perception, impact on food formulations, the key points, the key drivers of the shift, the sample labels, natural color and flavors alternative. The term clean label doesn't have an official scientific or regulatory definition, but it is commonly understood in the food industry as a consumer-driven concept. It generally refers to food products made with a short list of ingredients that are familiar, simple, and perceived as natural, similar to what people might use in their own kitchens. Clean label foods usually avoid synthetic additives and emphasize transparency to strengthen consumer trust. This trend has gained popularity as more consumers associate clean labels with health, safety, and authenticity. For manufacturers, adopting a clean label strategy also provides a competitive marketing advantage, as it allows them to position their products as more premium and aligned with modern wellness lifestyles. Lately, more and more consumers want transparency in food labeling. People now prefer ingredient lists that are short, easy to understand, and made up of words they can actually recognize. This change reflects how much awareness has grown about the link between what we eat, our health, and how much we can trust food companies. For me, clean label products are not just about removing artificial additives. They also highlight good ingredients that promote healthier choices, sustainability, and natural living. In the end, the clean label movement is about building consumer confidence while also supporting a more responsible food industry. So here are examples of commonly used clean label ingredients that include like the natural sweeteners like stevia and honey, coconut sugar, plant-based proteins such as soy protein, naturally derived emulsifiers from sources like lecithin, and organic flavorings obtained from herbs, fruits, or spices. So let us now look at the consumer perspective. For many consumers, a clean label means food that is natural, simple, and free from artificial additives. It is often associated with fresh, minimally processed products made from familiar ingredients found in home kitchens. People tend to prefer foods with ingredients they recognize, and many perceive clean label products as healthier options, even if scientific evidence is limited. This belief makes clean label products more attractive and trustworthy as compared to conventional alternatives. For the industry perspective, ingredients are considered recognizable when they are easy to read, pronounce, and can typically be found in local stores. Clean label products usually highlight shorter and simpler ingredient lists. To align with consumer preferences, many food companies now opt for naturally derived and responsibly sourced ingredients in their formulations. So here are the impact of clean label on food formulations. First, shorter, more understandable ingredient labels. Companies are reformulating products to use fewer, more familiar, and easily recognizable ingredients. Artificial additives, preservatives, colors, and flavors are being replaced or removed. Second is the increasing preference for natural over artificial ingredients. Ingredients like, for example, the beet juice, matcha powder can be used for green coloring, rosemary extract as a natural preservative, and plant-based emulsifiers are being used in place of synthetic ones. The use of natural sweeteners like stevia over artificial ones, and like aspartame and acesulfame. Third is the increased use of whole and minimally processed ingredients. Focus is placed on ingredients perceived as closer to nature. Example, whole grains like oats, brown rice, quinoa, and barley. Clean label often avoids heavily processed or chemically modified ingredients. Fourth, difficulties in maintaining shelf life and product stability. Removing artificial preservatives and stabilizers can lead to shorter shelf life or formulation difficulties. So the research and development must find clear alternatives that maintain safety and quality without compromising product performance. Fifth is higher expenses and research efforts required for reformulating. Reformulating for clean label often involves higher ingredient costs and longer development times. Manufacturers invest more in research to maintain taste, texture, and functionality while meeting clean label standards. Six is greater emphasis on clean labeling and traceable ingredient sourcing. So there's a push for traceability and transparency in sourcing, which influences the formulation choices. Claims like no artificial ingredients made with real fruit or preservative-free requires careful formulation to ensure compliance. So let us now check the key points of clean labeling. First is natural ingredients. Products avoid artificial flavors, colors, and preservatives, using only ingredients that came from natural sources. Next is simplicity. Ingredient lists are short and easy to understand with familiar components rather than complex chemical names. Next is transparency. It must be clear, honest labeling about where ingredients come from and how products are made helps build consumer trust. Minimal processing. Here, manufacturing processes are kept as simple and understandable as possible, avoiding overly industrial techniques. So what are the key drivers of this shift? First is shifting consumer expectations. People are choosing products with clean labels more often. Brands that use natural ingredients and clear labeling are more trusted. Second is the increased awareness of health impacts. Many are worried about the risk of artificial additives and preservatives. Clean label products are seen as safer and healthier options. Third is heightened environmental consciousness. Interest in sustainable and eco-friendly food production is growing. So clean label items are often linked to more responsible practices. Fourth is expanding industry opportunities. The clean label trend is growing fast. So companies are releasing new products or updating old ones to meet this demand. So in this photo, you can see examples of labels or stickers that manufacturer claim on their products, such as fat-free, sugar-free, no nitrates or nitrites added, made with organic wheat, made with real fruit, heart healthy, and no high fructose corn syrup. Manufacturers use these labels to highlight their products as healthier options and to attract health-conscious consumers. However, these claims on the labels must still be supported by scientific evidence to comply with regulatory standards. For this photo, shows the food claim and purchase impact based on U.S. consumers. These are the common claims used by manufacturers like no artificial ingredients, no preservatives, all natural, organic, non-GMO, clean label. As you can see, no artificial ingredients claim is the highest purchase, followed by no preservatives and all natural. So let me give you another example and let us just focus on the ingredient list. This is an example of a clean label product because it does not contain artificial flavors, colors, or preservatives. Its ingredients are just water, sugar, blueberry puree, lemon concentrate, and fruit pectin. As you can see, it is claimed as 100% natural with no artificial flavors and no preservatives. So this can be named as blueberry syrup because this has true blueberry puree in its ingredients. So next photo is another example of blueberry syrup, but can't be considered as a clean label because it has artificial ingredients. Like the artificial color, it has FD&C Red 40 and Blue 1, artificial flavor, blueberry, and has sodium benzoate as preservatives. So its only claim is rich and fruity flavor. Since this has no real fruit as ingredient, this was just named as blueberry flavored syrup based on regulatory standards. So as you can see, both products are properly standard regulations. Artificial flavors, colors, and preservatives are generally permitted, provided they are used within the approved regulatory limits. So this is a sample of a color chart. So you can use this as replacement for or substitute for artificial colors. You can use berries for red, carrots for yellow and orange colors, spinach and matcha for green, turmeric, you can use this for bright color, yellow color, yes. Beets from red to pink, you can use blue-green algae as blue-green colors, and annatto for orange and yellow. Next slide, you can see the samples of substitute for artificial flavors like the vanilla extract. You can use the vanilla bean, citrus oils from orange, lemon, and lime, mint extract from peppermint, spearmint, and leaves, almond extract, cinnamon from cinnamon bark, ginger from ginger root, cocoa beans for rich and chocolatey flavor of chocolate, and fruit extracts for strawberry, blueberry, or mango flavors. But there are also available natural flavors or extracts from flavor companies. To conclude, the concept of clean label is already shaping the market. Increasing consumer demand for transparency, natural ingredients, and healthier options is prompting food companies to develop and follow their own clean label guidelines. This trend reflects a broader industry shift towards more responsible and health-focused product development. So you can check my references for additional source of information. Clean label goes beyond being a passing trend. It represents a powerful move towards healthier living and deeper consumer trust. Each choice to go clean is a step that not only shapes today's well-being, but also leaves a lasting impact for generations to come. So this afternoon, this concludes my presentation about Clean Label. Thank you for your time, and I hope it sparks some ideas and insights. Have a productive and positive afternoon.
Thank you, Miss Christina Palar, for your valuable insights. You emphasize how clean label trends are shaping consumer perception and formulation practices. So, for now, we are now opening for the floor for our open forum and Q&A. So, to our live audience on YouTube, if you have questions for our resource speakers, kindly type them in the chat box so we can highlight and address some of them. So, may I invite to the virtual floor our resource speakers, Ms. Timbang and Ms. Palar, and kindly open your cameras to be recognized. Okay, so while waiting for the questions from the participants, so would like to greet our viewers from the Central Mindanao University, Adores B Farm Agriculture Cooperative Mabitac, Laguna, from STPSTO Marinduque, Cagayan Valley Medical Center, St. Paul Hospital of Tugigaraw, and lastly, Cagayan United Doctors Medical Center. Okay, so we received some questions. First, for Miss Bea. Well, Miss Bea, are you ready? So, Miss Bea, what best practices can food business follow to avoid common labeling errors like baggy ingredients, list or missing allergen information?
Okay, thank you very much po for that question. That is a very good question. So, one practical best practice is to use plain, easy to understand language on labels. We should avoid technical jargon, and being transparent about what's really inside the product helps build consumer trust and loyalty. Also, always keep updated with the Food and Drug Administration or the FDA and also the international guidelines. Regulation change, so businesses should always monitor the updates and apply them immediately to your product. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Bea. And for Miss Tina, what ingredients do consumers typically want to avoid in clean label products?
Thank you, Ma'am Bea, for the question. Typically, consumers avoid artificial preservatives like sodium benzoate and potassium sorbate, and then artificial color and flavors, artificial sweeteners, and sometimes high fructose corn syrup.
Okay, thank you, Miss Tina. So for another question for Miss Bea, so what do you see as the biggest challenge in ensuring that food businesses fully comply with labeling requirements here in the Philippines?
Okay, thank you po for the question. Thank you, Ma'am Jonah. The main challenge is, I think, is awareness among micro and small enterprises. Many are not fully informed about the updates. That's why the government agencies are strengthening education campaigns like trainings and seminars in order to guide our micro and small enterprises, our MSMEs. We in the MOST BARM, our projects are already integrated with seminars on food packaging and labeling. If you become a beneficiary of our project, automatically integrated na siya doon sa Gantt chart or the schedule of activities. In order for our beneficiaries to be well aware and be compliant with the current labeling regulations.
Thank you, Miss Bea. No, hopefully, yung ating mga kasama dyan, BARM, no, you can tap them, the most BARM for your product. Okay, last question for Miss Tina. So, ma'am, can you give some advantages and disadvantages of clean label?
Thank you again, Ms. Bea. Some of the advantages of clean label is, of course, it doesn't have preservatives and it attracts more consumers to buy the product, more on the marketing strategy. Although one of the disadvantages is it's more costly. And because of the development and the use of natural flavors, it has higher cost than the standard labels or standard ingredients that we use.
Thank you, Ms. Tina. So thank you for those thoughtful questions and thank you to our speakers for their clear and practical answers. It's great to see how engaged our viewers are. So for those questions that we cannot accommodate because of the interest of time, so we are taking note of your questions from YouTube live stream and we will get back you via email provided in the registration link. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on, our next focus is on traceability and recall systems, an essential aspect of food safety that ensures accountability. We have two distinguished speakers and a reactor to help us unpack this subject. So for our first major topic is farm-to-fork traceability, tools and technologies for the innovative food manufacturer. Our resource speaker is a professional food technologist with extensive experience in food technology, quality management systems, including BRC, FSSC 22000, ISO 22000, and HACCP, product development, risk management, food microbiology, and sensory evaluation. He currently serves as the Quality Assurance Manager, HACCP Team Leader, and Internal Audit Team Leader at RGE AgriDev Corporation, a seafood exporting company supplying products to the United States and European Union markets. He is a preventive controls qualified individual certified by the Food Safety Preventive Controls Alliance in compliance with the US FDA's Food Safety Modernization Act. Additionally, he is a ServSafe Certified Food Protection Manager, having met the standards of the ServSafe Food Protection Manager Certification Examination, accredited by the ANSI National Accreditation Board and the Conference for Food Protection. He also works as consultant to various food establishments in Central Visayas and Manila, providing expertise in implementing international food safety standards recognized by the Global Food Safety Initiative, such as FSSC 22000, BRC Global Food Safety Standard, and ISO 22000 HACCP and Good Manufacturing Practices. Moreover, he is an active member of the Cebu Food Consultancy Pro Group in partnership with the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Department of Science and Technology, Region 7. As part of this group, he is qualified trainer in HACCP, GMP, product traceability, product packaging and labeling, among other food safety and quality-related topics. So everyone, let us all welcome Dr. James T. Bondal. Please flood the chat with your virtual applause as he shares his expertise. Good afternoon, Dr. Bondal.
Thank you, Ms. Jonalyn, for that warm introduction. And I'd like also to say hello to all of our viewers. I can see that we have viewers from United States. We also have from Saudi Arabia, and of course, viewers from all over the country here in the Philippines, from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Thank you so much for viewing and for participating for today's webinar. So I'm truly honored to speak to you today, and we're here to talk about something that is very important in the industry right now, and that is the traceability system. And so with that, in today's fast and fragile supply chain, mislabeled product or contamination can cause so much problem in the industry, particularly to our food sectors. But with the right tools and system, we can actually prevent this risk and build trust with a good traceability system that would actually link product in every stages in the food chain. Okay, so with that, in this session, I will walk you through with what traceability system really means, why traceability is essential for food manufacturers today, and what technologies, you might be so interested about this, what technologies are driving it to be implemented in our food industry. Okay, so all right, so let's begin by looking at the objectives for today's discussion. Why are we even talking about traceability systems in the food manufacturing in the first place? So let's start with the three objectives for this session. First, to raise awareness about how critical traceability is in producing food that is safe and high quality. Today's consumers want answers, right? Where did my food come from? How was it made? And do we need to be ready to answer? Are we ready to answer all of these questions with confidence and transparency? Now, second objective of ours is to promote a structured system that tracks food in every stage from the farm to fork. And it's not just about paperwork, because people would be thinking about the traceability is all about paperwork, right? So it's about building a clear, reliable flow of information across the supply chain. And the third objective is to improve efficiency and reliability. And this is actually a smart traceability system that helps us respond faster, avoid costly recalls, and build trust, both within the industry and, of course, with our valued consumers. So with these three objectives in mind, awareness, the issue on structure and efficiencies, we're going to dive deeper into how traceability systems actually works for the food manufacturing, and what tools and technologies are out there, and how we can be able to apply them in the real food manufacturing settings. Okay, so before we dive into the content, here's a quick overview of what we'll cover today. Okay, so we'll start with a legal framework, why traceability is not just about the best practice, but it is also about a regulatory requirement. Then we'll also explore the importance and the types and also the method real applications. You'll also learn how to select, okay, the right system, understand its fundamentals and elements, and explore the design and implementation process. Now, finally, we'll also look into how the traceability flow through the supply chain and try to wrap up with the key coding system requirements. Okay, so that's it. Next slide. So let's start it by starting with what is traceability. So it is a systematic process of tracking and tracing the movement of food. So from the origin of the raw material all the way to the end consumers. So this is every stage, all right? From production, processing, and distribution. And it's not just about tracking locations, mind you, because it is also about ensuring transparency, safety, and accountability at every point in the supply chain. And think of it as the life story of the food, available and accessible when needed by our consumers. And not only by our consumers, but even us manufacturers. And with a proper traceability system in place, we don't just follow the food, we build the trust of our consumers. So let's talk about also the legal backbone of traceability in the Philippines. So we also have here under the Food Safety Act of 2013, specifically Republic Act 10611, Section 27, it clearly stated that traceability must be established at all key stages: production, post-harvest, processing, and distribution, and whenever needed to meet the food safety requirement. So with that requirement of the law, it's not just about the best practice. It's a legal obligation of the food business operators. So whether you are a grower, a processor, or a distributor, you are expected to have that traceability system in place to ensure compliance and protect public health. So we cannot stay away, we cannot run away with this requirement on traceability. Now, traceability is also crucial. We have to realize that because it ensures food safety by quickly identifying and removing unsafe products. Also, it supports compliance with the local and international food safety laws. It also builds consumer trust through transparency and accountability. It improves supply chain efficiency by tracking products from its origin to the end user. And it actually enables effective recalls and protects your brand's reputation. We have to remember that our reputation does not give us a second chance. So we need to make sure that we maintain the integrity and the good image and reputation of our brand. So in short, traceability is a powerful tool that safeguards food quality, consumers, and of course, your business. Okay, so traceability actually comes into two main categories. So we have the internal and the external traceability. So each critical for different reasons. We have the internal traceability because this focuses, okay? This focuses on the tracking. Okay, when we say internal, it focuses on tracking a product within your own company. For example, in a food factory, it means knowing exactly which batch of raw material or ingredients went into which product line and what machines process them and when, of course. While when we say external traceability, this is about sharing and receiving product information across the entire supply chain, from suppliers to distributors to retailers. And by combining both internal and external traceability, companies can actually gain full transparency and control. So helping prevent widespread issues and ensuring quick, targeted responses. Okay? So there are actually two types of traceability. So these are the forward, okay? Some of the manufacturers might be familiar with this already. We have the forward traceability and also the backward traceability. So when we say tracking, it follows the forward type of traceability. Ulitin ko, when we say forward, it follows the tracking system. So this is the ability to trace the destination of the product in a food supply chain. So it follows the path of a product forward. And it answers the question like, where did the product go? How was this raw material used in production? So example of this is, imagine a farmer delivers a batch of organic tomatoes to a processing plant. Tracking allows the plant to know exactly which product like tomato sauce or canned tomatoes were used and where those products were shipped. So whether to retailers, to the restaurants or distributors. So this way, if a quality issue arises, so that batch, the company can quickly identify all of the affected products and their destinations. So when we say backward traceability, it actually follows the tracing system. So this is the ability to trace backward from a finished product to its origin, okay? So it helps us answer the question like, where did the product came from, right? Sometimes we always ask that. What raw materials and processes were involved in making that product? So for example, for instance, if a consumer reports finding of a foreign object in a jar or of a product, tracing allows the company to look back the supply chain to identify which supplier provided that ingredients and what production processes were involved and which workers or equipment handled that product. In that way, the company can be able to pinpoint the source of the contamination and prevent it from happening again. And both tracking and tracing, okay, the forward and backward traceability rely heavily on a detailed records and data collection at every stage of the production and distribution. That is why recording and monitoring is very important. Now let's discuss how to select the right traceability system for your business. And this is actually a critical step, mind you, to ensure effective implementation and compliance with the food safety standards. So we have first, assess your business needs and capacity. You need to understand what kind of product do you handle, how complex your supply chain is, and what regulations applies to you. Second, select an appropriate traceability system. So you need to, based on your needs, choose a system that fits in you. Okay? Hindi po pwedeng pakopya-kopya lang tayo. Okay, so this could range from manual recording to digital recording. Okay, just like what the Food Safety Modernization Act in the US is implementing now. Buti na lang, good thing that the US have actually extended its implementation. Supposedly, the implementation of the Food Safety Modernization Act in US is on January 2026, but I believe they have already moved it to 2028. So hopefully, by due time, the Philippine exporters and manufacturers can be able to implement and follow that kind of requirement. So this could range from manual recording to digital recording, as I have said. Like a seafood exporter, for instance, might use RFID to track freshness and meet the international standards. Third, we need to plan for its implementation and compliance. We have to set a clear rollout plan. Hindi naman po pwede na pag naisipan lang natin to implement, then we can immediately implement it right away. We need to include training. We need to have timelines and system integration. A beverage company, for instance, might begin with tracking the raw materials first before expanding to the finished goods, all right? We need to start it from small things. Then fourth is to engage stakeholders and communicate it clearly so that we can be able to make sure that everyone involved understand their role, okay? And all of these four steps actually assess, select, plan, and engage, okay? So we have to build the foundation for a strong traceability system that ensures safety, efficiency, and accountability. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so now let's move on to what traceability system, how traceability system work for us. Okay, so now let's take a look at the two main methods of traceability. So I've mentioned this already. So we have this paper-based traceability, but of course, we are already in the highly technological era wherein electronic traceability is now being introduced in the industry. Now, on the left side of the slide, we have the paper traceability, also known as a paper trail. So this is a traditional method where all records like the product logs, inventory, deliveries are actually written or printed on paper. Okay? Yung mga matatanda na dyan sa industry, I feel you. Okay? This is our traditional way of doing it. Okay? But it's actually simple. Yes, it's simple and low cost, which is why small businesses or farms still use it up to this point in time. While on the right side, on the other hand, we see the electronic type of traceability system, which is more efficient, okay, and widely used in modern supply chains. Of course, in abroad, they would normally do this. And this includes web-based systems, modules, and GS1 identifiers, which help standardize the information in the traceability system. Then carriers like the barcodes, RFID tags, and readers allow businesses to track products quickly and accurately at any point in the supply chain. So whether it is scanning sushi in a supermarket, just like what we are experiencing, or checking apples with a barcode scanner, these tools help maintain product visibility from the start to finish. And choosing the right method, whether it is a paper-based or an electronic type of traceability, depends on your business size. Of course, we cannot deny the fact that we need also to consider resources and the traceability goals. So what's important here is that it needs to be reliable, and there should be a system in place to ensure transparency, the safety, and the trust throughout the supply chain. Okay, so now that we have seen the different traceability systems and methods, let's dive deeper into what really makes a traceability system work. So these next two slides will highlight the fundamentals of traceability, which is the key element that makes tracking and tracing not just possible, but reliable. So the first one is identification. So every product must have a unique identifier, a unique identity. Para katulad din po natin yung mga tao. We need to register our names sa PSA just for us to have our own identity. Okay? In like manner with our product, okay, every product must have a unique identifier like a barcode, batch number, or RFID tag. Okay? So, let's have a quick question. So, you can actually respond using the chat box in our live YouTube channel. So, what do you usually see on a food label at the grocery stores that helps trace its source? Okay, I can see it in the comment section that they have answered barcode, batch number. Exactly, those are correct answers. Okay, that actually allows us to trace a product through the supply chain. Salamat po sa ating mga viewers. You're very attentive. Okay, so totoo naman yan. It's very obvious. Barcode, batch numbers are normally seen by all of our consumers. Okay? Kung hindi mo siguro nakikita yung barcode, yung mga batch number, certainly, baka by disability ka sa sense of sight. Di ba? And next, we have data collection. So this includes details like production date, ingredients, supplier information, and more. That's why it is very important to record this information rightly. You might be asking, bakit naman? Because it's the foundation of traceability. If the data is incomplete or wrong, then definitely the whole system fails. Kaya nga palagi kong sinasabi sa mga client ko minsan, hindi po pwedeng i-fabricate ang data. You need to be honest, accurate in whatever information that you register in your monitoring. That makes it as a record. Then we move on to record keeping. Whether done manually or digitally, the goal is to organize and store all the data properly. Next is product tracking, or known to be the forward traceability. So this actually refers to tracking a product forward from the raw materials to distribution, like tracing coffee beans from the farm all the way to your cup. Okay? Now, if we have the forward traceability, of course, meron tayong backward traceability. That is product tracing. Okay? That backward traceability, that's wherein the tracing or the tracking a product from the shelf back to where it came from. Okay? So, this is the key when a product needs to be recalled or investigated due to safety concerns. Of course, I believe not all of us here would wish that to happen, right? But of course, we need to be ready. Sabi nga nila, we need to anticipate and consider the worst case scenario. Okay? We need to consider the worst case scenario for us to be more proactive in our approach. Okay? Next slide, please. Now, linkage of information. All that information needs to be connected from the start to the finish. Okay? So this linkage ensures smooth flow and complete visibility of a product's journey. Now, we also have verification and validation. So having data is not enough, actually. We need to make sure that it is accurate. So that's where verification and validation comes in. The system must be tested and audited regularly. Next fundamentals of traceability is communication, okay? Which is known to be a critical thing in its implementation, because the data should be clearly and efficiently across all players, suppliers, processors, even regulators. No one should be left guessing. Hindi po pwedeng maghuhulaan kayo. Saan ba ito galing? Di ba? That's why everything in the supply chain should be involved in its implementation through communication. Okay? Another is corrective action. So, corrective action and recall capability. We are very blessed because our topic this afternoon, especially the next topic after me, is all about recall system. So kung titignan natin, traceability is actually a prerequisite program before you can be able to recall. Ano bang i-recall mo if in the first place you don't have the traceability system in place, right? So, yun. And finally, the system should meet regulatory and industry standards. For example, we have the ISO 22000 or Codex guidelines. We have compliance that ensures your traceability efforts are actually recognized and trusted worldwide. Okay? So, hindi ka magsisisi if you're going to implement traceability system. So, to wrap up my discussion on the fundamentals of traceability, we need to understand that traceability isn't just about tracking the products. It's about building transparency, accountability, and safety from the start to finish. Okay? So, next slide. So now let's explore the key elements of traceability. So these are the building blocks that ensures we can be able to track and trace products accurately at every step of the process. So the first one is product traceability. So this element defines the physical location of a product at any stage in the supply chain. Okay, so think of this as an example. So if you were managing a warehouse, why would knowing the exact location of a product be important? Isn't it? We expect an answer from that. So inventory management, quick retrieval, and avoiding mix-ups is very important. So why? Because it exactly helps in managing the stock efficiently and quickly addressing any issues. Now, the second element is the supplier or the input traceability. So this is about making sure that the source of all raw materials and ingredients is known and documented. The third one is process traceability. So this actually tracks every activity affecting the product from growth to display, okay? Including what happened, where, and when. So knowing the processing history is critical because it helps pinpoint exactly where things may have gone wrong if a problem arises later. Okay? Saan ba ako nagkulang? Saan ba ako nagkamali? Di ba? So yun yung mga tanong. Baka yun din yung tinatanong nyo sa iba. Di ba? Number 4, genetic traceability. Okay? So this might be new to us. Di ba? Siguro most of us here might be so curious about what is this genetic traceability. Okay, so this element identifies the product's genetic makeup and its source, including the type of its supplier. So this is especially important for plants or animals to verify authenticity, track the breeding information, and manage diseases resistance, which ultimately maintains product quality and origin verification. Okay? Kaya nga 'di ba kung may example like in New Zealand, marami sa kanilang baka, they have the tagging, 'di ba? Wherein you can see all of the pertinent informations about that baka. Okay? Okay, now next. We also have customer traceability. So this ensures that customers for all products can be identified. Knowing who received a product is vital, especially for recall notifications. Okay? Kaya kailangan natin talagang i-trace, okay, with our customer to make the process of recall much easier. So ensuring customer safety and gathering feedback to improve the product or service. Now, the sixth one is measurement traceability. Again, this is also new for some, di ba? But certainly we are doing this, okay? So this relates to individual measurements, actually, that results through calibration to reference standards to assure quality. So there are manufacturing plants here who are conducting internal calibration or in-house calibration. So their internal or in-house calibration actually follows a measurement traceability from a reference standard. Okay, so that's it. Now the seventh one is the disease and pest control traceability. So finally, this tracks microbiological hazards and pests that may contaminate food products. Tracking disease and pest outbreaks benefits the supply chain in enabling quick response actions, preventing the spread of contamination, and protecting our customers. Now, on this slide, we see the key components that make up an effective traceability design and its implementation. So, first, we have the identification of suppliers and customers by food business operators. So this is actually very important because traceability starts with knowing exactly where your raw material are coming from and where your finished products are going. So without this, it's impossible to track and control the supply chain. Now, next is the internal traceability. So this actually focuses on monitoring the movement of materials within the organization, from the receiving of raw ingredients, processing them, to packing them and distributing them. Every step, mind you, take note of this, every step must be traceable so that we can pinpoint where an issue may have occurred. Now, the third component is the types of information to be kept. Okay, this includes batch numbers, production dates, expiration dates, and handling conditions. So this data serves as your backbone of traceability systems and helps in making informed decisions during food safety incident. The fourth one is the component, which is actually the time of reaction for traceability data that is available. So in practice in the industry, this means how fast we can assess or how fast can we access and provide the necessary records or information that we need. Definitely, the faster that we react, the quicker we can be able to respond to potential risks and prevent further harm. Okay? And lastly, we have the time of record keeping. So regulations often require that records be kept for a certain period, okay, depending on the product shelf life and associated risks. So proper record retention actually ensures accountability and supports both compliance and the consumer protection. Okay, so now let's look at how the process flow of traceability actually works in practice. Okay, so we begin at the receiving stage. Here, documents such as purchasing records or purchase orders, invoices, specifications, certificates of analysis, receiving records are actually kept. The procedures involves checking the quality, sanitation, and assigning batch codes. And the responsibility lies within the QA inspector and the receiving clerk. So this step is crucial because if traceability fails here, it affects the entire system. Next is the storage area stage. So at this point, the records from the receiving are actually carried forward. So including the tags and batch codes that are written down along with the storage record. So procedures such as storage protocols, like the FIFO rules, the labeling and discharge records are followed. So the QA inspector and stock clerk ensures that all stored items remain properly identified and managed to avoid mix-ups or loss of traceability. Normally, ito yung palagi nagiging problema sa natural food manufacturing setting, the mixing of other multiple batches, which should not be done if you have an efficient and effective traceability. Then we move to the preparation stage. So here, records from storage are connected to formulation records and preparation logs. So the procedures include preparation methods, the quality specifications, and sanitation requirements. So this stage is overseen by the QA inspector again, together with the production leader, ensuring that what goes into the production is clearly linked to its origin. So overall, this flow shows how process, records, procedure, and responsibilities are interconnected. So each step must be properly documented and assigned to the right personnel to make sure that traceability is accurate and, of course, reliable. So this structured approach allows us to quickly track back any product, ensuring that food safety and compliance with the regulatory requirements. So I also have here the traceability decision tree that is designed to help us quickly assess. You might be asking me, Doc James, when can we say that we need to have a record on this particular step? Now, we have here the traceability decision tree. The way we use it is somehow synonymous to the way we use the HACCP decision tree, okay, the CCP decision tree. So this is designed to help us quickly assess whether our system is reliable, complete, and if a particular step requires a record. So its purpose is to guide us through a series of simple questions, actually, that check if all necessary records are actually in place, and if those were consistently included, and if those codes are passed on the next step. So this way, we can be able to identify the gaps or weak points in our documentation. So the importance of using this tool lies in its ability to protect both the company and the consumers. So with proper traceability, we can be able to quickly trace the source of the problem, ensure the compliance with food safety regulations, and of course, strengthen consumer trust. Okay, so now let's move on to the coding system requirements. So within a traceability system, so these are the fundamental criteria that ensure our traceability codes are effective and serve their purpose across the supply chain. So first, we have the clearance of code. So this refers to the clarity and simplicity of the coding system. It should be clear. So the codes must be free from ambiguity, accurately reflect the product information, and comply with the regulatory and industry standards. So if we have a clear code, it helps us prevent confusion, especially when products are moved across different handlers or systems. So whether it's during the production, distribution, or recall situation. Now, second, we emphasize that codes must be understandable and readable. Okay, this means that the code should be easily interpreted, not only by machines or systems, but also by the people handling the product. Okay, so readability ensures that there is a minimal risk of misinterpretation, diba? Or error, especially when decision needs to be made quickly. So together with these two elements, clearance of code and understandable and readable aspect or requirement of coding system, form the backbone of a robust and functional traceability system. Okay, so on this slide, looking at example 1 of a coding system used within the process, specifically for RIPs, which stands for raw ingredients or products. O hindi yan rest in peace ha, that's raw ingredients or products. So at the top, we see a simple entry. You have there A/012315/MG. Okay? So this code is broken down into 3 parts. You have there the A for the supplier identifier. In this case, that's JDB Company. That's James De Leon Bundal Company. That's my company. Just for example. Hindi po ako mayaman. We also have there 012315 for the date that follows this format, the month, day, and year format. And we also have the MG. It actually represents the product. In this case, if you're going to look at the legend, when we say MG, that's mango product. So below, okay, we also have here another example. Okay, bubusigin ko po kayo ngayon ng mga maraming halimbawa so that you can be able to digest the informations that I have fed you this afternoon very well. So we have here another example, A.1/09314/IN1. So A.1 for the supplier is for the supplier identifier. So in this case, again, that is JDB company. So you also have there the 09314. So that represents the date. But in this case, the difference of this to that of the previous example is that it follows the Julian calendar. Okay? Later on, I'm going to show to you the Julian calendar. We also have there the IN1 representing the product. In this case, that is ingredient number 1. So this again follows the same format, supplier date and product, all merged into a traceability into a traceable code. So what's important here is that this coding system allows quick identification and where the product came from and when it was received or processed. Okay, so next, let's take a look at example number 2. So which provides a more detailed breakdown of the coding system for raw ingredients or the products within the process. So this coding format includes the commodity, origin, harvest date, harvest responsible, packing date, packing responsible, and the storage number. So each of these elements contributes to a more comprehensive and traceable code. So when put together, they ensure that every product can be traced back to its origin, batch time and processing, and of course, the production line, okay? Which is actually extremely valuable in both quality control and food safety management. So this system not only improves traceability, but also enhances the ability of the company to respond swiftly in case of any food safety recall. So here is an example where the Julian dates comes in. So instead of using full date like September 23, 2025, so we use the Julian format, which would be 266, since it's the 266th day of the year, plus the year 2025. So this method simplifies the date into 3 plus the 2-digit number, making it as 26625, which is easier to encode and read in compact formats. So let's take a look also at example number 1 of the coding structure used for product traceability. So the code is made up of 4 parts, so each representing key information. So you have there 100, which represents the product type. The number 03, this is the variant of the product showing the specific version. We also have the 040215. So this means the date code formatted on the date, month, and year. So also the number 8, this is the ID number, a unique identifier that differentiates this specific lot or batch from the others. So when you combine it, you have there the batch code. Okay. Next, this is also an example of a barcode that is similar to the previous coding structure that we discussed. But in this case, we use the Julian calendar. Next slide, please. So now let's take a look at an example of a widely used coding structure. So the EAN-13 barcode system. So this consists of 13 digits, and its first 7 digits form what is called the basis number. So this basis number is centrally assigned by an official organization, usually a global standards, or particularly I can identify GS1, to ensure that every product has a unique standardized identifier worldwide. Okay, so this actually means that no 2 products will have the same basis number, which helps us maintain the consistency and reliability of our tracing system. Okay, so as we close, remember that traceability system tells us the full story of the product behind every product that we produce. So a story that reflects the collective effort of everyone in the supply chain, from the farmers and the suppliers to processors and distributors. So this shared journey is what ensures the quality and safety we promise to our consumers. So daghang salamat, thank you so much, and Diyos mabalos.
Yay! What an energy, sir. No? So thank you very much. So we receive a lot of compliment in the YouTube live stream. So thank you, Dr. Bandal, for your comprehensive discussion on farm-to-fork traceability. So to our viewers, do you agree that traceability builds consumer trust? Comment trust if you agree. So we have a lot of participants, no, commenting on yan. So nabuhay ba ang inyong energy? So hopefully no, lahat tayo ay nagising. So for next speaker to give us further perspectives from the traceability system of farm level, so we have Miss Antoinette June D. Russell. So she is a Bachelor of Science in Food Technology graduate from the Philippine Women's University since 2019. She has been serving as Dormitory Manager 2 and HRMO designate at the Agriculture Training Institute Regional Training Center. Previously, she worked as a Quality Assurance Specialist at SYT Bake Shop and as a Research and Development Specialist at Virginia Food Incorporated. With her diverse background in both industry and agricultural training, Ms. Russell provides valuable insights that bridge food safety practices from farm to fork. So let us welcome Ms. Antoinette June D. Russell. Virtual applause, everyone.
Thank you, Ma'am Jonna, for that very generous introduction and for setting the virtual stage for me today. So hello, everyone, and welcome again. Today, we are diving into a very crucial role yet very often overlooked cornerstone in modern farming, the farm traceability system. While it may not always be on top of the mind of farmers, it plays a vital role in shaping safe and sustainable food production. So during Mr. Bondal's presentation, we explored the broader scope of traceability. Now, we'll bring the focus closer to the farm level, where it all begins. Here, we'll uncover how a traceability system in the farm ensures accountability, strengthens compliance, builds consumer trust, and most importantly, safeguards food safety every step of the way. Next slide, please. So the farm traceability system is essentially the backbone of food safety management. It is a structured approach that records and monitors every step of food production. With this system, all farm activities can be traced backward to their source and forward to the consumer. Now, why is this so important? Bakit nga ba? That's exactly what we'll be finding out this afternoon. As we move along, we'll also look into how traceability systems support sustainability and why they matter so much, not only for farmers, but also for businesses and consumers alike. Bakit nga ba important ang traceability in food safety? So imagine a farm traceability system as the unsung hero of food safety, a robust safety net that protects us all. This system plays a crucial role in safeguarding consumers' health and maintaining trust in food supply chain. Now, how exactly does it do its thing? So meron tayong 5. Number 1 is it identifies the source of the problem. For example, in 2019, the Food and Drug Administration issued warnings about vegetables in public markets testing positive for excess pesticide residues in cabbage and pechay coming from Benguet farms. So farmers who had proper traceability system were able to show exactly which plots received pesticide sprays, anong mga chemicals yung mga nilagay nila, and kung kailan. This allowed authorities to identify the problem, where the problem came from, and which is there are a few growers who have harvested their produces too soon after spraying, and na-ignore pala nila yung pre-harvest interval. Because of traceability, They were able to isolate only the non-compliant batches instead of penalizing the whole group. As a result, farmers involved were trained in GAP or good agricultural practices, preventing the same issues in the succeeding harvest. Second is it enables quick product recall. Another example is in 2019, the Food and Drug Administration issued a public health warning on certain batches of raw cow's milk sold in Laguna and nearby provinces after salmonella contamination was detected. Because the dairy cooperative involved had implemented a basic traceability system, authorities were able to identify the exact farms and milk batches linked to the contamination and they were only able to recall contaminated lots from wet markets and cooperatives, allowing unaffected batches from other farmers to continue distribution, thus avoiding unnecessary economic losses. Without traceability, the entire province's milk production could have been banned, harming all farmers. Instead, the recall was targeted and effective, protecting both public health and farm livelihood. Thirdly, is it ensures compliance with standards. Another example is in Davao and Bukidnon, where several banana plantations adopted good agricultural practices certification to meet export requirements for markets such as Japan and Middle East. So under PhilGAP, farms are required to establish traceability system from input use to harvest, packaging, and shipping. So how did compliance work? Farms assigned traceability codes to each banana carton. If pesticide residues or defects were detected in a shipment, the exporter could trace back the problem to the exact farm block, harvest date, and spray records. This system satisfied both the DA's Bureau of Plant Industry requirements and the importing country's food safety standards, proving compliance with GAP and strengthening market access. Traceability here served as a documented proof of compliance. This shows that traceability is not only about food safety, but also about proving compliance with standards, which is crucial in Philippine farms seeking both local and export market access. Another is it protects consumer health. One good example is in Alaminos Goat Farm in Laguna, a pioneer in dairy goat operation in the Philippines, known for innovatively using indigofera as a high-protein tropical forage. By integrating detailed feed records, the Alaminos Goat Farm ensures consistent and safe nutrition for its herd. Because of this, they became the first dairy goat farm in the Philippines authorized by the FDA to sell fresh goat's milk in supermarkets back in 2008. This shows that ultimately, simple record keeping and traceability can reduce food safety risks and protect consumers. Next slide, please. Lastly, it builds consumer trust. When the African swine fever or ASF entered the Philippines in 2019, thousands of hogs had to be culled. So the DA imposed strict movements, controls, and pushed for traceability systems to protect both farmers and consumers. One clear example is in Bulacan and Rizal provinces where outbreaks were first detected. Farms that kept detailed livestock record enabled authorities to quickly identify and isolate affected farms, and instead of banning pork product across the entire provinces. They were also able to trace back the source of ASF contamination and provide transparent communication to consumers, reassuring them that only affected products were pulled out of the market, while ASF-free farms continued operation under the ASF-free zone certification. At its core, farm traceability is not just compliance, it's protection, accountability, and trust. Next slide, please. A complete farm traceability system has several key components. First, we keep input records, which include seeds, fertilizers, feeds, or veterinary medicines. This allows us to trace back to the source of materials in case problems arise. Next is we maintain production records that capture daily farm activities, such as planting, feed schedules, and animal health monitoring. This helps in ensuring consistency and help us trace the pre-harvest interval and downtime, lalo na when administering medicine sa ating mga livestock animals. Then, we have harvest and processing records, where we log when and how much we have harvested, the quality checks performed, storage conditions, and packaging details. This will help us track kung ano ang pinagdaanan ng ating products during processing. After that, we need distribution and sales records, which links the farm products to the buyers. These products make it possible to trace food forward to the consumer and backward to the farm if a recall is needed. Finally, when taken together, these components establish a comprehensive farm documentation system that goes beyond simple record keeping. By systematically documenting farm activities, farmers are equipped not only to respond promptly to potential issues such as contamination or recalls, but also to demonstrate compliance with regulatory requirements and industry standards. Moreover, an organized documentation system, whether traditional or digital, enhances credibility during inspections and audits, while at the same time fostering consumer trust by providing assurance that agricultural products are safe, properly managed, and responsibly produced. Next slide, please. When we talk about traceability, we often highlight its benefits, but adopting it also comes with real challenges for farmers. First is most farmers still rely on paper logs like notebooks or receipts, mainly because doon naman talaga sila mas comfortable and it is more accessible sa end nila. The problem is these easily get lost or damaged, especially when improperly compiled. Second, many farmers see record keeping as extra work and not really part of farm management. Since they are not used to recording their farm activities, they don't appreciate much of its benefits. As a result, entries are often inconsistent and inaccurate kasi kaya lang sila nag-record pag na-remember nila. Third is, even if digital tools like apps or QR codes exist, internet access in rural areas is weak or none at all, and many farmers are not yet comfortable with digital systems, so other farmers do not even have a smartphone to begin with. Another challenge is its cost and incentives. Keeping good records take time, training, and sometimes equipment. Unless required for certification or buyers require it, farmers don't always see the benefit. And lastly, poor records directly affect traceability. Without reliable records, it's hard to track inputs, measure productivity, or show compliance with standards and food safety laws. So while record keeping is crucial, these barriers explain bakit mababa pa din ang adoption ng traceability sa ating mga farms. When we talk about farm record keeping, many farmers see it as additional work rather than part of good farm management. That is why support from government institutions like the Agricultural Training Institute or ATI becomes very important. ATI capacitates farmers in record keeping through two of its flagship programs. So one is the Farmer Field School and the Farm Business School. In Farm Business School, farmers are trained on the financial side of farming, such as recording expenses, sales, and profits, and using these records to make better business decisions. On the other hand, in Farmer Field School, farmers practice record keeping right in their fields, tracking inputs, activities, and outputs like planting dates, fertilizer use, and pest control. As said by Mr. Bonda, is important, and I couldn't agree more. With this, I encourage you to take part of our trainings in ATI. It's 100% free. We have training centers in every region across the country, ready to support farmers like you. And also, I encourage you, kung may mga kasama tayo ditong processors, we have varied training programs available for you to access as well. To know more about our agency and the services we offer, you may visit our official website through the link on your screen. In conclusion, a farm traceability system is just record keeping. It is the backbone of food safety and consumer confidence. Traceability goes beyond the farm. By sourcing from farms with proper records, processors help prevent unsafe raw materials from entering the food chain. Ultimately, traceability links farm and table, not only as a compliance tool, but as a bridge of trust that safeguards consumer health, supports farmers, and secures the journey of our food from farm to fork. Next slide, please. It has been widely said time and time again, food safety involves everybody in the food chain. Can I get a thumbs up if you agree po? All right. One weak link can break the system, but when farmers, processors, retailers, and consumers all do their part, we protect lives and strengthen trust. Food safety is not just responsibility, it is a shared commitment that connects us all. For those who want to dive deeper, here are some references you can learn from, and feel free to take a screenshot of these references so you can review anytime after this session. Daghang salamat for joining me in this session. Ad Maiorem Dei Gloriam, for the greater glory of God.
Thank you, Ms. Russell, for highlighting the importance of starting traceability right at the farm level. So it really is the foundation of safe food system. And so I hope you take down notes, all the details they have given po sa ating mga resource speakers. So for our next speaker for recall system is Mr. Heherson M. Acosta, a professional food technologist. He also earned his Bachelor of Science in Food Technology from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He is currently a production officer at Max's Bake Shop Incorporated, where he has served for 13 years and was previously a production supervisor at Ketchup Pinoy Incorporated for 6 years. With extensive experience in production operations and food safety practices, Mr. Acosta brings practical expertise that will enrich our understanding of effective recall systems in the food industry. Let us now welcome Mr. Heherson Acosta. Give him a big round of virtual applause in the chat. Heherson. So while waiting for our resource speaker, so you can type in the chat box for your question that will open forum. So I hope you energize, you will share what your knowledge, what is your understanding on the topic that we have provided. Okay, I think Sir Acosta is here.
Thank you, Ms. Jonalyn, for that kind introduction. And thank you, Sir James and Ma'am Antoinette, for full discussion on traceability. As we have just learned, traceability is the backbone of food safety management. It enables us to track where our food comes from, where it goes, and what happened to it at every stage of the supply chain. Without a strong traceability system, we would not know which batch to isolate, which distributor to notify, and which consumers to protect. This leads us to the next crucial aspect of food safety, the recall system, where traceability plays a vital role. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, students and professionals. I am honored to speak to you this afternoon. Let me start with a question. How do you feel if the Food and Drug Administration announced a recall of your favorite food due to safety concerns? This is the reality that recalls address. Recalls are not just about pulling products from the shelves. They're about protecting consumers' health, maintaining public trust, and preserving the integrity of food companies. Today, we will explore the Philippine Product Recall Guidelines under FDA Circular Number 08, Series of 2001, and FDA Circular Number 15-012, and focus how recall works in the food industry. More importantly, we will discuss how food manufacturers can prepare and respond effectively so recall don't become disaster, but rather proof of responsibility and safety culture. Here is my discussion outline. First, I will discuss the importance of recall. Second, I will talk about the purpose of the recall, about the recall classification. Next I will be enumerating the general procedures for recall. Fifth I will also discussing about the public health alerts. And finally, I will discuss the guidelines for recall readiness of food manufacturers. Why recall matters? Recall are not punishment, but they are protections. Recall matters because they protect lives, preventing harmful products from reaching more people. Second, they maintain consumer trust. Consumers want to know that when they buy something, it's safe. If recalls are handled well, trust in the brand and in the system actually increases. Recalls prevent bigger disasters. For companies, acting quickly saves them from lawsuits, heavier penalties, and permanent damage to their reputations. So recalls may be perceived negatively and difficult are actually act of responsibility and protection. What are the purpose of the recall? Number one, the recall is to remove violative products before they can cause harm. A violative product might be a product which is expired, contaminated, or misleading in its label. Second, recall also move faster than court actions. Instead of waiting for years in court, FDA and companies can act immediately. And finally, recalls can be voluntarily. It is when the company takes the initiative to pull out its own product or may be ordered by the FDA. Either way, the focus is quick protection of consumers. Next. What are the classifications of recalls? Not all recalls are the same. They are classified into 3 levels based on the risks. It's like an emergency room triage system. Red is for life-threatening, yellow is for moderate, and green is for mild. But it must still be addressed. So FDA classified recall as Class 1 recall, Class 2 recall, and Class 3 recall. We will discuss the classification of recall one by one. Class 1 recalls are emergencies. They involve food products that can cause death or permanent harm. Because of the danger, companies have only 7 days to recall every affected products. In safety, every day counts. An example of this Class 1 recall is when last June 2022, a local distributor of an imported brand of peanut butter initiated a voluntary product recall due to potential salmonella contamination. Class 2 recalls are serious but less urgent. They cover products that may cause temporary or reversible illness. For this, companies have 15 days to complete the recall. An example of this Class 2 recall is last 2024, May 2024, a brand of prawn dumpling, a Korean dumpling filled with prawn, and a seafood spring roll was recalled voluntarily due to the presence of an undeclared allergen, which is egg. And lastly, Class 3 recall deal with foods that are unlikely to cause illness but still violate standards. Even if the health risk is low, recall must still be done within 30 days to keep consumer trust intact. An example of this Class 3 recall is an infant formula milk was voluntarily recalled by the company due to difference in label instruction and scoop size of the product. The affected batch of the milk contained a red-colored preparation scoop compared to the white preparation scoop that is shown in the label instructions. How does the food recall begins? The general procedure for product recall were enumerated under FDA Circular Number 08, Series of 2001, and FDA Circular Number 2016-012. it usually begins with a case report. This could come from the company itself, an FDA inspector, DOH, or even a consumer complaint. Once reported, the FDA Committee for Product Recall evaluates the hazard, asking how risky is this product? Is it life-threatening or not? Finally, the Product Recall Committee make a recommendation to the FDA Director, who decides whether a recall is necessary or not. The Product Recall Committee will release a product recall resolution containing the result of the hazard evaluation and the classification of the recall. Next slide. Once a recall is approved, the DOH offices are informed. For high-risk cases, a public health alert is issued within 24 hours, since its speed is very critical. Then the company is officially notified within 48 hours and must submit a recall plan explaining how they will pull all products off the market. Included in the recall plan to be submitted by the company is the disposal or the destruction method of the affected products. Next slide. Recall don't just stop with the plan. After planning comes with action. The recall is implemented. FDA also audit the recall procedure of the company to ensure that it is effective. FDA inspector go to the facility to ensure products are really being removed from the warehouses, stores, or distribution centers. FDA also verifies the disposal or destruction activities or return to the source company of the recall products. The recalling firm is mandated to submit periodic status report to the FDA so that the agency may assess the progress of the recall. The reporting interval is generally 2 to 4 weeks. If the company refuses to comply with the recall command, legal or regulatory action is taken. Finally, FDA issues an official termination once the recall is complete. If the the Product Recall Committee has determined that the product recall has been completed and all documents required by FDA had been submitted by the company, a termination letter to that effect shall be issued to the firm indicating such. Let's go to the public health alerts. Public health alerts must match the risk label. For Class 1 recall, a nationwide tri-media announcements are made. Everyone must know immediately. For Class 2 recall, alert targets of the affected groups like the hospital, schools, or food outlets are sent with the announcement of the recall. And finally, for the Class 3 recalls, notices are sent mainly to distributors and retailers. At the end of the recall process, all recall products must be taken out of circulation. They are either destroyed, reprocessed, or shipped back to the source country. When the recall products are to be destroyed, it should be witnessed by the FDA, and the destruction should be performed only by the DNR accredited third-party waste treatment facility. A certificate of destruction will be issued by the waste treatment facility. When it is to be shipped back to the source country, FDA should witness the inventory, packing, and sealing of the recalled products at the warehouse of the recalling company. A return shipment document will be provided by the company as proof that the recalled product was indeed shipped out to the source country. Let's now go to the food manufacturers should prepare for recalls. How do food manufacturers should prepare for recalls? Instead of waiting for a crisis, food manufacturers should prepare in advance. To be truly ready for a recall, food manufacturers should need a strong system in place even before a crisis happens. Here are the key steps. First, it should be a strong traceability system. It is essential to have a strong traceability system, one that can quickly track where every batch of product came from and where it was distributed. Without this, recall can be delayed, exposing more consumers to potential harms and increasing the company's liability. A robust system ensures that raw materials, ingredients, finished goods are properly documented, making it easier to isolate affected products and prevent unnecessary wastage. As emphasized earlier by Sir James and Ms. Antoinette, traceability is not about compliance, but also about building consumer trust. In the end, a strong traceability system is a backbone of an effective recall process, protecting both the consumer safety and the company's reputation. Next will be to conduct regular mock recalls. This is like a fire drill for food safety. Previous slide, please. It trains the organization to respond swiftly and effectively during an actual recall. According to Weber, companies should conduct at least one recall annually, though many companies have been starting to perform them quarterly to strengthen preparedness. A well-executed mock recall should be completed within 2 to 4 hours with a target recovery rate of at least 98%. Beyond speed and accuracy, the company must also conduct a thorough post-mock recall review to identify challenges, close gaps, and refine procedures. Third will be a clear recall plans and team roles. Mock recall also tests whether the recall team knows exactly what to do, highlighting the importance of having a clear recall plan and defined roles. During a real recall, there should be no confusion. One member must be responsible for coordinating with authorities, another for overseeing logistics and product retrieval, while others handle documentation, internal updates, and customers' communications. Practicing this role during mock recalls ensure readiness, sharpens coordination, and minimize delays. In the end, a strong traceability system provides the foundation. A mock recall keeps the process sharp, and clear plans with defined roles ensure flawless execution. Together, these three pillars create an effective management program that protects consumers, safeguards public trust, and preserves the company reputation. Fourth key steps is having an open communication channels. We should maintain an open and reliable communication channels. In a recall situation, every second counts. So the company must be ready to contact the FDA, DOH, their distributors, retailers, and even consumers. Clear and timely communication prevents misinformations, reduces panic, and ensures that affected products are swiftly removed from circulations. Fifth key steps is keeping a proper documentation and record keeping. We should keep accurate documentation and records of production, distribution, and corrective actions. Regulators will always look for traceability reports, recall records, and corrective actions to verify compliance. A well-maintained records not only support a faster recall investigation, but also provide legal protection and reinforce consumer trust by showing that companies operate transparently and responsibly. Six will be a training on recall system. A recall is only as strong as the people executing it, and a well-trained employees can make the process smoother, faster, and more effective. Training should cover every step of the recall system, for identifying the affected products, to documentation, communication, and product retrieval. Regular training combined with mock recalls ensure that employees stay prepared and confident in their roles. Together with the first three pillars, strong traceability, regular mock recalls, and clear recall plans, with team recalls, open communication, proper documentation, and continuous training, complete a comprehensive recall management system. This integrated approach ensures not only compliance with regulatory standards, but more importantly, protects consumer safety and upholds the company's integrity in the marketplace. Seventh key steps is maintaining an updated supplier and distributor contact list. We should always keep an updated database of suppliers, distributors, retailers, and key customers. In a recall situation, delays in communication can worsen the risk. Having an accurate, up-to-date contacts ensures that notifications are immediate, products are removed quickly, and corrective actions can be coordinated without confusion. Second to the last key steps is keeping a recall-ready resources. We should prepare a recall-ready resources such as a pre-drafted templates for recall notices, press releases, and communication scripts. During the critical first hours of a recall, time is very precious. Having these tools ready allows the company to communicate consistently, clearly, and confidently with regulators, their business partners, and the public, while reducing the risk of misinformation or panic. And lastly, we should conduct regular audits on recall readiness. Our recall readiness should be a part of our internal regular audits. We should ask the critical question, if we had the recall today, are we ready? By simulating real-world conditions and evaluating every component, traceability, documentation, team roles, communication, training, and resources, company can identify weaknesses before they become liabilities. Regular audit also demonstrate a culture of accountability and continuous improvement. When combined with the earlier six pillars, such as strong traceability, regular MAC recalls, clear team roles, open communication channels, proper documentation, and continuous staff training, the last three steps ensures that the recall system is not just being compliant, but being proactive and resilient. Together, all 9 elements form a comprehensive recall management program that empowers companies to act swiftly, protect consumer health, maintain regulatory trust, and safeguard the brand's reputations. Here are the key points of my previous discussion. First, recall protect public health. Second, recall follows strict timelines. Third will be FDA or the BFAD monitors failures. They demonstrate that the system works, that even when unsafe food reaches the market, we have a reliable safety net to protect the consumers and uphold public trust. Here's a real-world example of a recall in the Philippines. Last October 2023, FDA issued an advisory on the voluntary recall of a classic evaporated filled milk. Consumers who purchased the product reported coagulation issues in the product. After investigation, the manufacturing company found out that the root cause was the compromised packaging integrity of the cans. Even though no adverse health incidents were reported, the company decided to act with caution and voluntarily recall the product. This shows us two important lessons. Number one, companies must take consumer complaints seriously. And second, voluntary recalls protect both the consumer and the brand reputation by acting quickly before harm happens. Fast forward, after monitoring and evaluation, the FDA later issued another advisory, the lifting of the voluntary recall. This means that the manufacturing company met all the requirements. They pulled out the products, submitted all the required documents, and satisfies FDA conditions under circular number 2016-012 and circular number 08 series of 2001. The key point is here. Recalls have a clear beginning and a clear end. Once all products are accounted for and corrective measures are verified, FDA can formally close the recall. For us in the food industry, this highlights the importance of number one, transparency with the regulators. Second, proper documentation of all recall activities. And third, ensuring that all unsafe products are really off the market before a recall is terminated. So recall are not just about removal, they're also about closure and accountability. In conclusion, product recalls are often seized as crises, but really they are tools of protection. They safeguard consumers from harm, maintain trust in food brands, and uphold the integrity of our food industry. And here's the most important takeaway. Preparedness is power. With a strong traceability and regular mock recalls, a clear recall plan, and with stop, train, and ready, food companies can turn what should be a devastating crisis to an opportunity to prove responsibility and commitment to public safety. So the challenge I leave you here today is this. Don't wait for a recall to happen before you act. Prepare now, strengthen your system, and embrace recalls not as failures, but as proof of our food safety networks. Thank you for your time and attention. Let's continue working together and to ensure that food reaching every Filipino table is not only delicious, but above all safe. The following are references used in the preparation of this presentation. For further reading on the product recall guidance in the Philippines, you may refer to these sources. I recommend to screenshot these references for deeper study and verification. Once again, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Acosta, for showing us how recall systems protect public health and consumer trust. So now let's do a quick interactive poll for our live viewers. Which do you think is more challenging, traceability or recall? So type your answer in the chat using trace or recall. So let's see which side gets more votes. Okay. So while you are chatting on our YouTube live stream, moving forward, we'd like to hear from you to all our YouTube live viewers. Do you have any question for our three experts? So feel free to type them in the chat box, and please note that we only accommodate few questions for each resource speaker. So this is your chance to engage directly with our speakers, so don't be shy. So may I invite to the virtual floor our resource speakers, Dr. Bondal, Ms. Russell, and Mr. Acosta, and kindly open your camera to be recognized. So you will check on the type chat box. Okay. So we have one question for Dr. Bondal. Sir, how can we verify the traceability system?
Oh yeah. Actually, one way to verify your traceability system is to conduct a mock traceability. So this is actually one of the requirement of a GFSI benchmark standard like the FSST 22000 and the BRC standard, wherein each organization, each site are mandated to conduct a mock traceability challenge. This is one way to challenge your traceability system if it's really working. So in that way, you can be able to check whether or not your traceability system is accurate and responsive in order for you to be prepared for the potential risk of having a product recall. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bondal. So for our next question for Ms. Russell, you also talk about challenges like reliance on paper logs and low digital adoption. How can we start improving our record keeping even with limited resources?
So, good afternoon again, everyone. No? So, it's a good starting point siguro for proving good record keeping, even with limited resources po, is to keep it simple, consistent, and obviously very practical since farmers don't need expensive tools naman talaga right away. What matters most is building a habit. And then from then on, pag patuloy nyo nang ginagawa yun, eventually, masasanay na kayo and parang hindi nyo na kailangan pang isipin pa na kailangan ko bang i-record to because parang nagiging practice nyo na, nasusundan nyo na talaga siya. And one approach siguro is to designate a single study notebook, kunwari for farmers na magsisimula pa lang to do record keeping. So gumamit kayo ng one sturdy notebook na doon nyo po ilalagay lahat with proper labeling, and then you keep it properly para hindi siya mabasa, hindi siya mawala. And then yun, you start with simple, consistent, and practical ways in record keeping. Thank you po.
Thank you, Ms. Tonette. So hopefully, matap natin yung ating mga national government agency, that can give free training for our farmers. Okay, for the last question to Mr. Acosta, sir, what triggers a product recall?
Just what I have discussed, so product recall can be triggered by a consumer complaint or a FDA inspecting supermarket, then they see a product problem in the product, or maybe a complaint with the company itself. So pwede siyang ma-trigger pag merong mga microbial contamination, chemical contamination, physical hazard, labeling issues, or regulatory violations. So once na may nakitang problem yung either FDA or consumer or the company itself, pwede nilang i-report yun sa FDA mismo. Then yung product recall committee will conduct a hazard risk assessment dun sa complaint na yon. So pag na-evaluate ng product recall committee na merong risk doon sa product na ni-report, so at magkakaroon na yun ng recall. So definitely the FDA director will recommend a recall of that product.
Okay, thank you, Sir Acosta. So for those questions po that we cannot accommodate at this time, so because of the interest of time, we are taking note of your questions and we will get back to you via email provided in the registration. So for now, thank you for those thoughtful questions, and a big thank you as well to our resource speakers for their clear and insightful answers. So give them a virtual applause. So now that we wrap up our second major session on traceability and recall, let's move on to our third and final topic for this afternoon. So we'll focus on food safety for healthcare, very important in protecting vulnerable populations and ensuring strict standards in food services. So our first major topic is food safety standards vis-a-vis foodborne illnesses prevention. So our distinguished speaker is Ms. Sherilyn S. Aguilera, a licensed professional food technologist. Ms. Aguilera earned her Bachelor of Science in Food Technology from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños in 2000. She is currently a part-time instructor at Laguna State Polytechnic University, a role she has held for 7 years. She also has over 11 years of experience as a restaurant manager at McDonald's Philippines and 3 years of experience as a microanalyst at Peter Paul Philippine Corporation. With her extensive background in academia, food service management, and food manufacturing, she will provide us with valuable insights on how strict compliance with food safety standards is key to preventing foodborne illnesses and protecting public health. Everyone, let us all welcome Ms. Sherilyn Aguilera. Let's all give her a warm round of virtual applause. Good afternoon, Michelle.
Good afternoon, Ma'am Jonah. So, thank you very much. Thank you, Ma'am Jonah, for that very warm introduction. And hopefully, dun sa ating mga nasa YouTube Live, so buhay pa kayo, you still have energy to listen for the last two topics for today. So we started the day with food safety culture and we'll end it discussing how to prevent foodborne illness with it. So we hear and see in the news people being sick or ill because of the food they eat, especially if these foods are not prepared in a safe manner. So we need to be concerned. Why? Because these illnesses are significant health issues globally. In this session, we'll dive into the important role of food safety standards in preventing foodborne illnesses. Understanding the best food safety practices is our key to protecting public health. We'll explore how food safety standard plays a vital role in reducing the risk and keeping the food we consume safe. So in 2024, the CDC reported 13 multi-state outbreaks linked to pathogens like E. coli, Listeria, and Salmonella. And these outbreaks were caused by contaminated foods like romaine lettuce, cucumbers, and onions. But here in the Philippines, last year, November 2024, 230 students and their families from Guimaras State University were affected in an outbreak involving Staphylococcus toxin that was linked to contaminated spaghetti. In the same month and year, 71 students and teachers naman in Loag City became ill after eating chicken afritada and string beans adobo. So these examples highlight how quickly things can go wrong when food safety isn't prioritized. Globally, foodborne diseases result in 600 million cases and 420,000 deaths each year, where 30% of foodborne deaths occur among children under 5 years of age. WHO estimated that 33 million years of healthy lives are lost due to eating unsafe food globally each year. In the Philippines, a study in 2019 showed 209 reported Philippine foodborne disease outbreaks for the period 2005 to June 2018, while another study in 2021, this time covering the period from January 2005 to September 2021, showed that foodborne outbreak cases in school alone had reported 63 outbreaks affecting most school-age learners and school teachers. So WHO plays an essential role in addressing these challenges by reducing occurrences of such outbreaks through rapid promotion and implementation of the keys to safer food that will be discussed later. Having said that, today's discussion will cover the following topics. So we have hazards in food safety, foodborne illnesses, and food safety standards, specifically the 5 keys to safer food for service establishments, home and in manufacturing, specifically the 5 P's of the CGMP. So let's dive into our first topic. What are the hazards in food safety? So food safety hazards can be broken down into 4 main types. So we have the physical, the chemical, allergen, and the microbiological hazards. Physical hazards refer to foreign objects like metal or glass that can cause injury if accidentally eaten. Chemical hazards are harmful substances like pesticides or toxins that can pose health risks when ingested. Allergen hazards are related to certain proteins in food that can trigger severe allergic reactions in sensitive individuals. While microbiological hazards include bacteria, viruses, and fungi that can contaminate food and make it acid. And it's important to understand these hazards so that we can prevent them. In addition to these hazards, pests such as rats, flies, cockroaches, so just like what you see in the picture, and animals can cause physical and biological hazards leading to product damage or contamination. So bird droppings, which cause contamination and damage to equipment, is now a major issue in some food processing facilities. These hazards lead to food contamination, resulting in foodborne illnesses. And a common cause of foodborne illness, which we will discuss today, are the microorganisms. But the question is how these microorganisms grow and contaminate our food. Microorganisms, just like us, need some factors to grow. So as seen in this slide, FATOM, an acronym used to describe the key factors that influence microbial growth, particularly in the context of food safety. It is also important to understand these factors for safe handling and preparation of meals, especially for hospital patients, as will be discussed by Sir Brian later. These factors are food, which is a vital factor for microorganisms. It requires nutrients to thrive. Next is acidity, which refers to pH levels prepared by microorganisms for growth. So pH levels is the measure whether or not food is acid, alkaline, or neutral as seen on the picture. As you can see, pH of some food ranges from 3 to 7. Ma'am, paklik po. Yan. Where pH range lower than 4.6 is considered high acidic and pH between 4.6 to 7 is low acid where most pathogens thrive. Also, microbial growth is time dependent. So given the suitable conditions, bacteria can double in number every 20 minutes as mentioned earlier by Ma'am Mira. In just 2 hours, 1,000 bacteria can multiply into millions. So prolonged exposure of food to unsafe temperatures increases the risk of harmful microbial growth. And since microbial growth is time dependent, temperature is also an important factor. So the range between 4 to 60 degrees Celsius, or in some references, we have 5 to 61 degrees Celsius, is known as the danger zone, where bacteria multiplies rapidly. And keeping food outside this range is very essential for preventing contamination. Another factor is oxygen. The presence or absence of oxygen, the types of microorganisms in the food. Aerobic microorganisms need oxygen, while others called anaerobic microorganisms thrive without it. And lastly, we have moisture, specifically the water activity, which refers to the amount of water available for microbial growth. High moisture foods like the one in the picture, like fresh produce, meat, support microbial growth, while dry foods like grains and cereals inhibit it. If these factors are not controlled, it will result in rapid growth of microorganisms in food causing disease. But ano ba yung foodborne illness? So it is caused by eating contaminated food and are a global health concern, as we've seen in the first slides of my discussions. It is often caused by bacteria, viruses, fungi, or harmful substances. Fungi like molds and yeast can also cause illnesses, with mycotoxins from molds often found on tainted or contaminated food. So if you're not sure with your food, the rule is huwag mong kainin. Okay? So having said the above, it highlights the importance of food safety and dietary choices on health. Foodborne illness can generally be divided into two types. So we have infection and intoxication. But how do we know or identify if what we experience is foodborne infection or intoxication? So foodborne infections happen when we eat food or drink liquids contaminated with harmful bacteria, viruses, or parasites. These pathogens then multiply in our body, usually in our intestines or other tissues, and grow that can make us feel seriously sick. While foodborne intoxication happens when we eat food or drink something already contaminated with toxin. So these toxins can come from bacteria, which produce toxins before we even eat the food, so nandun na sa pagkain, poisonous chemicals, or even natural toxins found in plants, animals, or fungi. But both infection and intoxication can lead to serious health problems. And the next slide will further discuss the difference between infection and intoxication. So the table shows in detail the way it affected our body. So infection is caused by bacteria, viruses, parasites, while intoxication is caused by ingested toxins already present in food. In infection, microorganisms invade or multiply within the lining of the intestine, while with the incubation period of 1 hour, while intoxication has shorter incubation period or showed symptoms in minutes or hours after ingesting the toxins. Symptoms of infections include diarrhea, nausea, vomiting, abdominal cramps, and fever, while intoxications other than vomiting and nausea experience double vision or yung pagkaduling, weakness, respiratory failure, numbness or pamamanhid, sensory and motor dysfunction. So, though hindi nakakahawa compared to foodborne infection, but that can be transmitted from person to person via fecal-oral route, but intoxication symptoms indicates a more serious effect. Inadequate cooking, cross-contamination, poor personal hygiene, and bare hand contact leads to infection, while intoxication can be associated with inadequate cooking and improper holding temperatures. So next time you eat and experience such symptoms, you can easily tell if you have food infection or intoxication and need immediate medical attention to prevent dehydration. So in general, symptoms of foodborne illnesses can vary but commonly include diarrhea, nausea, vomiting, abdominal cramps, headache, fever, fatigue, and body aches, and digestive problems. So while these symptoms may seem mild, they can lead to severe dehydration or other complications. But the question is, who are at risk? We are all at risk, but there are certain groups that are at high risk of foodborne illnesses, which include the young children, the older adults, the pregnant women, and the individuals with compromised immune system. So these populations must be considered when implementing food safety measures. So let's review some common bacteria responsible for foodborne illness. First is the Clostridium botulinum. It thrives in an environment with little or no oxygen. Spores can thrive under extreme conditions and best in low-acid foods like canned goods. Botulism toxin can cause severe, life-threatening symptoms, including muscle paralysis, difficulty swallowing, double vision, and respiratory failure. But in severe cases, it can be fatal if not treated promptly. And sources of Clostridium botulinum includes improperly canned food, like in the picture. Kaya you need to check the deaths, okay, sa mga canned goods natin or sa SIM, yung pinagkakabitan ng lid at body. Also, fermented fish or vacuum-packed foods. Prevention of foodborne botulism is based on good practice in food preparation, particularly during heating, sterilization, and hygiene. So another trivia about Clostridium botulinum. Did you know that honey can also be a source of Clostridium botulinum spores, which can cause infant botulism in children under 1 year old? Bakit? Due to their immature digestive system. So kaya nga pag sa bahay, never try to give honey to your child, especially if he or she is at under 1 year old. And you might also remind your household na wag magbibigay sa bata ng especially under 1 year old ng honey. Next is Campylobacter. Okay, see, it's a microaerophilic bacteria that thrives on low oxygen levels with optimum temperature to grow between 42 to 43 degrees Celsius and does not live in a highly acid food. So it can cause campylobacteriosis, a diarrheal disease, but severe cases, particularly in young children, elderly individuals, or immunocompromised individuals can lead to complications such as dehydration. Another is the Guillain-Barré syndrome, an autoimmune disorder that can lead to temporary paralysis. It also causes reactive arthritis that gives joint pain and inflammation, specifically on the knee section. And sources of Campylobacter are raw or undercooked poultry, especially chicken, meat, unpasteurized milk, and contaminated water. Next, common bacteria is the Clostridium perfringens, which can grow in both aerobic and anaerobic conditions. It's a heat-resistant spore formers with optimum temperature between 4 and 60 degrees Celsius. So it causes food poisoning that results in abdominal cramps and diarrhea, typically within 6 to 24 hours after consumption. And the common food sources include meat products, particularly beef, poultry, and gravies. So it thrives in large, slow-cooked dishes where the food is cooled improperly or stored at unsafe temperatures. Next is E. coli. So it's the common pathogens natin. It's a facultative anaerobe that grows best in temperatures between 21 to 37 degrees Celsius near our body temperature. So this pathogenic strain, the E. coli 0157H7, is a major cause of foodborne illness. It grows in environments where hygiene practices are poor and symptoms range from mild diarrhea to severe bloody diarrhea and hemolytic uremic syndrome, a condition that can lead to kidney failure, particularly in young children and elderly. So E. coli is often linked to undercooked beef, especially ground beef. Also found in unpasteurized milk, juices, and contaminated produce or water, and its presence in water, as you can see in the picture, indicates the presence of feces. So kaya siguraduhin po na malinis ang gamit natin na tubig, hindi lang sa inumin, kundi maging sa mga ginagamit natin na panghugas ng kamay, ingredients, at maging sa mga utensils at equipment natin. And then, the last sa common bacteria is the Listeria monocytogenes, which can grow at refrigerator temperatures as low as 0 degrees Celsius. Moist environment, which makes it particularly dangerous for refrigerated food stored at home or in commercial setting. Listeria infection lead to listeriosis, which cause mild symptoms in healthy adults, such as fever and diarrhea. Ma'am, pakiclick po. But more serious for high-risk individuals because of weak immune systems. So during pregnancy, it can result in miscarriage, stillbirth, premature birth, or severe illness in newborns, as you can see in the picture, and commonly found in deli meats, unpasteurized cheese, raw milk, and smoked seafood. Ready-to-eat foods such as salads and pre-packaged sandwiches can also be contaminated. Kaya sa mga convenience stores like 7-Eleven, kung makikita nyo, nasa chiller yung ready-to-eat products nila. At dapat monitored ang temperature na tama. So let us now move to virus. Okay, so there are two common viruses that can cause foodborne illness, which are hepatitis A and norovirus. So hepatitis A is a stable environment and can survive for extended periods outside the human body. It does not grow in food but is transmitted through fecal-oral contamination and can survive in food contaminated by infected food handlers or contaminated water. But it can be inactivated by cooking food to appropriate temperatures. But still, it can survive refrigeration. So hepatitis A infects the liver and causes acute hepatitis with symptoms including fever, fatigue, loss of appetite, abdominal pain, nausea, and common sa atin to nakikita natin minsan yung naninilaw or yung jaundice. Naninilaw ang mata, naninilaw yung balat. Okay, so this disease is typically curable naman but causes severe illness sa mga older adults, people with chronic liver disease, and immunocompromised individuals. Transmission is through contaminated water, raw shellfish, fruits, and vegetables kung hindi mo huhugasan ng malinis na tubig yung vegetable mo. And ready-to-eat food handled by infected individuals. And it's very common, kaya tayo, minsan tatabihan tayo, huwag tayo masyadong kumain ng street foods, especially if yung sauce is shared by customers. Ano ibig sabihin na shared? Yung nagsawsaw ka sa fishball or sa sauce, then pagkakagat, sinawsaw ulit sa sauce. Though now naman, may mga nagpa-practice na gumagamit na sila ng baso to prevent that scenario. Next is norovirus, a nasty virus that causes acute gastroenteritis, an inflammation of the stomach or intestine, sometimes called the stomach flu or stomach bug. So if you've had it, you know it's no fun. So kung naka-experience ka nito, because think of nausea, explosive vomiting, watery diarrhea, and stomach cramps that may also lead to dehydration. Raw oysters and other filter-feeding shellfish are often the culprits as they harbor the virus or bacteria that can make us seriously ill. And having contact with someone who has it, like if you care for them, ikaw yung nag-aalaga, you share them with your food or utensils, or you eat food they have handled, can cause one to acquire it. So also eating contaminated food or drinking liquids touching surfaces that have the virus on them, okay, can then touching your mouth spreads it so quickly. So prevention includes proper hand washing and cooking food properly. And lastly, we have fungi such as molds and yeast, which are not commonly pathogenic. For example, meron tayong molds that are intentionally used in food production, such as the blue cheese, the Penicillium roqueforti, or for fermented products. Also, yeast such as Saccharomyces cerevisiae or baker's cheese is most commonly used in baking and brewing in fermentation. So where they break down sugars to produce alcohol. Both molds and yeast can be beneficial, but there are some that can cause illness. So molds, like in the picture, can grow on high moisture foods such as bread, fruits, vegetables, and dairy products and thrive at room temperature or even colder conditions. Mold spores are present in the environment, which means it can settle on exposed food. Kaya nga pag may amag yung tinapay natin, tinanggal mo lang yung part na meron. So kahit ilagay mo sa ref, after a day, meron na ulit amag. Molds produce mycotoxins like aflatoxins, and it can lead to liver damage, immune system suppression, and cancer. Aflatoxin, which is common sa mga cereal, coffees, spices, produced by some molds, is linked to kidney damage and cancer. And also, there are some molds that issues, especially with the people with weakened immune systems or mold sensitivities. Sources of bread are fruits. Sources of molds are bread, fruits, cheese, nuts, and other foods that are left at room temperature for too long or stored improperly. Next is yeast, which can grow in moist, sugary environments and are generally found in food containing carbohydrates. So growth temperatures range from 70 to 100 degree Fahrenheit or 21 to 37 degrees Celsius. Ingestion of contaminated foods, especially if there's a yeast overgrowth, can lead to digestive disturbances, including bloating and gas. Yeast can grow on fruits, juices, syrups, and honey when stored improperly or left out at room temperature for too long. So as of this slide, we have already discussed the food safety hazards and foodborne illness. But now let's learn how this can too be prevented by following the food safety standards and practices. So let's take a closer look sa next slide po at the food safety standards that need to be followed in food service establishment and food manufacturing practices that we can also follow at home. Let's explore the key practices that help keep food safe and free from these hazards. So food safety is all about conditions and practices that preserve the quality of food to prevent contamination and foodborne illness. It's an assurance that food will not cause harm to the consumers when it is prepared or eaten to its intended use as defined in Food Safety Act of 2013. But it's not just about keeping food safe for us consumers. For food businesses, it means a management system that is employed to control hazards at acceptable level. So in the next slides, I'll dive into the 5 keys to safer food and good manufacturing practices. So in home or food service setting, proper food handling is key to keeping food safe. So the 5 keys to safer food are not just guidelines. They are simple but very effective practices crucial in preventing foodborne illness. Following these 5 keys as recommended by WHO can make a big difference in keeping ourselves and our loved ones safe from foodborne illnesses. So it's all about making small but important choices to protect our health. So the first key to safer food is to keep it clean to prevent contamination. So sabi nga, something may looks clean, but that doesn't always mean it is. For example, it will take 2.5 billion microorganisms to make 250 ml of water look cloudy. Yet, it only takes 15 to 20 harmful bacteria to make someone sick. And pathogenic bacteria can be found easily in soil, water, animals, and even on us. So people on our hands, wiping cloths, utensils, and especially cutting boards. So a simple touch can transfer these bacteria to food, causing foodborne illness such as Campylobacter infection, hepatitis A, and stomach flu caused by norovirus. So that's why proper hand washing and hygiene are essential. So the second key is separating raw and cooked food to avoid cross-contamination. Raw food, especially meat, poultry, and seafood, can carry harmful bacteria or microorganisms that can easily spread to other foods during preparation or storage. So to keep things safe, it's really important to keep raw meats and seafood away from everything else. The third key is to cook your food thoroughly, to kill almost all harmful microorganisms that might be present in your food like E. coli, Campylobacter, and Listeria, especially in meats, poultry, eggs, and seafoods. So studies have shown that cooking food to a temperature at 70 degrees Celsius is a great way to ensure it's safe to eat. The fourth key, keeping food at safe temperature to prevent microbial growth. Microorganisms love room temperature and multiply quickly when food is left out for more than 2 hours. So cold food must be kept cold and hot food must be kept hot, away from the danger zone. So I think it was already mentioned din kanina. Okay? So this helps slow down or even stop the growth of harmful bacteria like Clostridium perfringens in food. And the fifth key is using safe water and raw materials to prevent contamination. Because we know that water, ice, and raw ingredients can sometimes be contaminated with harmful microorganisms or chemicals. So that's the 5 key. While in the manufacturing, be it a small, medium, or large scale, more specific guidelines like the good manufacturing practices are followed to ensure the highest standards of safety in processing. So GMP are set of guidelines designed to ensure that the food we consume is safe, free from contamination, and always of the same high quality. So these guidelines cover everything from the raw materials to finished products. And it's about making sure that every step in the process is carefully controlled so we can trust what we are eating. So the 5 P's in GMP that will be focused on are people, product, premises, procedures, and processes. So let us now see the application of the 5 keys of safer food and GMP 5 P's in the household, food service establishment, and food manufacturing. So in this slide, I will be using the 5 keys to safer food in comparing the food safety practices we do at home with those applied in the food service establishment and with the guidelines followed in the manufacturing industry as stated in AO153. So excited na ba tayo? Ano yung mga nasa YouTube live natin? Kung malaman, ano yung pagkakapare-pareho at pagkakaiba na sa ginagawa natin sa bahay, sa restaurant, at sa manufacturing industry para siguraduhin ligtas ang ating mga pagkain. So first is when you say keep it clean. Okay, so this emphasizes the importance of maintaining hygiene in the food environment. So in this slide, in this table, I indicated in the first column that this can be applied on people and premises, including equipment used by having process and procedures as in the 5 P's of GMP. So all sectors require proper hand washing, but strict hand washing in the food service and manufacturing is required. Though alam natin, no, in the household, hindi naman tayo talaga strict when it comes to washing of our hands. So at home, some of us use apron, make sure that our clothes are clean when handling food as part of the personal hygiene. While in the food service naman, workers wear clean uniform and PPE like apron, hairnet, and gloves. And strictly followed a good personal hygiene, including kailangan short nails, no birds, mustache, and may good grooming. In manufacturing, besides strict hand washing policy, wearing a proper uniform like overall, like in the picture, is required. So personal hygiene guidelines include disease control procedures, not allowing sick employees to work unless they become fit to work and adhering to hygienic practices. Another area of concern when it comes to keep it clean is the premises. So in the household, contamination can be prevented by regularly sanitizing surfaces, utensils, and food contact areas and proper waste disposal. In food service, some practices to keep the premises clean is by frequent sanitizing of surfaces like counters, cutting boards, cooking equipment, and also they use different towels in different stations, and they use the 3-compartment sink with the rinse, wash, and sanitize to prevent contamination. There is also waste segregation as seen in the picture with different receptacle bins for food, liquid, and paper waste in the food service. In manufacturing, GMP requires stringent sanitation practices to ensure that food is produced in a clean environment. So this includes regular cleaning and sanitizing, and the floors must be easy to clean. It should have a slope for drainage para hindi naiipon yung tubig. Walls and ceiling should be smooth, easy to clean, and sealed to avoid dirt build-up. Also, the windows requires a removable screen. So, although kailangan ng screen ng windows, but it should be removable for cleaning, and doors must be self-closing and free of cracks. Preventing pests harboring means regularly eliminating waste and mowing grass. The second sa 5 keys is the separating raw from cooked food to prevent contamination. So in the household, we use separate cart for raw and ready-to-eat food kung tayo ay namimili, or kung kaunti lang naman ng pinamimili natin, we just use the compartmentalized cart. Kumbaga, hinihiwalay lang natin siya, just like you see in the picture. So also, the use of different cutting boards, knives, or plates when handling raw and cooked or ready-to-eat food. Pero again, kung hindi ka naman ganun karami ang cutting board, so you just make sure to wash it with clean water before using again. And also putting ready-to-eat or processed food on top of raw meat to avoid contamination from blood dripping when storing food in refrigerators. In food service, cross-contamination is prevented by having separate tools and equipment using clear for cooked food and colored gloves for raw food. And also they have this storage layout, sa chiller for example, wherein the ready-to-eat foods such as the cheese, the milk, vegetables are placed on the top shelves, while the raw foods such as the thawed chicken are placed on the bottom shelves. In the manufacturing guidelines, often require designated areas for raw food processing and cooked food storage, as well as separate equipment for different stages of food production. So in simple words, the raw products and the finished goods must not be in the same room or area, just like you see in this design. In the third key, cook food thoroughly, it stresses the importance of cooking food to correct temperature to kill harmful pathogens. It advises using a thermometer to ensure that food reaches a safe temperature. So comparing the practices we have in household, we just commonly cook food to boiling at 70 degrees Celsius. And then we check the color. For example, kung yung juice ng meat mo ay clear na, it's cooked. But if it's red or pink, it's still raw. And we also have the practice of reheating leftovers at home. While in food service, ensuring food is cooked thoroughly means using a pyrometer or yung kanilang thermometer na ginagamit to check the internal temperatures of cooked food to food safety. While in manufacturing, GMP includes specific procedures for cooking food thoroughly with clear temperature guidelines to ensure safety. It also often involves monitoring cooking times and temperatures during production and using automated systems for accuracy. The fourth key is keeping food at temperature, so which addresses the need to store food at safe temperatures to prevent the growth of harmful bacteria. This includes keeping hot food hot, so as mentioned earlier, and cold food cold, or avoiding the danger zone, as you can see in the picture. So at home, we keep our food in the refrigerator or food cabinet if it does not require cold temperature storage, which commonly leads to spoilage. We have another practice at home, using ice pag wala kang ref, but again, it's not recommended to use, especially for long time sa mga frozen and processed food, since it will only provide temporary coldness. While in food service, using holding cabinets with holding time, using a pyrometer to check the internal temperatures of products being held to 61 degrees Celsius to keep safe food at safe temperatures. While in manufacturing, GMP mandates strict control over food storage temperature throughout production, from receiving raw materials to the final product distribution. So it includes using temperature-controlled storage facilities and monitoring temperature during transport and handling, like mga nakikita sa natin sa highway na malalaking trucks na i-deliver ng products, especially yung mga perishables. And lastly, the fifth key, which is use safe water and raw materials, which emphasizes the importance of using clean and safe water and contaminated raw materials in food preparation. It stresses that water should be potable and ingredients should be free from harmful chemicals or pathogens. In household, use of clean water in washing ingredients, cleaning tools, and utensils are some of our practice. While in food service, use of potable water in operation, use of chlorine to disinfect water, use of food sanitizer in washing vegetables, fruits that are locally bought, having trusted suppliers, and some of using a food safety checklist to ensure all materials are clean and safe within its shelf life or expiration date. While in GMP or in the food manufacturing, they require that the raw materials be sourced from reliable suppliers and that water use in food processing be safe for consumption. It also involves yung testing ng mga incoming raw materials for contaminants, ensuring traceability, having strict guidelines on the storage and handling of ingredients. So actually, there you have it, okay? Comparing the practices of the three areas in the household, food service, and manufacturing, using the concept of the 5 keys to safer food. It showed that the 5 keys focus on practical, everyday practices that individuals can apply in food handling in households, though the implementation is stricter in food service. While manufacturing follows the GMP guidelines, which is a more comprehensive and structured set of guidelines that applies to food production, either small command, medium, or in a larger scale. So both share the common goal of reducing and preventing foodborne illness by ensuring food safety. But again, GMP provides a more formalized and regulated approach applicable to food manufacturers and producers. So in conclusion, babalik tayo dun sa first slide natin, that the foodborne illnesses are preventable. So these issues that we have encountered, these are preventable. By addressing the hazards discussed, we can prevent the likelihood of food contamination, reduce the number of patients in the hospitals experiencing foodborne illness and its complication. Following the 5 keys to safer food discussed are essential steps in minimizing this risk. In addition, following the guidelines and standards in GMP ensures food production is safe and consistent from raw materials to final packaging. And food safety practices and standards are critical, not only for public health, but also for fostering a culture of care, consistency, and accountability throughout the entire food production process. And lastly, creating a food safety culture consists of the prevailing attitudes, values, and practices related to food safety that are taught directly or indirectly to the employees as the first topic this day, the food safety culture. And that is, it is said, food safety isn't just a practice. It's a commitment. And paulit-ulit na nabanggit ngayong araw na to. It's a commitment to making sure food we eat is always safe. Because food safety, again, is everybody's responsibility. And as we move forward, let's explore the role of food safety and nutrition in clinical dietetics, a shared responsibility particularly focusing on safe handling and meal preparation in patient care, as will be discussed by Sir Brian. So again, thank you for listening to my discussions, and these are my references. If you want to read more on the topic, you can take a screenshot of this slide. And again, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aguilera, for emphasizing how strict food safety standards prevent foodborne illnesses. So viewers, gising pa ba kayo? So do you think hospitals should have stricter food safety checks? So comment strict if yes. So para malaman natin, nandyan pa ba kayo? Yan. So yan. Madaming nagtatype sa chat box ng ating nagising pa sila. Ayan. So for our last speaker for today, it is Mr. Brian Anthony G. Naira, a registered nutritionist dietitian. He earned his Bachelor of Science in Nutrition and Dietetics from Far Eastern University Nicanor Reyes Medical Foundation in 2018. Currently, he serves as nutritionist dietitian at the Cagayan Valley Medical Center, a position he has held since 2021. He also has previous experience as an administrative dietitian at St. Paul Hospital, Tuguegarao. In addition to his clinical expertise, Mr. Naira is a certified safety officer too and a food safety compliance officer, which further strengthens his knowledge in integrating safety and nutrition within healthcare settings. Today, Mr. Naira will be sharing his insights on food safety and nutrition in clinical dietetics, a shared responsibility highlighting the importance of collaboration in ensuring patient well-being. Let's all give Mr. Brian Anthony Naira a warm virtual welcome. Please show your appreciation through a chat reactions, and virtual applause as he takes the floor. Good afternoon, Sir Naira.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, Ma'am Jonah, for that nice introduction. So, to our live viewers sa YouTube, I hope you are still there. You are still present. This is the last presentation naman for today's webinar. So, a pleasant afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for being here today. So, have you ever been confined in a hospital? When we think about hospitals, we often picture doctors, nurses, and life-saving treatments. But behind every patient's recovery is another silent partner in healing, and that is food. Hospital food is more than just a meal on a tray. It is nourishment, comfort, and in many ways, medicine itself. This afternoon, the focus of my presentation is food safety and nutrition in clinical dietetics, a shared responsibility. Throughout this session, I will emphasize how food safety and clinical nutrition are inseparable in ensuring effective patient care. I will also highlight why collaboration across the healthcare teams between doctors, nurses, us registered nutritionists, dietitians, dietary staff, and even patients and families is essential to achieve safe and successful nutrition outcomes. Next slide, please. So let me begin by pointing out the strong connection between food safety and clinical nutrition. In healthcare, we know that medicine cures, but nutrition sustains. In hospitals, every plate served is not just food, it is part of the treatment plan. That's why food safety and clinical nutrition must go hand in hand. Safe, well prepared meals don't just prevent illness, they help patients heal faster, recover stronger, and feel cared for. In hospitals and clinical settings, unsafe food undermines therapeutic nutrition goals. It can delay recovery, worsen the patient's conditions, and extends hospital stays, which in turn increases healthcare costs. This shows that nutrition cannot be effective without safety. A meal may be nutritionally balanced on paper, but if it contains harmful bacteria or contaminants, it will do more harm than good. Therefore, food safety should always be considered a foundation of clinical nutrition. Next, please. When patients come to a hospital, they entrust us not only with their treatment, but also with their safety and well-being. While much of that trust is placed in doctors, nurses, and medical procedures, there is another crucial element that goes unnoticed, and that is food safety. Now, why exactly is food safety so critical in healthcare? In healthcare, food is more than nourishment. It is part of the healing process. Hospital patients are one of the most vulnerable groups in the society. For patients with weakened immune systems, the simple act of eating a meal carries risk if safety standards are not strictly followed. According to the World Health Organization, 1 in 10 people fall each year due to unsafe food. If that is the case in the general population, the risk is even greater for hospitalized patients. Foodborne outbreaks in hospitals can result in serious complications, delayed treatment plans, and in extreme cases, even death. They also erode trust in healthcare services. Thus, ensuring safe food is not just about preventing illness, it is about patient safety and preserving confidence in healthcare. Next slide, please. From the perspective of clinical nutrition, safe food is the foundation of effective therapy. Food safety is inseparable from patient care. Nutrition therapy is carefully designed to meet patients' medical needs, whether it's a low-sodium diet for heart disease, high-protein meals for wound healing, or specialized diets for renal and diabetes patients. Boost immune defenses and promote nutritional rehabilitation. But even the most significantly tailored diets become ineffective or even dangerous if food safety is compromised. For instance, neutropenic diets are prescribed for patients with compromised immune systems, such as those undergoing chemotherapy. In these diets, fresh fruits, raw vegetables, or undercooked foods are restricted to reduce the risk of exposure to harmful microorganisms. If these safety precautions are not followed strictly, the patient's risk of foodborne illnesses increases dramatically. This example highlights the point that nutrition therapy and safety are two aspects of the same process. They cannot work in isolation. In essence, clinical nutrition does not stop at prescribing the right nutrients. It extends into ensuring that those nutrients are delivered safely. Food safety is the foundation that allows nutrition therapy achieve its goals, supporting healing, enhancing recovery, and improving patient outcomes. Next slide, please. So who is responsible for ensuring food safety in healthcare setting? The answer is everyone. The medical doctors plays a crucial role in ensuring that food safety and clinical nutrition are integrated in patient care. While they may not be directly involved in food preparations, their guidance sets the standards for safe and appropriate nutritional practices in hospitals. They are responsible for prescribing diet orders that aligns with the patient's medical conditions. These orders must consider not only the nutrient requirement, but also the food safety risk. Physicians serve as advocates for food safety within the healthcare team. Doctors also have the responsibility to educate patients and families about safe eating practices after discharge. Our registered nurses are on the front line of patient care. Their role in food safety and clinical nutrition is vital. They act as a bridge between the medical team and the dietary staff and the patients. They play a critical role in monitoring patient health status and making sure they tolerate the diets well. Nurses are essential in monitoring and reporting. If patient develops signs of foodborne illnesses or react negatively to a certain food, nurses are often the first to notice and report it to the medical and the dietary team. Nurses safeguard both the nutritional needs and safety of patients, ensuring that food truly serves its purpose, a partner in healing and recovery. Ma'am, balik po sa previous slide. Previous slide, please. Okay. So, as registered nutritionist dietitians, we carry our central responsibility in integrating food safety with clinical nutrition. Our goals goes beyond designing menus that are both safe and nutritionally adequate, while also considering patient preference and compliance. We assess patients' nutritional status, nutritional needs, and translate them into individualized diet plans. Dietitians are directly involved in overseeing food service operations in the hospital kitchen. We work with kitchen staff to make sure that procurement, storage, and cooking and distribution of food meet safety regulations. We often lead training programs for food handlers, emphasizing proper hygiene, temperature control, and safe handling procedures. We monitor patients' intake, checking not just whether patients eat enough, but also whether food served is safe, palatable, and supportive of recoveries. R&Ds ensure that meals are consumed within safe time frames, that uneaten food is properly discarded. We also educate patients and their families about the importance of safe food practices during hospitalization and after discharge, ensuring continuity of safe nutrition at home. In summary, R&Ds are linked between nutrition therapy and safe food service. Our expertise ensure that hospital food is not only nutritionally therapeutic, but also consistently safe for consumption. Next slide, please. Dietary staff and hospital kitchen staff are the backbone of safe and effective food service in healthcare facilities. While doctors, nurses, and dietitians prescribe and plan, it is the kitchen staff who transform those plans into safe, nourishing meals for patients. They are responsible for strict adherence to food safety practices, from proper hand hygiene and use of protective gear to safe cooking, cooling, and storage of meals. Their careful attention helps prevent contamination that could be dangerous to vulnerable patients. Kitchen staff play a vital role in portioning and delivering meals according to the prescribed diet. Accuracy here is critical. Serving the wrong portion or including a restricted food item can compromise a patient's medical treatment. Dietary staff maintain cleanliness and sanitation in food preparation and service areas. Regular cleaning, waste disposal, and equipment maintenance all contribute to preventing foodborne illnesses within the hospitals. Finally, kitchen staff contribute to patients' recovery by ensuring meals are both safe and appealing. Patients are more likely to eat and therefore heal better. When food is prepared with care, looks appetizing, and arrives on time. In short, hospital dietary staff are not just kitchen workers. They are essential members of the healthcare team whose commitment to food safety and accurate meal service directly impacts patient health, comfort, and recovery. For the patients and families, also have important role in ensuring food safety and supporting clinical nutrition. While healthcare providers prescribe and prepare, patients and families are active partners in making sure food practices are followed both inside the hospital and after discharge. Patients and families need to follow prescribed diets carefully. This means avoiding outside food that may not meet hospital safety standards, especially for vulnerable patients such as those with weak immune systems or food allergies. They play a role in reporting. If meals are delayed, unsafe, or contains food that are restricted for the patients, families should immediately inform the healthcare staff. Their vigilance helps prevent mistake from turning into risk. Families become a caregivers once patients return home. They must practice proper food handling, washing hands, cooking foods thoroughly, storing leftovers safely, and avoiding cross-contamination. Education provided by dietitians and nurses equips them to ensure safe and therapeutic nutrition beyond the hospital. Lastly, patients and families help encourage intakes. Many patients lose their appetites during illness, and the support of loved ones in making mealtimes positive and encouraging safe eating can significantly improve recovery. In short, patients and families are not passive recipients of care. They are active partners in food safety and clinical nutrition. Their cooperation ensures that the healing power of food is protected from hospital to home. Only when all these stakeholders work together can we maintain food safety and support optimal nutrition in clinical setting. Next slide, please. As mentioned by Ma'am Sherilyn in her presentation a while ago, the foundation of food safety in general and in hospital lies in key practices such as maintaining strict personal hygiene and kitchen hygiene, cooking food to safe internal temperatures, preventing cross-contamination during preparation, proper storage of raw and cooked food, and consistent monitoring at every stage of food service system. Each step is important because a single failure in the chain can compromise patient safety. Next, please. In clinical nutrition, also considers food safety beyond contamination. Food safety and nutrition are often discussed separately. One focuses on preventing harm, on the other promoting health. But in healthcare, they must be integrated because safe food is the foundation of effective nutrition therapy. Food safety and nutrition must be integrated and not treated separately. In menu planning, patient-specific needs are considered, such as texture modifications, sodium restrictions, carbohydrate controls, or low microbial diets. In nutrient preservation, it is achieved by using cooking and storage methods that minimize nutrient loss. In monitoring is essential through audits and food safety compliance checks to ensure that safety standards are met. And finally, collaboration across healthcare staff ensures that patient needs for both safe and nutrition are balanced. When these aspects are combined, patients benefit from safe, nutritious meals that contribute to recovery and health outcomes. Nutrition therapy cannot succeed if the food delivered is unsafe. A perfectly balanced renal diet, for example, is useless if it carries bacteria that causes infection. It can put them at risk of for foodborne illnesses rather than aiding recovery. Integration means ensuring that every step of the food service process, from purchasing ingredients to storage, preparation, portioning, and delivery, meets both nutritional standards and safety protocols. This also means collaborations among dietitians, doctors, nurses, kitchen staff, patients, and families all share responsibility in maintaining this link. By integrating food safety and nutrition, hospital can provide meals that are not only tailored to patients' medical needs, but also free from risks of compromising their health. In this way, food truly becomes part of treatment, safe, nourishing, and healing. Next, please. Let me share a case example to illustrate the importance of this topic. A cancer patient undergoing chemotherapy was served a contaminated salad. This resulted in severe diarrhea and dehydration. The immediate impact was the patient's treatment session were delayed, and their hospital stay was extended, and healthcare costs increased significantly. The bigger lesson is that safe food handling is equally important as prescribing the right nutrients. Without safety, nutrition therapy loses its effectiveness and patient suffers. Next, please. Of course, hospitals face several challenges when it comes to food safety. In the Philippine hospital settings, ensuring food safety and proper nutrition faces several challenges. First, there are resource limitations. Not all hospitals have modern kitchen facilities, reliable cold storage, or sufficient food safety equipment. Limited budget can also force hospitals to prioritize cheaper ingredients over safer or more nutritious options. In smaller provincial hospitals, food preparation may still be partly manual, making strict temperature control and sanitation more difficult to maintain. There are limited staffing and training gaps. While dietitians are present, there may be few of us to oversee all these aspects of food service. Kitchen staff may not always receive continuous training on updated food safety protocols, leading to inconsistent practices. Supply chain issues affect both food safety and nutrition. Hospitals may rely on external suppliers for raw ingredients, and if procurement systems are weak, the risk of contamination or poor quality food increases. There are compliance and monitoring challenges. While the Department of Health and the Food and Drug Administration provides guidelines, not all hospitals have the strong internal monitoring system to ensure compliance with hazard analysis and critical control point or other food safety standards. Lastly, there are patients and family factors. In many Philippine hospitals, families bring outside food for patients, which may not meet hospital safety standards. This adds another layer of risk, especially for patients with compromised immunity and those nutritionally at risk. Despite these challenges, many hospitals in the Philippines are making progress by strengthening dietetic service, upgrading facilities, and adopting best practices from international hospital food service models. But it remains clear that sustained investment, training, and awareness are needed to fully integrate food safety and nutrition into patient care across the country. Next, please. Next slide, please. What strategies can hospital adopt to improve food safety and nutrition integration? To address the challenges of food safety and nutrition in Philippine hospitals, several strategies can be adopted. Upgrade facilities and equipment. Invest in modern kitchen facilities with proper cold storage, clean water supply, and temperature monitoring devices. Implement standardized kitchen layouts that follow workflows from raw to cooked food, reducing cross-contamination. Strengthen training and staffing. Conduct continuous training for kitchen staff hygiene, sanitation, and updated food safety practices such as HACCP, ISO, or DOH standards. Increase the number of registered dietitians in hospitals to properly oversee food service, patient counseling, and nutrition monitoring. Third, improve supply chain management. Establish strict procurement guidelines to ensure suppliers meet food safety standards. Develop partnership with accredited local farms and suppliers to ensure fresh, safe, and high-quality ingredients. Enhance monitoring compliance. Implement regular internal audits of hospital food service operations. Adopt evidence-based systems like HACCP or GMP practices to track safety from preparation to delivery. Strengthen compliance with DOH and FDA guidelines through stricter enforcement and accountability measures. Fifth, educate patients and families. Provide clear guidelines on bringing outside food into the hospital, emphasizing risk for immunocompromised patients and those who are nutritionally at risk. Offer simple education sessions or flyers for families on safe food handling practices after discharge. Lastly, promote interdisciplinary collaboration. Encourage teamwork among doctors, dietitians, and dietary staff to ensure prescribed diets are safe and accurately served. Foster a culture where food safety is seen as part of patient care, not just a kitchen responsibility. By investing in facilities, empowering staff through training, and building stronger systems of compliance and education, hospitals in the Philippines can strengthen the integration of food safety and clinical nutrition. This ensures that meals served are not only nourishing, but also consistently safe, supporting faster recovery and better patient outcomes. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, food safety and clinical nutrition are inseparable. There are two sides of the same coin. Collaboration among healthcare providers, dietary staff, patients, and families is essential to ensure that patients receive meals that are both safe and therapeutic. Safe food contributes to a faster recovery, better health outcomes, and reduced hospital costs. At the heart of every hospital is the promise to heal. But healing is not only found in medicines, surgeries, or procedures. It is also served on every plate delivered to patients' bedside. Food safety and clinical nutrition are not separate concerns. They are inseparable pillars of patient care. When food is unsafe, it can undo the best medical treatment. When food is both safe and nutritionally tailored, it becomes a powerful form of therapy, shortening hospital stays, preventing complications, and restoring dignity to strength to patients. The responsibility does not rest on one group alone. Doctors, nurses, dietitians, dietary staff, patients, and families all share in this mission. Together, we create chain of care where every link matters. So let us always remember, hospital food is never just food. It is medicine. It is safe. It is healing. And by committing to food safety and nutrition integration, we ensure that every meal we serve is a step towards recovery, a step towards life. Next slide, please. So let us always remember that food is medicine, but only if it is safe. Thank you, everyone, for your attention. So here are my references.
Okay, thank you so much to our speakers for those enlightening presentation on food safety in healthcare. So now let's open the floor for your questions. So while waiting sa question po ng ating mga participants, so we'll just read po For first po, kay Sir Ryle po muna. So, sir, what are some effective ways to train non-dietary staff like caregivers on food safety?
Good afternoon once again. Thank you, Ma'am Jonah, for the question. First, training should be practical, simple, and relevant to their daily duties. So, for example, merong hands-on workshops in proper hand washing, safe serving practices, and also avoiding cross-contamination. Another tips would be giving or posting some visual reminders such as posters, color-coded charts sa wards, and quick reference cards para ma-check ng ating mga caregivers. So, pwede rin magkaroon ng short refresher sessions during their meeting or small group discussion sa kanilang mga ward. So, pwede nilang pag-usapan. Ganun po. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for the tips. And now for Ms. She. Ma'am, how does a food safety culture influence the overall food safety practices in a facility, and why is it important?
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Jonah. So, a food safety culture kasi, di ba, it encompasses of the attitudes and the values and practices related to food safety within a facility. So, sabi nga, it's not just following yung mga food safety protocols, but as I mentioned earlier din, it's creating an environment wherein the food safety is to be a shared responsibility. So, bakit shared? Kasi everyone should be committed in following those protocols. And a strong food safety culture ensures that all employees, for them to be committed, they should be properly trained. They should be motivated to follow best practices, as also kaninang umaga diniscuss ni ma'am yung culture, yung mga best practices nila, and vigilant in preventing foodborne illnesses. And this culture is very crucial because it fosters accountability and consistency in food safety practices, ultimately protecting public health and ensuring the safety of the food produced.
Thank you so much, Michelle, for the answering the questions in YouTube. And for this question, we cannot accommodate. Well, again, because of the interest of time, we are taking notes of your question, and we will get back to you via email provided in the registration link. So thank you for those engaging questions, and thank you to our speakers for the very clear and insightful answers. Okay. So now, we will now proceed for the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation to our resource speakers. So to present the certificates of recognition to our esteemed resource speakers for day 1, may I respectfully call on Dr. Menchita Dumlao, Head of the Information Technology Department at the Philippine Women's University, who will also read the citation. May I request all the resource speakers to open their camera once they called po. Dr. Dumlao, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. So I will be reading those from the AM session or from the PM only?
All for AM and PM session.
Yes, okay. So it is my pleasure and honor to be the one awarding the Certificate of Appreciation. And it's my pleasure to read the citation. So, Philippine Women's University, School of Food Technology and School of Food Science and Technology, Taft Avenue, Manila, Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is proudly presented to in recognition of her valuable and expertise and contribution as resource speaker during the webinar series, Quality and Safety Alliance in a Dynamic Foodscape. Okay, with the topic, and given this second day of October 2025, at the Philippine Women's University, Manila, Philippines. Signed, Maria Ligayati Bragancia, ED, Program Chair, School of Food Science and Technology. So I will be reading the names together with their specific topic. Okay? So for the first presenter, we are grateful and honored to award this to Nerissa S. Valdemor for the topic, Food Safety Culture in the Food Industry Towards Excellence in Production and Service. Congratulations. And next is Ms. Jonaline Morales for the topic, Transforming Leftovers into Safe Meals. And then next is by Samera A. Gumandel for the topic, Pitfalls of GMP Violations, What to Avoid in Your Food Processing Area. And then the fourth speaker is Noriel C. Soriano, Controlling the Invisible Threat, Industry-Proven Approaches to Environmental Monitoring Program in Food Facilities. And then the fifth speaker, Jemar A. Malapira, for the topic, Microplastics in Philippine Food, Emerging Threats to Public Health and Food Safety. And then the sixth speaker, Christian Lamil C. De Leon, for the topic, The Effect of Climate Change in Food System. And seventh speaker is Jaya Marielle B. Del Valle, for the topic, Feeding the Future, Building Resilient Food Systems in a Changing World. And then we will proceed to the speakers for the PM sessions. Okay, the first speaker in the PM session, Bea Hana Kashmira U. Midtimbang, for the topic, Label It Right, Ensuring Compliance with Food Product Labeling. Second speaker, Christina Paler, for the topic, Clean Label Trends, Impact of Food Formulation and Summer and Consumer Perception. For the third speaker, James D. Bondal, Farm to Fork Traceability, Tools and Technologies for the Innovative Food Manufacturer. And then, for the fourth, Heherson Acosta, for the topic, Recall System. And then the fifth speaker in the afternoon is Miss Antoinette June D. Russell, for the topic, Traceability System of the Farm. And then the sixth speaker, Sherilyn A. Aguilera, for the topic, Food Safety Standards vis-a-vis Foodborne Illness Prevention. Congratulations. And then the last but not the least is Brian Anthony G. Naira, for the topic, Food Safety in Nutrition in Clinical Dietetics, a Shared Responsibility. So I am so proud to award this and so happy to see you. Actually, some of the names are familiar to me because we review it in the ethics committee. Okay, so congratulations, and of course, congratulations also to the organizer. Thank you.
Thank you once again to our speakers, actors, and participants. Thank you, Dr. Dumlao, for the award. Dr. Dumlao, may I request for the photo ops?
Okay, let's take picture.
Okay. Picture po. Request po to open your cameras po on the Zoom. Okay, so now before we officially close today's session, let's keep the energy up with a fun and interactive activity. So we've got some exciting prizes waiting for you, so make sure your devices are ready and connected to the internet. So this game will be based on the topics presented in AM session and afternoon session. And here are some important reminders before we start. So please use your full name when you join the game, and this will help us quickly recognize the winners. So we only have 10 questions in today's quiz, so make sure you answer count. So we will have 3 winners, each will receive 200 via GCash. So only the first 200 participants will be able to join the game, so register right away. So here's how to join. So go to www.kahoot.it and enter the game pin that will be shown on your screen and type in your full name and get ready to play. So once the game ends, please take a screenshot of your winning moment and send it. We will contact you and then send it to our organizer along with your full name and GCash number to claim your prizes. And now, to guide us through the game, please welcome Mr. Christian De Leon, who will be facilitating our Kahoot session.
All right, so am I audible, guys? Can I have a virtual thumbs up or heart just to make sure that I am audible? Okay, so I see those responses here on my screen. So thank you so much, guys. So yes, good afternoon, everyone. So before we officially close our session, so we've prepared a short Kahoot game to test what you've learned today and to keep the energy up. So I guess na buhay pa po yung mga yung mga viewers natin dyan from the YouTube Live, from Facebook, or yung mga tawag dito, the international viewers, from the LGUs, from academe. So I hope na you are still here, and yes, so get your phones, tablets, or laptops ready. So again, as a reminder, as what Ma'am Jonah said a while ago, no, please use your actual name when registering. So this is how we will verify your identity for the prizes later on. So if you use an unrecognizable nickname and if you make it into the top 3, no, we won't be able to confirm who you are, and unfortunately, your prize will be forfeited. Okay?
So here's how to join the game. Go to kahoot.it on your browser, or you may scan the QR code shown on the screen. So enter the game pin that you see on the screen. Alright, type your name. And take note, please keep your name appropriate and identifiable so we could verify the winners for their prizes.
All right, that's correct, partner. So I see many of you are already in. So I see a lot of names here already joined our Kahoot game. So I see exactly 34 participants. We have here Zeline, Crystal, Antoinette, Rachel, Mark, Toriel, and many more participants. So that's great, no? So, but let's give a few more seconds for those who are still joining. So remember na no one gets left behind. And in a few minutes, we will start the game. So again, we encourage everyone from the academe, from the LGUs, from Region 1 to 13, from CAR, from different regions here in the Philippines. So again, everyone, please join as fast as you can go.
Okay, so the top 3 winners will each receive 200 pesos. So why not give it a try, right? So come on, don't miss this out. So this is your chance to show what you've learned today, have fun, and be one of the top winners. So for newly registered players, again, please use your actual name for our verification purposes of the winners later.
Okay, so I see a lot of participants already joined in our game. I see 64. Wow, that's great.
So, okay, players, are you all settled? Are you ready? So let's warm up those brains because the game is about to begin. Okay.
So I guess, partner, we still need to have a few more minutes because I see that everyone is still trying to join our game. As I can see here, we already have 72 players. And yes, we will start in a few minutes, or I guess I will give you how many minutes, partner? 5 minutes before we start our game? Or 2 minutes, 3 minutes?
Maybe we can start the game after 3 minutes.
Okay, that's great. So again, we encourage everyone to please join as fast as you can, okay? And your exciting prizes will wait for you up until the game will be finished.
So now we have 81 players going up.
So keep joining, everyone. So I can see a lot of names here, partner. We have Abigail, we have Maridel, we have Leo, we have JP, we have Roslyn, and a lot of names actually.
Okay, already we have 90 players on the game. You may also share the game pin to your fellow classmates, colleagues. Okay, going up, we have already 93 players. Okay, maybe that's enough. So let's start the game.
Okay, so let's start our first question for this Kahoot game. Okay. So for our question number 1, so for high-risk recall causes, a public health alert is issued within how many hours? Is it A, 12? Is it B, 18? Is it C, 24? Or is it D, 48? So we do have here a timer. We do have still 8 seconds to answer, or you do have still 5 seconds to answer the questions. Okay? Okay, so as we can see here, we do have 31 participants who answered the letter A, and one respondent who answered letter B, and 32 participants who answered letter C, and then 10 participants who answered letter D. So let's see if let's check your points. Okay. All right, so as I can see here, we do have Ruth Ostaris got 935 points, while Julie Aquino got 910 points, and our top 3, we do have Vince Reboldera got 877 points. So for the rest of the players, alam ko na kaya pa nating mag-keep up. And again, guys, answer the question as fast as you can, okay? So moving on to our next question. So which of the following bacteria is associated with foodborne botulism? Is it A, Campylobacter? Is it B, Clostridium botulinum? Is it C, Listeria, or D, norovirus? Okay, so the correct answer is letter B, and I can see here that we do have 79 participants who got the correct answer, okay? All right, so as we can see here for our leaderboards, we have Julie Aquino got 2,794 points, okay? And moving on to the next question. So for the third one, the standard labeling requirements for European Union, is it A, USFDA? Is it B, Act number 70 of June 28, 2013? Is it C, Regulation number 1169, 2011? Or letter D, FDA AO 24-003? Okay. So the correct answer is it's letter C, the regulation number 1169 or 2011. So I can see here for our leaderboards, no? We do have Vince Rebaldera got 3,666 points. And for the other players, please try to answer again the questions as fast as you can, okay? Next question is, below are our natural preservatives except, is it A, vinegar, is it B, sodium benzoate, is it C, salt, or D, none of the above? So you do have still 8 seconds to answer the questions. So, all right, so our correct answer is letter B. It's the sodium benzoate. So as I can see here, we got 68 participants who got the correct answer, okay? And let's check again our leaderboard. On our top one, we do have Crystal Santiago with the points of 5,527. That's great. So for the other players, please try to catch up. Okay, so for our fifth question, so why are food safety and clinical nutrition closely linked in patient care? Is it A, unsafe food increases appetite? Is it B, nutrition plans only work with high-calorie foods? Is it C, unsafe food undermines therapeutic nutrition goals? Or D, patients prefer unsafe food? Okay, so the correct answer is letter C. It's unsafe food and undermines therapeutic nutrition goals. And I can see here, 55 participants got the correct answer. All right. So currently, in third place, we have Healthia Cadugo with 6,568 points. And second place, Maria Clara Eloisa for 6,734. And currently on our first spot, no, we do have Crystal Santiago with a 7,301 points. So let's continue with this question.
Okay, for the next question, which of the following is a common labeling error? So A, allergen information, B, tabulated form, C, declaration of month in expiration date, and D, multi-unit retail package is identified. 3 seconds left. All right, majority of the participants answered A, missing allergen information, which is our correct answer. Okay, 10 participants have reached answered streak 5. So we have top, which is Crystal Santiago with 8,123 points. So for other players, hurry up and catch up for our next set of questions. Safe and nutritious food supports A, increased patient stays, B, faster recovery, better outcomes, and lower hospital costs, C, reduce compliance, and D, none of the above. 5 seconds left. All right, our correct answer is B, faster recovery, better outcomes, and lower hospital costs. Okay, so our top player remains Miss Crystal Santiago with 9,041 points. Next question. So this is our 8th question. Mushroom extract can be a natural source of umami flavor. Is this true or false? All right, majority of the participants answered true. This is our correct answer. All right. Remaining on our top list is Ma'am Crystal Santiago. So 3 in a row, Sir Albert Bahansua is back in this game. Our 9th question. What is farm traceability system? So A, a way to increase farm income. B, a marketing strategy for farm
product? B. A method of recording and monitoring farm activities for food safety? Or a government tax policy? Alright, our correct answer is C. A method of recording and monitoring farm activities for food safety. So let's see the top board players. Okay, remaining on her top spot, Ma'am Crystal Santiago with 10,901 points. So this is your last chance. One challenge in adopting farm traceability systems. So A, high digital literacy among farmers. B, lack of available farms. C, too much government funding. Or D, reliance on paper logs and low awareness. 5 seconds left. All right. Our correct answer is letter D, reliance on paper logs and low awareness. So that ends our Kahoot PM session, and we have the top 3 winners. So our third place is Ma'am Hain Erica with 11,720 points. Next, for the second placer, Ma'am Haltea Cadugo with 11,789 points, and Ma'am Crystal Santiago having 12,603 points.
All right, so great job to everyone who played. So thank you for joining and bringing the energy up during the game. So our top 3 winners again will receive a 200 pesos each. So kindly send us a message in the PWU Facebook page with your name and the screenshot of your Kahoot ranking. So make sure again, guys, to double check your details so our team can verify and make sure the prizes go to the rightful winners. Until our next Kahoot challenge, and I will now be giving the floor to Ma'am Jonaline.
Okay, thank you, Sir Christian and Miss Jaya. And thank you to everyone who joined, and congrats to the winners in our Kahoot quiz. So we hope you've had fun while learning. And for those winners, our colleagues will contact you after the webinar to send your prizes. Okay, thank you once again to our speakers, reactors, and participants for an insightful afternoon session. We've officially wrapped up our PM Session 1 on product label compliance, PM Session 2 on traceability and recall system, and PM Session 3 on food safety for healthcare. So before we officially close today's program, would like to remind everyone about the training evaluation form. So please check the QR code now flashed on your screen to access the evaluation form. For those who may not be able to scan the QR code, don't worry. We will post the evaluation link in the YouTube live chat box for easy access. So you have 1.5 hours only to complete the evaluation form. And once you're there, you will automatically receive your e-certificate in your registered email. So important reminders, kindly double check your full name before submitting, as this will appear exactly on your certificate. And we highly encourage everyone to answer the evaluation right away so you won't miss the deadline. Your feedback is very valuable to us, and this also your key to receiving your official certificate of participation. Please go ahead and scan the QR code or click the link in the chat to proceed with the evaluation. So as we close today's session, let me share a glimpse of what to expect tomorrow. So day 2 of our webinar, our theme is the role of QA and QC and sensory evaluation in the food industry. Topics will include bridging the gap between QA and QC and characteristics and role of sensory testing in the food industry. Strengthening QA and QC through sensory evaluation. So our session begins at 9 a.m. until 12 noon. So we encourage everyone to log in early. So before you leave, please don't forget to answer the evaluation link. Kindly note that the evaluation form will only be accessible for 1.5 hours for the day 1 session. So only those who accomplish it will receive their certificates, and you will automatically receive your certificates after the evaluation. So thank you once again, and God bless. See you tomorrow.